Double suited. Nice hand. Jan Peter, 250 to call. Surely he's going to muck one. And Kaiser says he's priced in. 5-way to the flop. Queen 8-5, 2 spades. Nut flush draw for Leon. Top set for Nihat. And a pair with the up and down for Thomas Bichon. Bottom 2 for Kaiser, but he's not going to do too many chips with bottom 2 pair and PLO. So Leon has led out for 1,200. Nihat has pumped it up, pot. Leon, you need a machine gun to get rid of Leon at this point. The old Leon. Haven't seen him at a feature table for over 6 months. Does he want to gamble? That's all it comes down to. How lucky or unlucky is he feeling? He's got 3 spades in his hand. A lot of players would just check call this flop, but he's not messing around. He's calling. Maybe if it pairs the board, he's just going to get away from it. I mean, he's got backdoor straights all over the place. 5 of spades. Be a nice double up for Nihat. Or Nihat. Well, a 3 is a complete brick. And a great card for Nihat. Leon was never folding. Yeah, he knows he's not in great shape. 7, 6 outs maybe. Yeah, it's 6 outs that he knows about, but players could have folded spades. And the other players picked up hearts and a gut shot on the turn. Doesn't matter, he's got no more money left. The 4 completes the straight for Nihat, from a set to a straight, and he gets the money he just lost back. And Leon gives him a little high five and calls for chips. Game on. Yeah, just loaded for 10,000. Maybe just gonna have a few spins at 10k, and if he gets it up in front, he can gamble or have a stack. And if he goes behind, he can just reload maybe 50k or something. That's the beauty. Leon's not afraid to reload big. Once this game gets lively, pots are getting big.
For some gamblers or players, it's good morning. You know? It's very dark. Everything's possible.
Yeah. Nice hand for Danza. Queen Jack 10-9-1 suit. Don't think he'll be raising it though. No, solid. Out of position. Just call. Keep some pot control. There's enough players in this that are going to start pumping it up. Like Leon, especially once he's just lost a stack. They know that they continue. Jan Peter's mucking this one. Hans a limp is in the building. Maybe we're going to have him in a hold'em later. Well, Leon's got a hand. He's got kings. They're dry kings. He had dry aces before. And Kai Lin. What a flop. For action. The nut flush draw with a gut shot. So now Danzo with 3 pair and a straight. Kylin with a nut flush draw and a straight. George checks. He knows someone's going to have at least the same hand as him or nothing to pay him off with. So against Kylin, He might just flat call. He's got 9k in front of him. If he raises here and Kylin gets involved, he's behind and has to catch up. And he's found the 9 to complete his full house. And against Kylin is quite... He'll know Kylin has at least the same straight as he had, if not a bigger one. Will Kylin bet the river? Probably not, once it's paired the board. Because once George calls, George is a solid player. He'll assume that he's also got a straight, could also have the bigger straight. So George got a bet out here, maybe like 2/3 pot, half pot. I think looks like 2.5k. Well, 1,500. I mean, he can't. Can he pass for 1,500? Wow, what a pass from Kylin. George has tried to make it maybe look like a stopper bet.
Mr. Kaiser has a new Justin Bieber frisur. Right. Justin Bieber? We said that already.
I'm a rounder. Okay, yeah, in Europe, these are quite a lot of German pros. In seat 1, Jan-Peter Jachmann, he owner of pokerhocker.com or .de. Thomas Pichon from France, high stakes pro. Leon Zakernik, who the action's on right now in seat 7. He is the owner of the King's Casino. He gives these boys a spin. Loves the gamble. Ronnie Kaiser, seat 2. Florian in seat 3. George Danzer, really famous in Germany.
I actually don't know one song from him. Not one. Not one song. I don't like it. I know the name very well because it's here. I know the one with the record for a song.
This is going to be a loosey-goosey cash game. Just what we want, though.
Actually, I saw his bet on some magazine. I like Bruce Springsteen, for example. I go to concert 21 of May.
Up and down for Florian. Doesn't think anyone's got hearts. Take a stab. Leon, give it up. Kaiser, give it up.
Come on,
No idea about tax, I'm afraid.
The old ACDs, but they are now One round of starter? Yeah. How do you like the new singer of ACDC for the tour? Josh, wie magst du den neuen Sänger da von Guns N' Roses, der soll jetzt bei der Tour ACDC singen? Hast du gehört? Der Axl Rose soll jetzt ernsthaft bei denen singen, weil der andere ist ja die Stimme weg.
Thomas straddles. Leon double straddles. So we're playing 50, 100, 200, 400. That's going to happen every single time. George has the button. Sorry, that Florian has the button. How lucky is Florian? Well, Jachmann. Kings, 1 suit with an ace. Bottom end straight draw, top end straight draw. Kaiser's pumped it up. Ace, King, Jack, 6 double suited. Well, Nihat is not folding. I'm pretty sure of that. Leon definitely not folding. Loves to see flops, wants to gamble. And money is no object. So when that's the case, that's why he's here. That's why you all want him in the game. You want him. You want to see him punish people. You want to see him win, lose, create action. Now Jan Peter's move. I thought he'd have pumped it up there. Because if you don't pump it up here and you miss the flop, you got to fold. You should be in good shape against Kaiser. If you've got an ace blocker in your hand, for him to have aces is a little bit harder. Well, it's come ace, 10, 3. Gut shot for Leon. Top for both of the other players. Maybe Jan Peter has checked for the button for Kaiser to bet this turn. This is a board that would hit a lot of king, queen, jack hands. Obviously, are going to put the chips in. Leon debating and folding. I'd like to see Jan Peter just pot it here. It's a rainbow board. If he's just got one pair with a gut shot, I don't think he wants to put all his money in. Well, he's just called. It's going to give Kaiser a better chance of winning. 6 makes massive hand now for Kaiser. He may even just check behind. He may think he's in front and that Yachman's on a draw. But if Yachman had a wrap, he wouldn't just flat call on a rainbow board. He's more than likely to put it all in and see both cards. And if he had a set or a hand like ace-10, he may check, call, flop and lead turn. That's what Kaiser's thinking. He thinks he's in front. And now Yachman should really... he should fold, like... If he's decided not to make a big pop pre-flop, he got what he wanted. He wanted Kaiser to raise pre. He got Leon in. He got Nihat in. Could have repumped it up. The money could have all gone in on the flop. He could have maybe won it on the flop. But after talking to him this morning over breakfast, pretty sure he's going to let this one go. If his opponent does have a 2-pair hand. What can he catch? Just a king. So that's a good solid fold. And a nice pot, 32k. I think it was 16,000 and he bet the pot. Easy money. 16,000 euros. That's what happens when we have 200 and 400 straddles. But that's what we're after. Sickness. Leon going nowhere with his hand. George calls the button. How much Leon going to make it? That's the question. No way he's allowing a pot with 6 people in. Quite rightly so. Get rid of the limpers. Make them pay. And he's got an okay hand. Yachman. These are the hands that are going to get you into trouble in Omaha. Florian now may try and isolate. Yeah. Quite right. And so he should. That's why, with that stack, he should be doing that. And Jan Peter has just wasted 1,000 euros. This is not a gambling hand. Put it in the bin. In it goes. Langman v Leon. Kings, Queen 5. Jan Peter will be happy because he had 3 diamonds. He was thinking about calling with the ace X of diamonds. And Leon, King Jack 10-8, 1 suit. Not in the worst shape. Not like in Hold'em if you've got kings against King Jack. Here are the straight options, and look at this. Gone and flopped the nut straight with a straight flush draw. Massive favourite now. A 10 for a chop. Queen on the turn. Wow, that's massive. I'm going to say massive, it's a big improvement for Florian. Any 5, any king, any queen. Any 10 for the chop. Ace on the river. Leon takes 15,000 and chips for Florian. This game is just warming up. They ask Leon to play every time. He hasn't been on the stream. The players all asked him yesterday, and here he is. Be careful what you wish for.
Das kann ich mir vielleicht noch so lassen.
One more. One more good.
Er is surprised.
Yeah. Good job.
Ist noch was da. Das ist ein Fehlalarm.
King's Casino, we're located just on over the border of Nuremberg in Germany. We're actually in the Czech Republic, in Rozhodov. It's about an hour and a half's drive from Prague Airport. Great tournaments they run here. Lots regularly every weekend. There's big events. All the different major companies come out here. Red Bet, Poker Stars, 888. It's big guarantees for small buy-ins. That's his motto. They have €100,000 guaranteed for €150 buy-in this weekend. It's the Dutch Poker Tour. The Czech Poker Tour's just left. It was here last weekend. They got a little tournament tonight if you're local. No, I don't think Yachman would have won that hand. He had ace-10 XX. Maybe he had ace-king 10. I don't remember. I don't think it was. I think it was ace-10 8-3. It's 7 o'clock. It's called Meet the Stars. It's a €6,000 guarantee. It's a €45 plus €5 buy-in. You get 10,000 chips on a 20-minute clock, and you're allowed one rebuy for €25. So some of these high-stakes players, they're going to be mixed up around the room and playing with these locals. You are allowed 2 re-entries. So it should be a bit of fun for these guys. And tomorrow they've got a €5,000 no-limit hold'em at 8 o'clock. And that's going to be €65 buy-in, 25,000 chips, 25-minute clock. Nihat 3-bet this one. Been called by Langman. 4 working cards, double suited. Not a bad flop. 2 pair and an up and down against 1 pair. Against absolutely nothing for Yachman. Brick on the turn. You should see Langman bet this now. For Jan Peter Yachman, who has 0% next to his name. There's a small side pot. Maybe that's why he's betting. 5 of hearts. Look at this. Jan Peter may think he can steal it. He can only bet to win the side pot, so he's going to bet. The hearts come. Can Nihat find a fold? Depends on the bet size. He's made the straight. So if he's called on the turn, just with a pair, he's improved to a straight on the river. So surely he's going to call. He has called. Yeah, and Peter Yachman won't be loving that. Ace high announced. That's pretty hard in 4-card Omaha. When you're in a pot that's €10,000 and you're the aggressor, to announce ace high. Chips for Florian. Is Yachman a pro? Depends what your definition of a pro is. Does he play high stakes? Yes. Does he play often? Yes. Does he have other businesses? Yes. So what is a pro? Poker isn't his living. So I guess the answer is no. Check out his website though. Pocket. You can see it on his shirt. Hochepokket. I believe that's the correct spelling. It looks like there was a straddle and a double straddle. It's just a question of whether Kaiser wants to get busy. Maybe he just saw Yachman barrel with ace high. If he can catch something, he might get on. Yachman now with a free roll shot. And it hasn't come. It is a split pot. Now, he's bet 1100 into a 1750 pot. The reason being is he knows his opponent doesn't have a bigger straight. If he has the same straight, he has to call 1150 to win 1450 at best. He can never win the pot. He can only split it. So he's got a call to make 1450. Is the value correct? A lot of players call just for the chop. A lot of players just fold. Ronnie Kaiser has decided it's Jan-Peter Yachman. I'm calling. I promise you, if that George Danza made that bet, he was folding. Yeah, we had females yesterday. Liv Barry was playing at the table, and we do have no limit hold'em later. €50, €100 will be the blinds. €100 ante, every hand per player. Action will be thick and fast as well. After the game yesterday, a decision was made. Let's make it an ante game. Let's get the action heated up. It's the final day of Cash Kings. These guys are all off to Monaco tomorrow. Well, Liv will be in the chat box with me later, so I'll send her your love. Maybe we'll get her to sign something for you and send it out. Any questions you've got, send her a tweet. She'll answer them. Send me a tweet. We'll get them answered. Yeah, Leon is playing. Seat 7. And playing is exactly the right word. He's not sitting back, as you'd expect. 9 ball on the turn. Can you believe you're sitting with kings and an ace comes out and you feel sick, but no one has got the ace? King 10 now would complete a straight. Lots of 2-pair hand potentials, but kings will not believe he's won this. It's free money. But Yachman says, right, no one wants this. I'm going to take the money. Good man.
The Justin Bieber fan takes it out.
Campione del mondo. I'm just a Bieber fan. I will drop.
Peddy, Cabby Joe, keep it friendly, please. Moderators, no need for that.
Yeah, that's right. That's why Ronnie takes his
Style.
frisur. I don't know what the word is. Hairstyle.
We're here for a good time. Keep it friendly, please.
What is from long time ago? Is it?
600 euro. That's a lot.
Der Preis steigt, Jan.
Price is heiß.
Now this is a hand that we like. Queen Jack. Jack 10 double suited. This is what Yachman was afraid of if he kept calling raises from Leon. that Kaiser would isolate, and I tried to explain that I believe that would only happen when Kaiser's got a hand, and it's happened twice, and he's had a hand twice. No, I know you're all right, and I know you didn't mean harm, but I'm just trying to... I don't do the moderating, so someone else does it, but I just know yesterday there was some stuff going on and people got timed out. I don't want that to happen to anyone. Everyone has the right to their opinion. Just a little... Keep it a little friendly, that's all. My name is Paul Zimbler. I'm located in the back room at the King's Casino. You can find me in London the rest of the time. Top pair of flush draw for Leon. It's going in. And it's getting snapped off. All in and a call. Oh, he's got aces. Wow, he couldn't see his other card. This is so unreal and so unlucky for Kaiser. I just thought it was top pair with a flush draw because we couldn't see the other card. 23,000 euros. They'll probably run it twice. I don't know why. Kaiser's just a dog in the hand. I mean, he's got to hit the case jack. Or running hearts, or running straight cards. That's no good for him. I know, king. What am I talking about? Yeah. He's got a king to make the straight. Leon takes 30,600. Biggest pot so far. Don't forget, if you want to win a King's goodie bag, hoodies, T-shirts, hats, card protectors, cards, all sorts of stuff we're giving away. All you have to do is send me a tweet at Paul Zimbler, Zimbler, and take a guess how much the biggest pot of the night will be, or the day, I should say, in the Omaha session. It's free to enter. One guess per player, per viewer, and the closest person will win the goodie bag. I'm a rounder. Where are you from?
Take advantage about the round.
And then you can always. You started the round
Yeah, I started and then
and took something out of my soul, and then you just go away.
You can always
take anything from my soul and just try to save my skin. It's not easy.
Yeah, 5 o'clock in the afternoon over here. USA Montana. Is there much poker happening in Montana? Just private underground games, probably. Okay, too much to look at in one go there, but Bichon had the aces. It looked like it was a limp pot. He limped in early position, hoping for someone to raise behind. Didn't happen. And set of nines for Florian. Looks like kind of the only thing out there at the moment. It's a dry board, it's a rainbow board. It's an up and down for Jan Peter Jachman. Not in love with calling with that hand. And what a hand for Kaiser. This is a wrap. 8-9. He's got 10 Jack Queen. He can hit any 7, any 10, any Jack, any Queen. So George bet this. 2 pair on the flop. He's getting away. Try to use his image a little bit. Everybody's checked. They know I'm solid. I lead out the turn. He doesn't have... He's got the bare ace of spades. He's got 2 pair. This hand goes ITB in the bin. Well, Langman against Kaiser. Kaiser knows he can't hit the queen of... Well, he's got the queen and jack of spades in his hand. He can't hit the 10 of spades, doesn't want to hit the 7 of spades. There's probably a lot of his cards out there, but he's not folding. For Florian to have limped, check flop, check raise, turn. I mean, what's he going to go for? Is he going to... His hand is a kind of... Well, he's only got like 6-3 left. He's going to go for half of it. Doesn't matter. He could just put 100 in the pot. We know Kaiser's folding.
Grün ist besser, oder?
Ja, Emerald.
Grün ist grün.
Oh, das ist gut.
Jade.
Das ist die
Jade,
beste
Jade. Das war weiß Jade. Das weiß Jade.
Jade, ne?
Spaß. Check.
Quite a few interesting guesses so far coming through on the Twitter. Meanwhile, Straddle called under the gun.
Check.
Leon the button. Well, under the gun was the straddler. Can't believe he straddled. Leon up and down and an overpair. Bets 300. Isolation time. He's probably aware Leon could have made 2 pairs. More likely to be kind of a drawy hand. It's difficult to keep asking questions of Leon when you know if he's got a draw, he's not folding. If he's got 2 pairs, he's not folding. Turn is a queen. Kaiser raised the flop. Hits Jin on the turn. Incoming 3k. 2,500 to 3,000 because it's Leon. Well, he's gone for the full pot. If Leon's got a draw, if he's got like a hand like 5, 7, 8, make him pay. I'm a rounder. I did the same. I had steak tartare to start, a steak for the main course. Bacon at breakfast. It's just a must. My missus is vegetarian. I just don't get it. My niece and nephew are, but now my nephew eats meat. We've got him. Hook, line and sinker. How can you not have bacon in your life? Yeah, I feel sorry for him too. That with the whiskey doesn't... It's not a pretty picture. What's unhealthy about steak tartare? Kaiser calls Leon's raise. You're going to see these two at battle a lot today. Now, if Leon can just bet this flop and bet big, who wins it? Kaiser's hit part of the flop. Doesn't need to bet too much. He's got a gut shot. No, I don't believe it is. Alcohol is not free for gamblers at the King's Casino. The staff, another story. Oh, someone's saying it is all free. If you play high stakes, it's all free. If you're playing in a normal cash game, food and drink is all free. There's a buffet 24/7 with a drinks machine. There's waitress service at the table. Soft drinks are free. Maybe even beer, I'm not sure. But spirits you have to pay for. Knee hat with the aces double suited. It's gone upstairs. Leon has raised him and he's just re-raised him back. These two, I believe, heads up.
So good.
Leon crushed but doesn't know it. Well, that is not a good flop for Leon. Pretty sure he's going to bet. Yeah, takes it down. Easy money.
That's nur ein Aski, ja.
Gestern war es zur gleichen Zeit schon 30.000 hin. Das ist eine positive Zahl. Gestern war es zur gleichen Zeit schon 30.000 hin.
There you go. Thanks for all that information. I'm not so much of a beer drinker, but yeah. Because I was playing in a 1-3 game here a few months back. People would, I suppose, giving a couple of euros. But you leave a tip anyway. You give a tip. Or you should leave a tip. So I didn't know there's no room service allowed. It's an interesting fact. But each room, whether you stay in the main hotel or one of his apartments that he has across the road, several blocks, all of them have mini bars that are free with chocolate, crisps, drinks, alcohol, fully stocked.
Good morning.
Mads and Jasper are actually playing on the outer table at the moment, 25-50 game. Believe Mads is set to come maybe to the Hold'em later. So 9-8-7-1 suit, a nice little hand. Not on a 2-3 king board, it's not. But a set of threes for Leon. Just not much out there to compete with. Okay, if he hates Hold'em, he won't be playing the Hold'em game. Yeah, they're playing a 25. I believe it's 25-50. It could be 25-25. The game is just outside of where they're streaming. The game is full and will be full all day, I'm sure. Oh, Kaiser has raised him with top and bottom pair. Can Leon find a call? Does he just want to go up against Kaiser? Just think about it. If you raise here on this board, does Leon raise with ace 4-5? That's the question. If he does, then he can raise with a set. If he's not that kind of player, then call. He's out of position. It's going upstairs. I think Kaiser's just going to put it down. He does have some big cards that he can connect with on the turn. But he doesn't think Leon's got king 3, so, hitting a queen or a jack's no use to him because his opponent probably doesn't have king 3. So it's either a set or a wrap. And either way, it's not great for Kaiser, and he finds the fold. 50, 100, 200, 400. Action Langman. Danza. Kailin. Look at that. Discipline from Thomas Bichon on the button. Jan Peter just calls. Kaiser. A little tilted. Checks. Heads up to the flop. 5, 7, jack. Couple of clubs. Ace on the turn. Puts Yachman slightly in front. Seals the deal. He's got the check mark. He's got the straight. The bottom end. Well, Kaiser's called here with just trying to work out with one pair. Okay, interesting.
There's a high-low heute.
Whole grain, keep it real in the chat, please. And welcome if you've just joined us. We are at the King's Casino with the King himself, Leon, at the table. He's just taken a short break. We are playing 50, 100 PLO, but most hands it's 51, 200, and a couple of hands around it's 51 to 400. We are going to be here for about four more hours today. Then we'll have a quick break, and we're back for the Hold'em session, which will be 50, 100 with a €100 ante. Set to be a juicy game to conclude the Cash Kings couple of days. Competitions as always. Goodie bags given away. Send a tweet. What do you think the biggest pot of the night will be? Thomas Bichon has only flat called aces double suited. Ace, ace, queen, jack double suited. One of the better hands that you can get. Well, 8, 7, 6 was the flop. He won't believe it, but he's in front. The 8 did help. 5 on the turn is horrible for him. He doesn't know it, but he's winning. But I don't think he's even going to call this bet. Show the hand and fold. Quite right. You should be winning there maybe 2 in 100 times. Yeah, 100 ante, it's going to make some fast and furious action. If it's 8-handed, it will cost €950 a round. So the min buy-in, I believe, is set at 20,000. Jan Peter Langman under the gun. Must have been a bad card. The first 3 were good.
Wobei es kommt ja darauf an, wie du das machst. 5.500 am besten nur für dem Hotel.
Das ist halt Arbeit.
500.
Ronnie Kaiser has got no percentage next to him. Because we can't see his 4th card, so the computer can't calculate his hand. So the odds we can see It looks like he's bet here 1,000. He's been raised. So there was 2.5k in there. He bet 1,000 and Nihat has raised to 5,500. His other card is key because right now he doesn't have an overcard to the 8. Now if his opponent at worst got in his mind maybe 3-8, then he'll only have one overcard. If he thinks his opponent, I didn't see what happened pre-flop. If he puts his opponent on a big overpair, happy days. Pretty sure Kaiser's just going to check all turns. Pairs the 6 on the river. He'll like that card. I mean, leading out, his hand's kind of face up. But if he thinks he can get aces to call him, he's got to go like 5,500. But I know he likes big bets. Great bet, 5.5. Exactly what I would do. Because that's what he bet. That's what he raised me on the flop. I'd bet 55, and if he's got aces, he's trying to get a bit of action from the aces. No point betting smaller, it just looks wrong. And betting bigger, you're not going to get paid. I think that's a perfect bet size. The ante-game's going to start, I believe, at 9 p.m. 9 till 1 or 2 o'clock on the stream. Found the fold. Oh, wow. Leon folded pocket sixes. Runner quads. That could have looked a bit suspicious. Put all your doubts at ease. Some people used to say he's always winning, but he's always going in the hole, let me tell you. He's normally 50 grand down before he starts pulling up 50k and getting out of it.
Welcome to King's Casino. We play.
Super Werbung, ja.
Yeah, it depends when you come and what else is on in the casino. You know, if you come at a busy time when there's a big event going on, cash games are generally running earlier on. But when they've got tournaments, the cash games don't start till late. There is not much to do. Have a drink, get a massage, play poker, go to bed. But I guess if you're coming to play poker, you don't really need to do anything else.
Pleasure is our business.
Yeah, I agree. It's completely different level. Kaiser flops top set. Not the best board for him. The blockers, the straight flush draw for Leon with top pair. Basically top pair, the up and down and the flush draw. Against... Has anyone got a made straight? Just trying to look at all the hands. Nope, but there's the over pair, the one blocker, and the nut flush draw for Kai Lin. So bet by Kaiser, raised by Leon. Kaiser now knows he's probably at best in a flip. Because we can look, he's got a set, yes, great. Now Kai Lin has got himself in a spot. Because the chances are one of these players has a straight with a flush draw, the other one has a set, or the other one has a, I don't know, two pair and a straight. So if you're just on the flush draw, someone else has got some of your outs, the way the action's gone. There's no way there's a bet and a big raise without someone having, you know, big draws and made hands. So Kai Lin, he's only got 3-2. If he's sitting there with 10, 11k, I think he's folding. But with 3,200 only, he has to call. Well, we have a pot all in for 4k. All yin for Kailin. A 3 of diamonds on the turn. The nuts for Kai Lin. Redraws for both players. It's a 1-outer for Leon. A few more outs for Kaiser. 10 outs. And now he's trying to build a side pot. How much does Leon bet? 5k. Wow, you know you got 10 outs. You know you're 22%. So 1 in 4 and a bit chance. So he's near enough getting the right price, considering he may get paid from Leon on the river. Now, against a lot of other players, if he thinks they've got a flush and he calls and it pairs the board, he may not get any value. But if he believes Leon will give him 5k on the river, if it does pair, makes sense, he can then call. He's also got the odds because of the main pot. Boom! It's not to be. It's the Queen of Spades. It's just going to go check, check. Can't imagine Leon wants to bet this now with a 7 high flush. You're not getting called by worse. He is sick though. He could easily just bet 5,000. I've seen him play Omar before on this stream, and he's done it. Maybe he thinks he might get called by worse. It's very unlikely. It's just going to be a snap fold. Leon takes the side pot. And Kailin manages to win the main pot. 10,000 in the side, 20,000 in the main.
Nice. You had Straße?
Dankeschön. Jetzt gamblen.
Man is sick.
Nochmal 20.
I think he should have bet 1,000 and see if Kaiser would raise him. All good fun here at the King's Casino. There's Tarkan. He is the floor man in the poker room, supervising the cash game. Only just really begun. Just over an hour played, 29 hands in, and we've had already around 5 or 6 pots, 30k, 25, 30k. You boys are just getting started. Yachman raising it up to 900 in the cutoff with Queen 3x. Now, unless that's the ace of diamonds, even then I'm not mad about. No, I guess. They're playing 50, 100, 200. Yeah, it is much better, I do agree. There's always action. Tonight, though, in the Hold'em, there's going to be guaranteed action. There is a €100 ante. The blind's still 50, 100. So 8 players, that's 950 around. They don't have time to sit and fold.
Yes, that's my name.
What do you have?
That's my name.
What do you have?
So I'm guessing it was an ace under there, or even a 3.
No, quite a good hand. Two pair aces.
I had a flash draw.
Probably cricket or rugby, I'd say.
Straight with the flash, straight flash, everything. And I still lost.
Bei Jan hatte ich 10%.
Okay. Leon can't miss a hand. Called Jan-Peter Jachmann. Pumps it upstairs. 550 to play. Well, he made it just 5. Forget the 50. Wow, he got Leon to fold. Niat, ace 10, 9, 8, 1 suit. It's okay to call.
Man muss auch ein bisschen so den Namen verteidigen als Weltmeister. Kann man sich das nicht leisten.
Well, not a bad flop for Niat. He'll check Caller Street. See what appears on the turn. The turn is a king of spades. 2 pair for Jachmann. Can throw the aces in the bin now. He'll bet now 2,500, 3,000. That's a bit of a tell he's got there when he's kind of rocking. He does that with good hands. I'm a rounder. I'm not too. I don't really get cricket too much either. Yeah, they do go for days. And he's folded. 2.5k was the bet. He folded.
Wow.
So, Chinese guy, a French guy, quite a few Germans, a Swiss. Not sure where Niat's from. Yeah, Leon's on the double straddle. Oh, no, just on the straddle. Compulsory straddle.
Aber ich meine, wenn es noch nie ist, immer nach dem 4th of July losgegangen.
Das war aber auch schon, das ist am,
Also ich
das
habe
ist auch schon am ersten Mal.
Jachmann fold.
Vor dem 4. Mal. Ja?
Wann war ein Spiel? 4th of July, ja. Also that's C.
Danza will fold the button. Disciplined. Now, Leon doesn't like to give free cards. He wants to punish the limpers. And by raising here, he'll find out if anyone's second traps. If he now gets repotted, it's a lot easier for him to continue in the hand and roughly know where he is. So there's method to his madness. And because he can afford it, he does it. And that's quite rightly so. Ace, 5, 7 rainbow. He now has control of the pot and could bet this if he wanted to. Well, they've all checked. 3 of diamonds gives the flush draw to Leon. Doesn't want to test the water. He's going for the full pot. Takes the money, honey. So we've had about 15 guesses so far for the biggest pot of the night. Nobody got the first player to be felted. Everybody sent messages saying it would be Jan-Peter Jachmann or Leon. Are they? As you type it in the box, there it is on the screen. Jan Peter in for 20. Ronnie Kaiser now, 44 in front of him. So is it 53? He's just reloaded. Florian in for 20. George in for 10. Leon in for 40. That, I'm pretty sure, is why Ronnie Kaiser topped up, because Leon's got chips. Kai Lin with the aces double suited. 3 bets to 1,000. Danza's decided this is the pot. What a flop. Kai Lin over pair and the nut flush draw. Top pair for George. Surprised he got involved in a 3-bet pot from Kai Lin without 4 working cards the way that he's been playing. Well, Leon's got a pair, a gut shot, backdoor clubs. Don't think he'll fold. I could be wrong. He doesn't want to fold. Danza called, turns to pair. A gut shot to go with his nut flush draw. He needs an 8, a 4, a heart or a queen. Danza now will know he's in front and probably bet pot, which is his whole stack. There it is. It's getting a snap call. 21k this pot now. Not sure what's taking so long. I don't put the graphs up. It's just coincidence as it happens. We were talking the other day that if it's possible for me to get a thing, but because they're doing the graphics live and we're on a half an hour delay, they just do it randomly at certain times, and just so happens when you ask for it, it comes up. There is a lineup confirmed for later. I'll be reading that out shortly. I'm just waiting for it to come through to me. It's going to look like a bit of a nit call, but I don't really know what he's waiting for. I guess if he thinks he's against the set, then the Jack of Hearts, King of Hearts are no good. The 8 and the 4's no good. So there's 3, 6, there's 8 extra outs that he might be losing, but still. And it is George Danza. No 5-card PLO. I can hear that crackling again. Not really sure what it is. I have asked the IT guy to come in and get it fixed. He's called. Try time. Do you want to run it twice? Card open, then I decide. I don't know why people want to know if you want to run it twice. Why don't you look at each other's hand and then decide? Gut shot, nut flush draw, and the over pair.
Same bank oder einmal auf Seite.
Correct. You need an 8, a 4, a queen, or a heart. Or an ace.
Okay,
Zweimas. They're running it twice. That means they'll have 2 rivers. They divide the pot in 2, and if you win one, you win half the pot. If you win both, you win the whole pot. First pot to George Danza on a free roll for the whole pot now. This pot, 21,000. And the river. The 9. Second pot for George Danza, wins the whole lot.
Wir gewinnen alles.
Du gewinnst alles?
Was?
Nicht so hoch.
to strudel.
Diese George keine Nummer.
My friend can't get poker.
Muss ich schon wieder immer. Ist das von dir jetzt? Das ist eine.
Du musst.
Okay, aber dann müsst. Ich möchte, dass du da diesen Secretary. Ich mache jedes Mal 12 Euro.
Zeig ihn noch einmal in die Kamera.
Jawohl.
Das sieht reinmachen.
Also ich bin kein Glückverderber, aber das ist immer du machst einen Druck, gibst einen psychologischen Druck auf mich aus.
Es ist ja jetzt nicht so, dass das für mich das beste Business aller Zeiten wäre. Der Flo, den Kilo.
Das ist richtig stark.
Service, please.
Wow. Oh, so viel geht aber nicht.
1850, da war ich noch nicht geboren, aber es bezahle ich. 1850.
Jetzt, wo der Herr Jagdmann drin ist.
Miss.
kann
Jetzt
auch
muss
jagen
er
gehen.
aufkommen.
Ach,
Ich jagen.
bisschen hat man, bisschen findet man.
Ende sind alle glücklich.
So, Überraschung. Bumm.
Schöner Flo.
Du kannst auch blind hingehen, wenn du willst. Das ist schon mal ein gutes Zeichen.
Jetzt kannst du Pott spielen, wir schmeißen alle wieder.
Ein gutes Zeichen.
Ich weiß nie was weg.
Das war ganz so lustig, die Spielklasse ist gegangen, als der Jan den Flop so rausgepfiffen hat und hat sich überrascht umgedreht.
Wow. 5.200. Ist das nix?
Ist das nix?
Euro bitte, Euro, nicht tschechische Kronen. Euro.
All in, inklusiv.
What a move.
Naja, ich habe mir nun extra committed, damit ich mir wegschmeißen kann.
Okay, showdown.
In Form.
You should say before. The showdown.
Einmal treffen.
Das war die letzte Karte.
Wir sind als Letzte rausgekommen.
Good move, Leute.
Und er hat ja als letztes
Ich habe die,
Du hast
die
doch
ganz
rechts
lange,
gesqueezed.
ja, ich hab die ganz lange nicht gesehen. Also 3, 4 ist ein oder 2.
Kann ich meine Freundin kurz anrufen?
Dann ist zweimal.
Sonst wäre es 4
Wie ist das überhaupt? Das ist mehr als ich.
11 ungefähr. 11, 2, 5.
Wahnsinn, wieder eine schöne Mannschaft.
This is a big pot. Set of tens for Langman. Nut flush draw for Yachman.
2000 mehr, einmal oder zweimal.
Hat auch gestern gewonnen. Zu klein
So, one time or two times? Yeah.
Maximum nur 10 Karten.
Just ask them. We think there's a player at the table that could have a mobile phone on. That's the interference noise. We have asked them to check. Well, Jan Peter has got it in. Needs runner for a straight or a spade. Can't be the 3 of spades.
Pike.
Instant service.
Pik 3.
There is a redraw. Needs to pair the board.
Keine normale.
Ja,
Keine Nummer.
29,400. It's not the biggest pot of the night.
Ich hätte einmal gemacht.
Okay, they've run it twice.
Can't lose, that's a good.
Oh, you made 2 times?
Yachman on a free roll. Oh, it's come another spade.
Noch ein Pike.
Still got
Zeig.
the pair the board option. Another spade.
Sehr gut.
He's only gone and won it twice. Jan Peter Yachman picking up just under 30,000 euros. And he's got a smile on his face. 20,000 called for.
Gentleman. Jan Peter, ja.
Campione del mondo.
Campione del mondo.
Good evening, OOLJ.
Perfekt committed am Flop.
Die Ass der Karte.
Das wollte ich aus. Und ich weiß, du spielst es natürlich ganz
Besser
anders.
hältst du eigentlich.
Check Race. Oder Fold, schon nicht Fold. Du foldest am Flop. Sofort. Spielst du.
Aber du hast recht. Seit gestern Abend.
Wie immer alles richtig gemacht.
Ja, dann muss ich aber reinstellen, oder? Das kann ich nicht mehr weg.
Yeah, Mookie, that's gotta hurt. Oh, 10k, not 20. We wanted action, we've got action.
Glück gehabt, dass ich nicht mehr Geld habe.
Danza, Kings double suited. Straddle in play, pumps it up. Leon, couple of big cards with the suited ace.
700 hast du gespielt.
Nein, ich nicht, ja.
Ach so. Jetzt muss ich kommen, oder?
Nein.
Aber jetzt 200 sind
Yeah, once he wins the first one, it's very tough to lose the second one. 6-5-5-3 for Jan Peter. He'll come along. There's the cashier with the famous clipboard to get autographs. Ten, Jack, 4, 2 diamonds. Leon, top pair, the nut flush draw. Over pair, top pair, and second nut flush draw for George. This could get messy. Leon will pump this up.
3 Piken kauft er.
No, just called. Knee hat with a mini wrap. He needs an 8 to an ace. That's not a diamond. The 3 of diamonds. Good night, George. God bless. Can't pass against Leon. Oh, he's checked. If he bets and gets raised, maybe he can fold. But if he checks and Leon bets, so tough to get away from when it's Leon. We saw Leon bet the river with a 7 high flush when he could just check to win the pot. Such a horrible spot for George. He knows it's Leon. You've got to play the player, the odds. He's just called. He'll check, reevaluate the river, but he's probably checking for Leon to put the money in. If it paired the board, it may have saved him. He's going to check. Leon's going to bet. And George is going to tank side call, I think. This could be the biggest pot so far if he calls. This is real money. Absolutely, it's real money. I can feel George's pain when you're in a game that's good and you see all the action that's happening around you. I mean, you have backdoor hearts as well, and you want to get involved, and you got kings double suited, you've got the second nuts, and you've got probably the most aggressive, loosest player at the table betting. It's one spot that you probably can't fold in. I think to near enough every other player at the table, he's going to fold. Leon now knows he's got probably the king flush. Let's see what he says. I agree, Tej, but this is it is George Danza. In this spot, you've just got to swallow. Did you call on the turn? Leon's never just going to give up. If he's got it, he's going to bet. If he hasn't got it, he's going to bet. Wow, he's folded. If Leon sees that, he'll go on tilt.
What?
Good call.
30 minutes.
I think George, he called on the turn to see if it paired up or if Leon slowed down, but he knows Leon doesn't slow down.
He's not in the straddle, in the lines.
You had flash?
He's not so good, I was thinking.
No, but it's
Should have bet less.
he paid for the fight.
Yeah,
He missed the hand. See,
I had what you don't want to see. How is that?
Then the fold was good. I'm not happy about losing the pot.
Hauchen, ne?
At
Ja,
least
immer.
the fold was good.
Pot verloren, Hauchen.
Ja, sowieso.
Das ist Leben, ne?
Ja.
Das ist gute Leben.
This is live.
Gut Leben.
7 race, 750. 8 fold.
Fold is bluff.
Okay, we do have a confirmed lineup for this evening. The buy-in is €20,000. The game, 50, 100, no limit hold'em with a 100 ante. There are 3 players on the waiting list for this game. Ismail Bojang, Mads and Jesper Haugaard. But so far for this evening, the lineup. Daniel Pidden, he was on the stream yesterday. SR, he was in the stream yesterday. Martin Cabril, Max Utergott, Jonas, Tobias, Leon confirmed for this evening's session as well. And Roman on the waiting list will be Igor. That game will kick off at about 9 p.m. Wow, Leon's just told him he had the nuts. George says I'd have had to call 5,000.
It was often you have flash, so you can take.
Well, there's no point dwelling on that. He should be happy. Leon told him he had the nuts. So he's on a bit of a free roll. Kaiser. Upstairs. 4, 5, 7, 9. No, nice flop for Jacks.
2,100.
And Leon, absolutely ruthless. When you check and a man bets pot on a 10 deuce deuce 2 diamond board, all of a sudden what looked like a good flop doesn't feel so good. Because if he's got it or he doesn't have it, he will carry on firing. He'll put you to the test. He's going to call one street and I hope Leon switches off or he can catch a jack. Maybe the Queen of Clubs or the 8 of Clubs would be a nice turn card. When he's picked up the nut flush draw. What will Leon do? He has checked. Lucky for Kaiser. 5 on the river. Leon, who had absolutely nothing, has now found trips. But it's come the 3rd diamond, so I'm pretty sure he'll just be happy to have found 5-5 and check. Then when Kaiser sees his hand, he's going to laugh.
Ja, 5. Das ist genug. Warte, Volleyball spielen. Banana spielen.
Banana.
Banana.
Banana call.
Mr. Kayin says, what did you raise the flop with bananas?
The Karte muss change. 5.
Check ist besser.
Now, when he checks the turn.
Er muss bluffen.
Das muss.
Er hat nichts.
Turn by
Ja, aber das ist Glück. Aber er muss bluffen.
Die Glück war check and turn.
Das ist Glück.
Oder 5 am River auch.
Ja, na, check and turn. Was gut.
Bin mir nicht sicher, was mehr Glück ist. Ja. Die 5 oder der Check.
Banana.
Beide.
Good afternoon, guys. Welcome if you've just joined us. We're at the King's Casino here in Rozadov. I'm Paul Zimbler, bringing you all the action in the commentary booth in English. If you want to listen in German, go to livestream.com/PokerRoomKings, where Jens Canossi is bringing all the action. We're playing 50, 100 PLO. And at 9 o'clock this evening, we have 50, 100 no limit hold'em with a 100 ante. You've asked for Leon. He's come, he's providing what you all want, which is action. He'll be in the game this evening, which is set to be fast and furious. We have got some goodie bags to give away. King's Casino goodie bags. T-shirts, hats, hoodies, card protectors, cards. All you got to do, take a guess what you think the biggest pot of the night will be. Just for the Omaha, this is. We've been running for about just under 2 hours. We've got a couple of hours left. So far, biggest pot, 30,600. Yeah, 50, 100 with a 100 ante. It's 10 to 6 in the evening here in Rozadov. And all you have to do to enter the competition is send me a tweet or a message, or just, I don't know how it works, Twitter. You can put it on Twitter and just add me in. At Paul Zimbler, Zimbler. One guess per person.
Baby re-race.
Just for you.
Baby cool.
Baby call.
You joke about the condoms. When I was doing marketing for Dusk Till Dawn years ago, that's what I had made. Dusk Till Dawn branded condoms, and they read, "I'm all in." It was a nice little gimmick. Gave those out in Monaco. It was 10 years ago exactly. Yeah, Mukia, I've got a little gift bag. It's not a full complete one, but I'll get you some stuff out. We had 2 winners yesterday. Sorry, 3 winners yesterday. Nobody guessed the first player to be felted. So Liv will be with us in the chat box later as well. Liv Barry. Any questions? Maybe we'll get her to sign a few bits and give those out as some prizes if anyone's interested. Toby, you've got to tweet me, I'm afraid. If everybody types it in the chat, I won't be able to write them all down, and I can't scroll back later and check them out. I was the king of marketing. I threw the best party in Monte Carlo. PokerStars, Ladbrokes, Party Poker, all the companies had their own parties. They had free limousines, taking players to and from, free alcohol. I ran a party where you had to pay for your alcohol. And let me tell you, all the other parties didn't take place in the end, and they all came to mine. Ross Boatman from the Hendon mob walked in. There was a huge magnum of champagne in a bowl. He opened it thinking it was decorational. The bar had left it out, and he opened it. They had a good laugh, didn't even charge us. What a night we did. They were the good days. Leon with Kings double suited.
I thought it was a good.
Biggest pot so far, 30,600. Jack 10-9-8 double suited for Florian Langman. One of the best starting hands you can get. He pumps it up to 1,000. And aces, 1 suit for George. Is it time to isolate? If he 3-bets, it eliminates the field. Langman will get it in. Leon's probably not folding. His spades, well, he doesn't have spades, Leon. He's got kings with 1 suit. Florian not folding. 3 ways to the flop with 3 legitimate good. 2 very good starting hands and 1 okay. I'm going to take the Jack 10-9-8, even though I see quite a few kings and queens out. I like those kind of hands myself. Not anymore. Throw the aces in the bin. The 5-7 is the straight. What a monster favourite George Danzer is. And they'll put him on aces. They'll put him on exactly what he's got, but he's got his backhand. In it goes. It says Danzer's got 13k now. Then he must have those 2 5k chips behind his stack. What's he going to do? Pretty sure he's betting it. Yeah, no, he doesn't have that much. It looks like about 8 or 9k.
Easy game.
Fold and a fold. He just picks
That's how you do
up the readies.
Pass is good, yeah.
Rassenclub.
Genau so wird es dir beim Coaching sagen.
Thank you very much, Mookie. I just try to have fun,
Flop viel reinbringst.
entertain you guys.
Ohne Risiko.
It's not so easy to talk for 9 hours straight by yourself.
Dann nach dem Flop.
My missus manages to do it all day, every day. Don't know how she does that. But I love watching these games.
Jan, you have the unique book. You have it. You didn't.
One go.
Hello, Norox. How we doing? Where are you from? What's your name and where'd you come from?
It's fun. There's some action.
Action. Yeah.
Seven, 600.
Non-Orox. Okay, so many cards on the screen, my eyes have gone funny. That interference you can hear, it's coming from the main table, unfortunately. I have sent a message to the floor to ask them to remove all electronics. They do confirm, they take phones off the players before they sit down.
Only 7 players, button.
The Celebrity Cash Kings is normally every 3 months. Just before Monaco, just before Barcelona, during the WPT festival in Prague, at the Corinthia Hotel. Yeah, it depends. Leon invites them out. Depends what's going on. Obviously, they all get together from here and go to the main events. Super high rollers. There are regularly high-stakes games happening in the casino, but usually they're like 25, 50, maybe 50, yeah, very rarely 50, 100. Most of the games, I think, are 25, 50. Things could have changed. From Japan, somewhere I've always loved to go. Well, Langman has got the straight.
Not too much. 11.
45 total.
3 pairs for Yachman. Backdoor hearts. Diamonds for Leon. And nothing for Kaiser. Yeah, well, just keep it friendly-ish, please, if you do. The No Limit Hold'em game's going to run for between 4 and 5 hours tonight. Sponge, good evening. Boom! There it is. Leon, near enough with a check mark. Yachman can hit a 5, an ace, or a deuce. We can see at least 1 5 passed already. So there's 2 5s, 2 aces. Sorry, there's 1 5, 2 aces, 2 deuces, 3 4s. Leon fires out 6,000. Now the pot was 24, so it's a quarter pot. Unless he bet pot and it was 16 and the graphics heard 6. Now he's got Florian behind him. Solid. Keep the money. Leon. They want a rabbit hunt. Is it okay? Put an ace there. Oi. Why you want to see the river? Only can put you on tilt if it comes. What's the point? If you watch at home, my only advice, if you want to see the river, put your money in. If you don't put your money in, why put yourself through the pain if it comes? You'll only be thinking about it afterwards, and then it will make you call the next time. There you are, Jan Peter Yachman. He's up 20k. The night is young.
Aber ich kann ja nicht mit Blockern
We
zahlen.
played the blocker, but then someone was faster on the turn.
Das wäre jetzt aber trotzdem, dass das F100, wenn du hast immer noch eine possible Nutzblocker wäre, das hat mich echt gewundert, weil du das wegschmeißt sofort F100. Es kann ja mal sein, dass Leon mit einem König auf die Idee kommt, aber
Da kommt Karo und
Du
Jascha,
schmeißt
wo ist
so-
der Button?
du schmeißt so voll. Ja, ich hatte aber.
Wo ist der Button?
Ich habe vorige Folie,
Du
Nasenbild.
bist dran.
Ja.
Ist automatisch drin.
Ja, ja.
Also haben sie ja gesagt.
I was hoping that you don't make all in.
Euro 200,
No, I could it. But I don't think you go out with a nut flush draw if you have it.
I didn't have nut.
Okay.
I had a second nut. Queen. Queen. Well, probably for TV I would have to call it. It would be strange if I would call it.
Drei Spieler. Manche. Ubert 1600. Der
Nut flush draw for Kaiser. 2 pair and an overpair for Georgie. Turn is the 8 of hearts. Kaiser knows George is solid.
2 bet 4000.
But he doesn't care. He doesn't want to have to check call. So instead he's going to lead out.
Vielleicht noch Extras. Pick wäre gut gewesen, glaube ich.
Ich hatte tatsächlich 2 Tage gefloppt.
Strudel.
Euro 200.
Restrat.
Nein.
Aber ich wäre 1100 nehmen. Meinst du?
3 Reihe 750. Fünf Goal.
Not much to get.
Kann man darüber nachdenken, ob ich da über 5% oder 6% oder so. Ich glaube, wahrscheinlich hätte es mit einer einen Flush gehabt.
Ich hätte aber vorige Folie.
3300.
Ja, ja, aber
Jetzt nur noch gegen ihn, das habe ich gewundert. Also diese bevorzugte Taktik, ne?
Sollen wir gehen?
als die Karte kam, wusste ich schon, dass ich verloren habe. So klar, da
Damen, König.
Kings, Jack, double 9-8, double suited.
Du hast eine Straße gefunden.
Langman with a bottom end, top end, double suited. Kaiser with air. A knee hat with, well, what looks like an okay hand, but probably not so great
Chancen auf den Kakao.
in a 3-bet
Der hätte
pot
zu wahrscheinlich gewonnen.
with action behind you. But he's here to gamble.
Wenn das erste Karo nicht kommt, dann kommt das zweite Karo auch nicht.
Gut, als die Spiele gewesen waren.
Na gut, da komme ich nicht mehr raus.
3 All-In.
All in.
11.
All in announced. Kai Lin. This is going to be the biggest pot of the night so far.
3850.
Marinovic.
How we doing, FSX?
Ja, schön, auf jeden Fall.
You've joined us at a good time. The action has been fast, furious, and ruthless. Leon crushing. But let me tell you, the night is young. We know he's capable to win 100k or to lose 100k.
Eine schöne Foto.
4 Spieler.
Hold on a sec. What's happened here?
Sonst Kassaproblem.
How many callers? 30,200 in the middle so far. Looks like top set for Kai Lin, and he's got no money in front of him. Leon with an overpair, top pair, and the nut flush draw. Langman is all in as well. Doesn't have much. Nihat with a 10 high flush draw is going to lose a big side pot.
Showdown, 4 times.
Oh, 3 or 4.
Keine Chance, ich habe keine Chance.
Okay, so I think they've agreed to run the side pot more than once.
Das kenne normal.
Ja, ich Straße.
Look at these percentages.
Straße, Flash.
Meanwhile, Langman needs to find an offsuit deuce.
Du hast größere...
Ja, ich hab Nutflash.
Gibt's keine Flasche.
Ach, kenne ich bin ganz tot.
This pot was 30.
Geht immer.
Ja, du kriegst immerhin noch Sidepot.
Quattro. Jetzt kommt Quattro.
I think it's a 36,000 or something. Here we go.
Ja, Quattro.
35.5. That's the pot.
Quattro.
2 gewinne ich, ne?
And he had only had 2,500 left. Ace of spades.
Quattro.
Still needs a deuce.
Was haben wir heute?
He now can win with an ace, a 3, or a deuce. Oh, it's a 3!
einmal Nutz.
But it's no good because 9s take the main pot.
Neun, Natze.
Leon and Nihat had a side pot, and Leon will win
Verloren.
the side pot with kings.
Einmal muss gewinnen.
Schade ihn, nur 3.000.
35,500.
Ich auch nochmal 10.
Das stimmt, das stimmt.
Forgot that the 9s were out there when I said he could win with a 3. An ace or a deuce it was. Chips, please. Florian not having a good day at the moment. 43 hands in.
Lucky 9, ja.
Ich will auch nochmal 10 nehmen, bitte.
Nein, nein.
There's over 160,000 on the table at the moment.
100. Ist es noch Runde Strudel? Ja, ja. Ist so.
Straddle's on. Florian loads up another 10. He's in for 40. Surprised he's only going 10 at a time. There may be trouble ahead.
Die Könige haben einen Sidepot gewonnen.
5k back in the side pot, so near it. 57. Yeah, well, no, he lost about 5k in the coup.
Trotzdem Plus gewonnen.
Jan Peter Yachman. Not in love with this call. There's no need really for him to gamble there. Leon's raised. He was worried earlier that Kaiser was going to isolate and has been isolating quite a lot. There you go, he's got away with it. It's never going to have a good flop unless you catch a jack. And if it comes a jack with another paint card, it's... Yeah, anyway, that's Omaha. Leon, so far we see top pair, could be with a flush draw.
Hattest du die 3?
Nicht. There's not much out there. Pretty sure he's just going to take this down.
Nicht so eine Überraschung.
If you have just joined us, we are on the final day of Celebrity Cash Kings here at the Kings Casino Rozadov. We are playing 50, 100 PLO. Most of the time, I'll be honest, it's 50, 100, 200. Occasionally, it's 51, 2, 4 with the straddles. We're going to play till about 8 o'clock this evening. They're then going to continue into the night, except for the players that are coming back to play the evening session. It's No Limit Hold'em, a €20,000 buy-in. 50, 100 the blinds with a €100 running ante. That will spice the action up. Queen 9 for Leon. Gets there on the river. So I ask you, does that make him a good person or a bad, or a clever person or a bad person? Get the money, honey. Hand 44. Oh, well, at least we're getting some speed in. We've been playing for 2 hours now, so that's pretty good going to get over 20 hands an hour in the Omaha. Nice little hand for Georgie on the straddle. Leon boots, 1 suit. An okay starting hand for our man Jan Peter. Danza calls. Kai Lin will now call to close the action. 4 ways to the flop. Kind of a Queen Jack 6 board would be good. Ace 8 5 2 diamonds. Top set for Leon. A pair. Second nut flush draw for Jan Peter. Leon's got the bare ace. 5 and Danzo's with the up and down. 1500 will get called by Jan Peter. It doesn't really need to raise here. Probably call as well. It is just an up and down. It's got 6 outs. A 9 or a 4 that's not a diamond. He's giving it up for 1500. Surprised about that. It's a fairly decent-ish spot to get in quite cheap to win a nice pot. 10 of diamonds. Jan Peter Yachman. Second nuts. Will Leon try and represent the ace? No, he's happy to check. But he's definitely check calling. Now, if Jan checks here, he's getting paid on the river. Leon's just going to lead the river, I'm pretty sure, or check call. If he bets here, we know he's getting called, but we don't know what happens on the river. He's opted to check. Looks like a 9. Leon checks. He's going to check call. Now, Jan Peter Yachman's got a bet here, and bet. Of course, Leon knows he doesn't have the ace flush. This doesn't sound like a big bet. 3.5k. You can't fold. Sees the bad news.
Actually, I was afraid if I bet the turn that you bluff me with the ace hands.
I had ace.
Yeah, and did you bluff me? Would you bluff me with the ace in the turn?
No.
This is.
I wouldn't bluff you. I think he's telling lies. It's all lies. They're not even square.
I have to pay.
Would be a good possibility to re-raise me, so that's why.
Yeah, second time.
That's why I was afraid in the turn. On the river, okay.
Don't educate him what to do next time.
There was nothing to be afraid.
Just say unlucky. Take the money. Keep
I
quiet.
raise you bet high.
Kai Lin straddled. Well, yesterday he wasn't interested in straddling. Today he doesn't care. Jan Peter. 3 working cards with a suited ace.
Putty.
Kai Lin, aces. 1 suit, Queen Jack. Punish the limpers. But unfortunately, you've got to realise these limpers don't fold. 1 calls, the other calls, the other one's priced in, and George folds. That's standard. We see it every hand. But it is a pot builder.
Specific flop.
4 players, just over 5k in the middle. We need a 5-6 ace board. There's the 6. King 6-3. Bottom set for Leon. What else? Not much out there. Overpair for Kai Lin. Leon checks. Complete rainbow board. 10. Now Kai Lin has a complete wrap. Any card from an ace to a 9. It's a rainbow board, so it can be any suit, any ace, any queen, any jack, any 9. Leon with a set. 6, 7, 8, 9 for Jan Peter. So he needs any 7, 8 or 9. So he thinks the 9 is no good for him. The bet, 3,000. Pretty sure he's going to call 3,000. It was raised by Kai Limpri. Everybody check the flop.
Der hat da 5000 drin, Jan. Für die Mathematik. Deshalb sagst du ja.
4 players for 1,000.
Kaiser's folding. Kai Lin, will he? He's not a raising kind of player. I'm pretty sure he's just going to call.
What's that?
Because he didn't angry. I'm not angry.
Sei campione del mondo.
He's not thinking about folding, is he? No. Okay, I thought he was about to pick his cards up and fold.
Passiert nicht mehr zum Glück.
They straddle before looking at the cards.
Mr. Yen, Kailin
Have to straddle before the cards are out. Okay, 14k in the middle. The river. It's an 8. A date with an 8. Jan Peter Jachman, absolutely golden in this coup. Check. Jan Peter, 14,000. How much is he going to bet? I reckon he goes for about 8.5.
8,500.
8,000 sounds like 8. 8,500. I watch this man too much. Read him like a book. Horrible, horrible for Kai Lin.
8,500.
I don't know what he's thinking about. You can't call. You got one pair, my friend. I know the board's not so bad. I mean, you can't see this straight, really. But still, you one pair is not a winning hand. And Leon's going to call. Jan. What? Oh, he just shows the king. Wow, Leon's folded a set on a king 10, 8, 6, 3 rainbow board.
Meinst du, ich bluff jetzt?
Incredible.
Ich werde Familienvater jetzt. Ich kann nicht bluffen, das ist teuer.
I had a feeling Jan was going to win today. I said, I got a good feeling you're going to win big today. You're going to take gambles and you're going to get there. I wasn't wrong. But it is still early. Leon has folded a set of 3s.
Leon gefährlich.
Selber schuld auf jeden Fall.
Leon gefährlich, Jan.
I'm still in shock.
Leon gefährlich, Jan, selber Glück.
I guess he knows Jan's not going to be bluffing there.
Ja, so ist es.
I mean, Jan Peter would probably bet king 10 there.
Two time against you set. 2 time against you set. One I paid because I had the highest set and now I had the lowest set.
Double shadow. Call.
Lernen. Es macht dich nicht arm.
Wow, Jan Peter can't believe he's just folded a set.
Original 227.
Junger
Yeah, Leon's feeling pretty good about himself.
Ich brauche das Geld, weißt du.
Oh, Thomas gefährlich.
I agree, Giuseppe. I absolutely agree. That is exactly what will happen. There is much more chance of a big pot because Ronnie Kaiser's sitting deep. He'll also pull up more. The more Jan Peter gets, the more Leon pulls up, the more Ronnie will pull up. We could see a 150k pot. It's possible. Well, Niat has moved in. Ace, Jack, 10, 3 double suited. Getting called for sure by Jachman. Oh, he's decided not to gamble. Jack 9, 7, 7. Kaiser, not got a bad hand if he wants to punt. There are players behind. Langman with the queens should fold. Thomas Bichon. Well, he's only got 2,700. If that is the case, and he's already opened, he's not folding. Let's see what Leon does. Does he gamble? Well, we got a big pop. Kaiser decided to gamble. That's going to get Leon involved. We have action. So 9, 6, 9, 18, 27, 28, 34. I think we're at 34k.
It's 8.7 side, the rest in the middle.
3 bet. Leon calls. Nihat's all in for 94. Leon has called. Kaiser's called.
It's 8.7.
It's 27. That's 28,000 in the main. 28, 29, 34 plus what was in there before. About 36,000. So the pot size at the top of the screen is wrong. They haven't put Leon's 6,000 in. 36,000. 35-8 in the middle. Still betting on the side. Ace, Queen, 3. Somebody folded pocket queens, but it was the right fold. I think it was Florian. No one with spades. Wow. Pair for Leon. And 8. This is unreal. Flush draw now for Nihat. 10. 2 pair for Nihat. But Thomas Bichon. Ace, Queen, top 2 pair. There is a side pot.
I have an 8, but I think we have no side. We need
Tens.
to beat ace 10.
Leon just has 6s.
It's ace 10 from him. We have no side.
Ace 10 for the side pot is a winner. Not much in the side pot. I think it's about 6. Actually, I think it's about 9k in the side pot.
Congratulations, Thomas.
No, Nihat wins the side pot, sorry. 2 pair, 10s and 3s. Aces and 10s even. What's wrong with my brain? Sorry, aces and 10s. That is true. It's stick 'em in and pray. Let's have a spin. Jan Peter Jachman, the big winner at the moment. Florian, the big loser right now. Ronnie Kaiser, still sitting deep. Looks like he might even pull up some more. He's down 20k. Nihat, bit of a lifeline, but doing 20,000. And Thomas Bichon and George Danza, the other decent winners. Still early. That was the biggest pot so far. 35,800 euros.
Ober, unten? Hallo?
Dann habe ich Straße oben und unten habe ich alles gehabt.
Und Hallo?
Alles und nothing. Everything and nothing. Ich war Vierter von 4. Ich war Vierter von 4.
I needed the backdoor 8. 8-8. That was my only chance. Das ist so.
3 Pair habe ich gewonnen. Und sind nicht so gut.
10.000 anzusehen, das war keine Chance.
Wenn Karo kommt, oder König, oder Neuner, gewinne ich.
Check break.
Top set. The bottom set. Top set and a gut shot. Bottom set for Leon. Over pair and a gut shot for Kaiser. He's not folding for 600 euros. Kai Lin will now announce pot.
Where's spot?
It is rake free, but under the new laws, apparently they're not allowed to do anything for free, so they have to pay a nominal fee or an hourly fee to play. Not sure what the situation is or what that is, but it was in discussion yesterday because players are no longer allowed to receive
You wanted to
anything for free under the law.
Nee, I was joking. I re-raised you. I put 4,000.
So, as we thought, he did raise pot. Leon's called. He doesn't know it. He's drawing very thin. Needs to catch a 3.
Only.
Kaiser would have had... wouldn't have picked up a flush draw. Kylin now with a set and a flush draw. For Kylin to be check raising pot and moving all in, if he can fold set to Jan Peter, he's folding a set here. Oh no, 3,000. Okay, he's not folding for 3,000. It's just principle that he won't fold for 3,000. A 3 and only a 3.
Reading on fresh job.
Drawing near enough dead.
One more, Peter. Drei. Letzte, noch nicht mit der Hoden drei.
Pass auf. Wenn ich mache jetzt zweimal und kommt der 3, ich schlafe in einem Monat nicht. Verstehst du? Dann kommt ihr so.
I think he's saying when it comes to 3, don't get upset.
Okay.
He's asked for a 3 for Kylin, just asked him for a 3. He says, I think if it comes to 3, I'll give you some money back.
Okay.
Kylin improves to the flush.
Diese Dame hübsche.
Good dealer, I think he said.
Very good.
I don't speak German, but I'm pretty sure that's what he was saying. Good, you're a very good dealer.
kümmert sich die Damen hübsch.
Keine normal, aber
No, all games aren't rake free. The rake here is 5% capped, I believe, at 20 euros.
Nein.
The higher stakes game, they may be taking hourly charge. But certainly the kind of 2-5, 5-5, 2-2, 1-2, 1-3 games are raked. 5% capped at 20. Yeah, it's not really a lottery, but
6 after 9 is good.
Checkpot.
Gut probiert, Nina.
Three times.
I hear it.
Always.
Guter Versuch, Freund.
Wie kann ich auf diese Karte zahlen? Ich habe 4 gleiche in der Hand.
4 gleiche.
4 gleiche in der
kann
Hand.
man gut bluffen. Das ist viel gleich ist gut. Locker.
Good afternoon to all the guys at Poker Ground TV.
Viel gleich ist super. Muss halt nur das Flop irgendwie passen.
If you've just joined us on Poker Grounds Twitch, you've been missing the action. It's been unbelievable so far. Plenty of 20, 30,000 euro pots. Biggest pot so far. Look at this. Leon. Golden. 35,800, the biggest pot so far. Second biggest pot, 35,500. The game is just warming up. Overpair and a deuce for Leon. An overpair for Langman. He won't get involved. The 5 with a gut shot for Kaiser will call the 1600. Langman gets out the way. Thomas Bichon folds. These two are heads up. Ace of hearts.
It's okay for the moment.
It's going to slow the action down a bit. Or should I say, it should slow the action down a bit. Now, Kaiser knows that Leon bets. And when he's checked and shown his hand, it's because he didn't like a turn. Problem is, if you bet here and he's bet the flop, if he's got a bluff, he's just going to fold. But if he's got a hand, he's going to call. So you're going to have to bet turn. And if you don't improve, have to bluff river. Some players opt to maybe bet half the pot here to keep the pot a little bit smaller so their river bluff doesn't have to be so big. Kaiser opted for 4,400. The river is a 9. Leon just improves. Can he find a check? He will probably assume that Kaiser maybe has ace deuce and could just lead out for pot. He's checked. I love it. This man's been getting lessons. I'm sure of it. If he's got ace deuce, he's going to bet the river. So why bet it into him? If he's got a flush, he probably could check behind. But if he's got air or aces, he didn't want to get raised maybe. But this is just, I love this check. Thanks, Heinz. He's pulled the trigger. Incoming. Well, he may not raise. I mean, what's he going to get called by? He's just going to call. I mean, you're losing to aces. You're losing to one hand. There was no isolation pre. But if you raise here, I mean, even ace deuce is going to fold. He's called. 36,600 is now the biggest pot of the night. Well played, Leon. That's all I can say. Absolutely perfect. He wants to see his hand. He just mucked. He said, did you have a flush draw? Leon. The Kings of Leon. What? A year ago, Leon bets this river. Gets a fold. A year later, he checks and gets 10,600 from his opponent. Pure bonus money.
I don't know, without 9. Any pair.
I think that's my brother that just typed that in the chat box. Cheers, mate. I'm only joking. Heinzel Webb, sounds like you're German. Are you German, sir? We have quite a few Germans in the English chat box. There is a German stream. I know a few of you prefer to come on here, but if you do want to listen in German, livestream.com/Poker Room Kings. Well, Leon's decided he'll give someone else a chance to win this one. And Danza's 3 has raised it up. There's a 200, 400 double straddle. Danza, can't believe the respect he's got. Five, 9. Can Danza just make a little €2,000 bet and steal the 3,300? Yeah, 1,200 even. That's it. Minimal risk to win maximum. Pure professional. Butt trumpet. Good afternoon. Max Altergott gives him some advice, I think. Can't go wrong with that. He was in the booth with us yesterday for a couple of minutes. Liv Barry coming in this evening. She's going to be joining us for some commentary in the 50-100 with a €100 ante game starting at 9 p.m. Not too late to win yourself some King's goodies. Got a goodie bag for somebody that can guess the biggest pot of the Omaha session. Got to send me a tweet at Paul Zimbler. One guess per player or per person. And hoodies, t-shirts, hats, cards, card protectors, all sorts of stuff to give away. It's free to enter. So far, the biggest pot, 36,600. I guessed 65,000 myself. Yeah, there is Hold'em tonight, and it's going to be a beautiful game. Leon is playing as well. A 100 ante. So every hand, each player's got to put 100 euros in the middle. Then you still have the blinds, 50, 100. It's very rare to see a 50-100 game with 100 ante. Usually it'll be 25 ante, but they don't want to get the 25s out. They said, let's make it 100 ante. So at a full table, it's 950 euros a round. You cannot afford to sit there and be a nit. This will create action by itself. The game's full. There's players on the list. 20,000 euros, the min sit down. That's going to kick off at 9 o'clock. Just typed it in for you so it's easier. Paul Zimbler, Zimbler. Tweet away. I did try and unlock my account. Somebody did it for me because I wasn't allowed to receive messages from people I wasn't following or followed me or however it works. And somehow it hasn't unlocked. But I'll open it up. There you go. Daniel, I'll accept that. And we can crack on. Max.
法怎么样？今天的牛排怎么样？今天是medium的，不是medium的啊？慢慢来。
Well, I'm glad we could have English and German for you. Pick and choose. Well, there's a couple of nice little hands here. 9-8-6-5 for Langman, double suited. Kaiser! The Cowboys, one suit. Some form of one gappers. Well, the bit of a wrap there. An 8 to an ace. For Kaiser on a rainbow board, he will definitely be leading 2,000. That's going to be the end of that.
Ronny Böse. Ronny Böse, jeder kommt jetzt.
Ronny Böse?
Ronny Böse.
Ronny Böse.
Ganz normal.
Einzige hier ganz normal.
Ja.
Genau.
Ja,
In
normal.
alte Schule.
Alter normal, oder?
Alte Schule.
Alte Schule.
Alte Schule, ja.
Ja. Wie gesagt.
Three 2,700.
2,700. 3-bet. Langman. Well, basically what he's doing is trying to build a pot to find some form of flop and get it in. Max value. He knows that once Leon calls, Kaiser's calling.
Jetzt nicht unter die Straße.
Just under 9k in the middle. Couple of ladies. Langman's flopped good. Flush draw for Leon. Flush draw for Kaiser. It's good news for Langman. They've got blockers for each other. Well, Langman only has 4.5k and he's led out for 2. Kaiser now deciding whether to call the 2, whether to re-raise and try and get rid of Leon, and for the extra 2k, just go heads up. Be a bad move. Big good move, but a bad move because it's against Leon. And we can see Leon's only got a king-high flush draw. So if he thinks Leon's cool with the draw, king-high, the 9-high flush draw, probably no good. Well, the other bits... Oh, Leon has hit the flush. He's got to find... Where's his cards gone? I think he had Queen, Jack, Ace, 5. Oh, he's hit the full house. Queen, 5, drawing dead.
Das ist die einzige Chance.
I believe. Yes, he did have a 5. Okay, graphics are back. King on the river. No help.
Told you, so many freaks here, Leo.
Keine normal.
Well, Florian will be very grateful to win that pot. He's in for 40,000. If he'd have lost that, it would be a long way back at 10,000 a buy-in. But he got 16k there.
Good for the show.
I like Jan Peter Yachman. I think he's a lovely fella. He understands the game. He knows that he gambles in bad spots. We spoke about it this morning at breakfast or lunch, whatever you want to call it, at 3 o'clock. He knows he's gambling in situations, and he knows he's gambling maybe bad, but he knows the game. He understands the game. He just wants to have a good time.
That one I could hit. Only one out.
He is the PLO 10k WSOP champion from a few years ago. That doesn't make him a good player or a bad player, but he does love the game. Knows where he is, knows what he's doing. Looks a bit fishy sometimes, but that's just because he's a gambler, in the gambling mood. And you need that in the game. If they all played like George, we wouldn't be watching. You've got to mix it up. Few of each style.
Kinderzimmer. Da muss gespielt werden.
So I guess you pass Yin, right?
Yin is all in.
Depends what stakes I play. Depends if I play like that. If I'm messing around in a 1-1 game or something, yeah, we'll have some fun with the boys. We'll be the one being aggressive and putting the pressure on and gambling, because it doesn't matter. Okay, these two guys are all in. Niat 8-7-6-5 double suited, beautiful hand. King Jack Jack 9, so his hearts are crushed. Leon and Nihat Nothing like sticking in 8k pre-flop for fun. It's 80 bigs pre-flop. Bing, bing, bing. Let's see the flop. Diamond, diamond, 6. What a great flop for Nihat.
That's a good flop for the thriller.
And he's 7, 5, 8. Diamond will kill it. Queen on the turn. Not good. Jack's now in front. Big favourite. Got a fade. A 6 or a diamond. It's a diamond and Nihat doubles up.
That's what I'm talking about.
Spielt er noch, der Blau?
Kind of don't want to watch the Holden this evening, but there is 100 ante, so that should make that action fast and furious too. That's going to be happening at 9 o'clock. We've got roughly an hour and a bit left here. Then we're going to take an hour's break. And then we will be back. 50, 100 euro, no limit Holden. 100 euro ante. Livbury will be in the chat box with us. See if we can get the webcam going on. I'll probably have to get dressed and do my hair then. Just in case no one wants to see that. Yachman and Langman are going to go to war, and Kai Lin will definitely be joining in. 8876 and a suit. Jan Peter Yachman calls. I'd say this is a small pot. It feels like a small pot. There's only 3,300 in the middle. Top set for Kai Lin with a gut shot. No, it doesn't have the gut shot. Don't know what I'm talking about. Heart and an overpair. Well, completes the house. Now, he's got a 6 in his hand too, so there's less chance of anyone else having anything. So I like the fact he checked. He could get Langman to make a bet with queens. There's 2 draws out there, clubs and hearts. They're all near enough drawing dead. Well, Leon is definitely drawing dead. You can't blame Florian here for making a small bet. Kai Lin and Leon and Yachman, who, well, Leon and Yachman, are, they like to bet. Generally, they've checked twice. Oh, he hasn't raised, has he? Tell me he didn't raise. Why? How can you raise this? You check to check raise. Just check call. Check river. What do you think you're going to get paid by? Think about the scenario. He's going to give it the old tank like he has something. And in the bin.
Selber schön. Ja, weißt schon. Ja, turn 6.
You've got 8s. You've got the 6. There's 1 6 left in the deck. You've got a man to bet into you that's doing in for 40k. If you call, you could find Leon call with a flush draw behind that would have checked a flush draw on a paired board. Yachman would have called 2,000 maybe with a flush draw. There was 2 flush draws out there. On the river, you can check again or even make a lead. But to check raise that turn, I don't advise it to you guys at home. You lose a lot. You lose your value. Could be called by a 6. Who's going to call a 6? Langman? He's going to call on the river then anyway, so it's irrelevant. You need the flush draws to call too. 2 players that normally bet have checked twice. If Leo's got any draw for 2,000, he can't pass. Everybody plays different. That's poker. Leon, 1 pair, up and down. 2 pair for Kaiser. There is only 1 6 left in that deck. I'm not talking about here. Here comes the 6. Thomas Bichon now picks up a gut shot to go with a no flush draw, so he can catch a king, a queen, or a 7. I believe those are his outs. A Kaiser's still in though. Where's the other hand gone? Okay, the graphics messed up there a bit, sorry. Two pair against 2 pair and an up and down. Leon calls. Kaiser's sitting deep. Says he's all in, but he's not. 5 pairs the board. Leon with the check mark. Check. Don't think Kaiser's going to try his luck again. Unless he thinks Leon's going to call him with like ace-king. Has he got showdown? Does he want to get value? Yeah, 1/3 of the pot. Leon doesn't like the river. Little does he know. He shows 8s and 6s. Ronnie Kaiser. Those green chips you see at the front of his stack, they're 5,000 euros a piece. The yellow chips are 1,000 euros each. The pink stroke purple chips, 500 euros. The white chips are 100 and the blue chips 50. Jan Peter 200. Has Ronnie Kaiser made it 4? I believe he has. The straddle and the double straddle are on. All we need now is Leon sitting where Langman is, and we'd be having 800 straddles. Well, this could be pumped up. No. Well, Jan Peter folded for 200. King Jack 6-4 with the suit. Well, the nut straight for Langman. $600. No, he was trying to get Leon to call him with a king and an ace, probably. If you're talking about the hand where Ronnie Kaiser bet the river with kings and eights. Very cool, calm and collective. That is for sure. Strudel on action. Florian.
I didn't sign. When I gave you the money before. I gave you the money. I didn't sign up for my account.
Nee, das ist der andere. Das ist der andere, die spielen ganz oft zusammen. Der andere ist der Louis. Die nennen ihn, glaube ich, Louis oder irgendwas. Louis heißt der, genau.
Had 4 guesses for the biggest pot, all within 100 euros of each other. Interesting. Mr. Bond.
Gespräch, ob wir so richtig aufgehauen haben. Wenn das der Geschichte ist. Ich habe ihn gesperrt, ne?
Ja, natürlich.
Ja.
Aber du,
Also,
George,
wir
das ist
die Release.
wir spielen auch auf Cash Game
Ich
gegen.
glaube, das soll aber ein Cash-Game gewesen sein, nicht beim Turnier.
Nein, das war beim Turnier.
Ja, da habe ich das dann.
Und der Dealer hat eine falscherweise gemacht.
Okay.
Der Dealer will
Nie
seine
vergessen.
Hand nehmen, falscherweise, und er will nur seine Hand sichern sozusagen und greift halt so schnell nach, so
damit die
drauf.
Hand brechen kann.
Aber eine gute Hand gehabt, ne?
Der hat ihn halt genau irgendwo am Knochen erwischt. Die haben es ja auch die Kameras angeschaut und so. Es war eindeutig nicht seine Schuld, aber dann haben sie gesagt, er soll sich entschuldigen und so weiter und so fort. Und der Lou, der
Jetzt nicht mehr schuldig.
naja, beim Dealer schon, aber nicht bei der World Series. Bei den Offiziellen und so. Und da war halt große Aufregung und jetzt ist er auf Lebenszeit erstmal gesperrt.
Erstmal auf Lebenszeit.
Ja, erstmal auf Lebenszeit.
Mal gucken, wie es im nächsten
gesperrt.
Leben ist.
Und, aber ich spiele halt jeden Tag Cash Game mit Alter. Und
Good flop.
dann haben wir so ein Ding, wenn egal in welcher Situation, wenn irgendwer Back-to-Back sagt, und wenn einer Never Come Back sofort drauf sagt, ja, bekommt er von jedem $200. Egal was kommt.
Besser als wie Tini.
Und dann
Back to back, never come back.
ja, weil ab und zu die Amis, die sagen das ja so, ja. Hast du nicht gesehen, gestern beim Baseball-Game hat er wieder Back-to-Back Home Runs gespielt. Und immer wenn sowas war, hat halt einer von uns sagen müssen, never come back, und hat von jedem 200 bekommen.
Besser als Tini.
Und er war jedes Mal mega interessiert. So im Schnitt ist es einmal pro Tag passiert. Ich habe
das
6
klingt
Tage
sogar geärgert,
gespielt und er war halt immer mega still.
Tini hat
Es ist halt nicht so ein gutes Gefühl, wenn du auf Lebenszeit von der World Series gesperrt bist, wo du 2 Bracelets back-to-back gewonnen hast und jetzt darfst du nie mehr mitspielen.
Das ist auf eigener Schuld.
Selber schuld, sagen wir ja.
Tini war ja auch in der Bubble. Da haben wir es Main Event. Mit den Aces hatten sie die Karten umbringen wollten. Da waren sie dann echt mega. Ist dann gebastelt ohne Schultern. Da gab es aber auch schon andere Entscheidungen.
Bugatti time. Just seeing your name, too funny.
Baumann war das also so entschieden.
I know, but he's a solid. It's just still for me. It's a bad raise. Somebody hits a 2-outer, they hit a 2-outer. I'll play the math all day long. When I got 2 calling stations behind me that will call for flushes on paired boards. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, somebody asked if Leon has folded a hand pre-flop. I can confirm he's folded 3.
In der Bubble Aces wird man meinen, dass man die Hand ein bisschen besser protected.
New dealer. We are into the last hour. Biggest pot so far, 36,600. 5 minutes left to get your entries in. We do close the competition an hour before the game ends. Otherwise, you can just tweet us on the last 3 hands. Makes no sense. So it's at Paul Zimbler, and you win yourself a King's goodie bag. Hoodies, T-shirts, hats, cards, card protectors, the whole shebang. Comes in a King's bag. It's like a little beach bag. It's quite cool.
Ich check zu ihm. Am Rüber. Und der checkt behind. Und als er realisiert, dass er behind gecheckt hat, sagt er,
So, get your guesses in. This is the penultimate session. We'll play for an hour. We'll take an hour's dinner break. We're back. No limit hold'em this evening. 50, 100 euros. The blind, a 100 euro ante. Unheard of. Insane, I hear you say. Action is what it guarantees.
hat erzählt, dass dem Sonsus damals. Ich hatte kurz, der andere hatte Topf, der wirklich hassen war und der hat behind gecheckt am Rüber. Da habe ich gedacht, dass ich komme.
Langman with the kings. Leon flops the nuts. 2 pair for Langman. He's going to pay him. You've got to bet this now. He will bet. Leon doesn't mess about. Pot's 2,900. Might bet 2k. Might bet the whole pot. Langman. I bet 1,500. Okay, so Langman has bet the 1500. And Leon's raised. Langman will probably fold. You're doing 40k, you've got 12k left. You've led out, and Leon's raised you. 8-5, no good. Got the Bear King of Diamonds. Not mad about a lead, but he wanted to find out where he was and have a stab. That's understandable. But if you get raised, ITB in the bin. Leon will probably proudly show. Nope. He's been getting lessons again. Leon's VPIP has just gone down to 98%.
Stinkt. Nein. So wie in Wien.
Ehrlich, das stinkt.
Wien. It's no joke. In Vienna, floor man came every 5 minutes.
Stimmt. Shadow, Thomas.
Bitte schön. Take it.
Kai Lin asking Thomas to straddle, when yesterday Thomas was asking Kai Lin and he wouldn't straddle.
Check.
6 way to the flop. And Leon has folded. Looks like 9-8 ace rainbow.
Check it.
Top 2 for Langman. Pretty sure he might check raise this flop. Try and protect his hand a bit. Depends how many runners are in and who they are.
Nein. Das ist Stromproblem.
Well, Nihat bets with the up and down, and it's been called by... What's George called with here? Wow, look at this turn card for George. He's picked up a flush draw and the wrap. I don't really know what he called on the flop with. Oh, he's not in. Okay, now I can see he's got no cards in front of him. As it happens, he would have won the hand. Looks like ace-9 has won it. Langman's checked. Nihat probably knows he has to bet to win it. There's no other way. And the way he played the hand, if he's checked the turn, it looked like a wrap. Did he pull the trigger? He's just checked and shown one pair. Florian found another 5,000 euros. Free money. Good scare card on the river. All the wraps got there. The backdoor flush draws got there. All you had to bet was maybe like 2.5, 3k.
Leon straddle.
Don't know if he'd played them as well as Jan-Peter Jachmann played them. Funny you talk about that. We're trying to dig that hand out at the moment and do an interview with him later. What a great hand that was. Back in December at the King's Casino at the Corinthia Hotel in Prague. 4 aces he was dealt. Called a 3-bet pre. There was action on a flop. He paired the board. There was, of course, he had all the blockers. And he check raised. And got this bluff through and was so happy to do that. Turned his hand face up.
Jackie.
You missed it. I extra called you. You missed it. You missed it.
Set 7s for Kai Lin. It's swapping sets for fun today. 4-6-8. They call that a mini wrap for Thomas Bichon. Bets 300. Niet will fold. Danza will fold. Kai Lin will raise.
I'm not big for that.
Will he raise? He likes to raise.
Poti.
Yeah. Well, if these guys were a little bit shallower, all the money would go in right now. Thomas Bichon, you can see it's a flip. His backdoor hearts are no good, but backdoor diamonds and a complete wrap. So any card from a 3 to a 9. So 3, 4, 6, 8 basically. 9. Gives him the win. It's a lot of cards. He's just going to call. That way he can afford potentially to call a bet on the turn. But Kylin will bet pot. And there it is. 8-6 completes the straight. Kylin is checked. No. I guess 7, 8, 9, 10. No, it's still not making a straight. It's only the wrap in that middle. But when Thomas bets, Thomas is a solid player. Kai Lin knows this is Thomas and it's not Leon. Against Leon, he's going to call. It is only 3,000. He's getting 2 to 1 on his money. He's 2 to 1 in the pot. He can win with a jack, a 7, a 5, or a 9. 7, 10, and 8 would give him the win too. So there's a few extra outs. That's 14 outs.
Genau 3.000
3, 1, 2, 3,000. 3,000 euro. Calls. An 8, it's a pretty brutal card because he's got 2 of them himself, Thomas. It's paired the 5. Kylin is going to just bet this for sure. But be clever, bet 3,000. Thomas, I don't think Thomas is going to give him any money. I don't think Thomas is going to give him even 3,000. Come on, this is Kylin. He tank called. Correct, sir. Different gravy, this Thomas Bichon. Let me tell you. Great player. 3.5k you won't even give him.
Selber hat 8, 9, 10.
That's poker.
10 hat er schon gesehen, hat hochgeholt. 10 habe ich ihm gesagt.
Extract what you can from your opponent when you're ahead and get out when you're behind. It's exactly what Thomas just did. Doesn't help. It's always painful. Bloody. That's what he's thinking. Bloody's paired the board again.
Good bluff, King. Good bluff.
Yeah, good bluff.
That's good.
Yeah. This man bluffs. I'll go vegetarian and I live on meat. This man don't bluff. Didn't even batter an eyelid and just knows exactly where he is in the coup from his bet sizing and the streets that he bets.
Didn't pair like 5 times in the line.
For some people, it's good.
Set. I have 5 times on.
I tried too.
How you try to bluff my set of deuces with the 9s on the river. Yeah.
If there is no
Yeah, but the money's not there anymore.
if there is no 9 on the river, I might win.
Yeah. Maybe then I would call. Yeah. Check.
Just talking back about that hand where Leon hit the 9 on the river and checked to Florian, and Florian said if there was no 9 on the river I might win. But I think if the river doesn't come a 9, Leon might lead out. He knows about stopper bets now. They've been teaching him well. Ace, 8, 4, 5, 3 diamonds. Now, Kaiser, we're missing one of his cards, could have a diamond.
Nice bluff.
That's me.
Nice bluff and nice pot.
21 hands an hour. PLO at these stakes is not bad going. Competition is closed. 36,600, the biggest pot so far. Hand number 48. Won by Leon. Wow. Aces one suit. A double jack board. Rainbow. Two pair, 10s and 8s for Niat in his hand. No 8s left in the deck. Jan Peter Yachman checks. Kaiser has a stab. 40% pot. Takes it down. Okay, my friend, keep it clean in the chat box, please. There are moderators. They will ban you. Well, they won't ban you. They'll probably time you out, and if you carry on when you come back, they'll ban you. Yeah, you can only raise 400 because the blinds are 50, 100 with a call. So you call the 100 and you raise 350. More would be 450, but he doesn't really want to put 50 in, so he just made it 400.
Das von jemandem, der dein Sohn sein könnte. Wie viele tausend? How many thousand?
1200.
How many thousands? How many thousands?
Wieder 400 weg. Selber schuld.
Well, the helicopter is coming into land. We can hear it. Maybe there's someone flying in for this No Limit Hold'em game this evening.
Forget about it.
Leon is not folding. How much? 4,200? Cool. 8874 double suited. Oh, the first card looked good for him. Can Niat find a check? Well, you've got aces. It's come ace, king, 9, a rainbow board. What can your opponent have?
Super Glück, huh? Ass, König.
Words cannot describe what I'm thinking right now. Niat takes the pot.
Minimum. Ja. Minimum.
Minimum paar 9.
Dann haben wir Griech.
Ass, Ass, Bube.
Ass, Bube.
Ass.
Ass, Bube, Herz.
A5 ist wichtig.
Die 5 war richtig. 5 ist gut.
Wenn ich wusste, dass das kommt, ich weiß ja dir auch nicht.
Ja, das ist der Call von Club.
Bildparten, Kennedings. Schlechte Karte.
Endlich mal wieder Flop sehen.
Ja.
Das ist die Inflation da wieder.
Pass.
Einer muss doch noch anbeißen, oder? JTJ. Ja, ja. Ja.
Na bravo.
Sredo 200.
Well, this could be the smallest pot of the night. Yachman near on the button and aces one suit. All of a sudden, this could turn into a juicy pot. Straddles are on. Did he limp the button here? Limped the button with aces one suit. Re-raise, I say.
Das ist tierisch.
Now we've got about an hour left, and then we're going to just have an hour's break, and we're going to be back for some more crazy action this evening, starting at 9 o'clock. It's 50, €100, no limit hold'em with €100 ante. Each player puts in €100 before the cards are dealt. Then you have the 50, 100 blinds. Juices it up. I can only assume Florian has the king of hearts underneath. No, somebody else had the king of hearts. Another king was folded. So maybe he has a queen underneath. Or the jack of hearts, potentially. That would make sense. He now knows Nihat.
Alles reinschieben und teilen, ohne Flop.
Steak sandwich. We have confirmed none other than Action Man himself, Leon Zakernik, will definitely be taking part. He's folded. I've got the dealer button. I think his face said it all. Daniel Pidden, he's been on the stream. Mr. SR, he was on yesterday. Martin Cabril, Max Altagot, Jonas Kronwitter, Tobias Rankenmeyer, Leon and Roman are confirmed. It's a €20,000 buy-in. It's going to start at 9 o'clock. But don't go anywhere. We've still got 45 minutes left of the PLO.
How much?
Darf ich auch mal wieder mitspielen?
Mr. Dancer.
Das wird das großer Vorteil.
George Dancer.
Ist in die Haus.
Badugi.
Das ist stimmt.
Gutes Badugi.
Schöne Korb, ja.
Fertig.
Wahnsinn.
Wahnsinn.
Nicht so normal.
Nein. Und wieder warten.
Keine
Keine Nummer.
Thomas, nice.
Also ich auch noch.
Zwei, das ist nichts. Nichts vier. Zwei. Nur zwei. Er macht
Einmal Pause, Essen bestellen.
Einmal so. Only one.
Kannst du mir bitte ein Latte Essen bestellen?
Nicht zum Essen hier, zum Spielen.
Wieder 1930. 1930, ja. Nochmal 45 Minuten. Einmal wieder Rindfleisch, wieder Löwei.
Rindfleisch.
Wieder Löwei, Rindfleisch.
Mein Ribeye-Steak. Gestern hat er das nochmal.
Verkeerde Löwei, Kühne, Klemme.
So Thomas, you made 300.
Mit dem Spanien.
Medium rare, medium rare.
Medium.
Medium or rare?
Die Dünge. Löwei, die sehr gut. Amerika. Sehr gut.
Einmal ein Ribeye.
Ja. Eine
Ribeye. Wie viel?
Medium. Danke. Sehr gut. Diese Fleisch ist sehr gut.
Das ist von Leon, von Kuh aus dem Garten.
Sehr gut. Diese Fleisch ist sehr gut.
Leon. Das Fleisch ist von Leon, Kuh im Garten. Er selber hat Kühe.
Ach so, ja. Möbel.
Alles. Er hat Fische, wirklich viele Fische. Ganz große Fische, Kühe.
Ja.
Got a bit of a pot here.
0-0.
Didn't see the action pre-flop. Oh, this is pre-flop. George Danza to call 10-9-8-7. He's only got one suit. 4-bet by Bichon. He'll nose against aces. Leon's called. He may fancy this as a time to take a spin.
4-3. It was obvious you're going to call. When you call 1,000.
He has made the call. Queen of Hearts is a good start. Ace, Queen, Deuce. Top set against a made flush. He's got 3 hearts in his hand. And Thomas Bichon not only has the top set, has the King of Hearts. Bear. Now, against Leon, we saw Max tank. But for 3,000, he's let out for a 25% pot. He can just call this. Once he calls, Thomas will know that George has a flush. Or at least minimum a set. If he's got aces and it's 3 hearts and he... Okay, maybe George doesn't have 20,000 in front of him. It looks like about 5k. So 15 is 25. This pot's not 45,000 euros because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 12. Oh, I lied. 12, 24.
2 times.
24 and 12 is 36. I think it's about 36, 37,000. They're running it twice. No help. He needs it to pair the board. It hasn't happened. That is the first pot to George. He's free rolling. 6 on the turn, no help. Needs to find a pair. It's a king. And George Danza wins the pot. He's waited patiently. 5, 10, 11, 12, 24, 36. I'm going to say 37,000-ish. Hand number 69. And a little cheeky smile from the PokerStars German pro, George Danza. We met in Barcelona, I think, about maybe 8 years ago. Could even be like 12 years ago at the World Heads Up they used to hold there. We did a little documentary. We went out on a boat. It was quite fun. He's a really nice guy. Can't blame him for making the call. Thomas Bichon hand. Probably face up. Leon's called. 4 working cards. A lot of good flops George could have got. And if Thomas led out for pot, could have been different. It looked like a feeler bet. It was a feeler bet.
Check it. Sage mal.
Kings and 7s for Thomas now against Langman. Thomas make a little bit here, couple of thousand. 2,350. He's gone full pot. It's going to be enough. Just over half an hour to go. Then there'll be a break. And then we're back for No Limit Hold'em. Thomas Bichon reloaded. The famous clipboard. 200 straddle. Leon. Big winner in this game. Oh, no, he's lost a few chips. Jan-Peter Jachman taking the money today. Kings for Langman, 1 suit. Just calling. Nothing wrong with that. Raise it up. Very few of them fold. Leon says, you have to pay to see the flop. I'm not letting you in cheap. Excuse me. Hold on, who raised it up? Leon raised 400 euros. Jack 6-4. 2 pair and an up and down for Thomas Bichon. Second nut flush draw for Kai Lin. Jan-Peter Jachman, we don't know his other card, but he's got 2 pair. So far, it's not a good 2 pair. Could have backdoor hearts. If he's got a 5 or even an 8 in his hand, he's likely to call. He's made the call. Danzer's out the way. Kai Lin folds. 3 spades in his hand. He is so solid. He's not calling. Thomas against Jan Peter. Says 100% by Thomas Bichon. That's because we don't have the other card of Jan Peter Jachman to give us all complete information. A 7-2 in the middle. I think he announced that as his bet. And it is. Well, if Jan Peter hasn't called yet, considering Thomas only has 1,000 behind, I believe he'll be folding. Not a good card for him. Little does he know, it could have saved him some chips. And Thomas will be happy just to pick up that.
No liver.
I say bit of shrapnel, but it's 7k.
No liver.
No call, no liver.
No liver. No liver.
Black market. Good price.
No liver, no kidneys.
In comes a new dealer for the last session.
You lost 3,000 in the pot. You didn't even ask for anything.
I'm not sure what you had. Maybe you had set up 6 or so. You had a red with
Jack 6. And open ender. 5 speed. So even if you have me beat, that can make no mistake.
So schlecht sind wir sie auch kennen. Alle Leute, die ich kenne, aussuchen.
Oh, Entschuldigung.
Du wärst dabei.
Nope, no idea at all. No idea what the dealers earn. Probably standard flat rate, plus share of tips. Obviously, there's tips that go in. They get spread between all the dealers in the casino, I'm pretty sure. 4 players to this flop. Jack, 9-8, 2 diamonds. No one even with a 10 in their hand. Langman with the flush draw that he won't believe is good, but it is. Overpair for Kaiser. Not much else. Top pair, top kicker for Leon. Backdoor spades for Niet. Gut shot for Kaiser. He bets 1,200, takes it down.
Straddle.
Geht nicht auf. Jetzt.
Roughly about 200,000 on the table at the moment. Nice hand for Florian Langman. King, double, queen, jack, 1 suit. Aces for Niet. In the big blind with the suit. Queen 10, 9, 6, double suited Kaiser. Upstairs, he says. Pot. 2,000 and something more. 2,050 more. Langman now may just push in. Isolate. Niet's going to be involved. In it goes. Langman all in for 6k. Danza will get out of the way. Niet will probably... He should repot.
Ronnie started the machine.
Yeah, quite rightly so. Well played, Niet. Yakman is getting out the way, and Kaiser just has to decide if he wants to gamble, because that's what it is. Last time this man limp raised, he showed aces.
Once or twice?
Hold on, what's happened?
1 or 2?
I think
Yeah. 1 or 2 times.
I think he folded.
Deutsch, Deutsch.
1 oder 2?
Yeah, Kaiser's folded.
Vielleicht, schau mal Flop und dann schau mal.
Einmal.
Queen 10, 9, 6. Hold on, he's called. This is the biggest pot of the night. Okay, it says 82, but it's not. It's 22, 44, 44, 44, and 6 is it's over 50,000. Jack, good first card. Queen, Jack, set of queens.
Once or twice.
For Langman. 10, 9. Up and down for Kaiser. Aces in bad shape. Deuce of diamonds.
Oh, no.
Diamonds now for Niat.
Du bist nicht dabei, oder? Natürlich bin ich dabei. So, wo sind deine Karten? Ach so, ja.
Okay, I think they're just talking how many times they're going to run this. Oh, it's paired the board. The diamond came. Niat got excited. It's paired the board. Langman takes the main pot. But there is a massive side pot. 22,200. So that's 44. 44, he had 6 is 50. Plus there was a couple of thousand in there. I'm going to say that pot was 52,000. Hand 52k. Hand number 73. And Florian Langman gets the main pot. And the side pot is pretty decent for Niat. Yeah, he just fancied a gamble. He knows his opponent's got aces. He doesn't mind having a punt. If he wins that pot, he's a massive winner on the day. He just decided, I'm going to have a gamble. Would you, Adam and Eve, it? Hand 74. We've had a pot over 50,000 euros. And neither Leon or Jan Peter Jachmann were involved in it. Well, if the flop came out, money would have gone flying in anyway. Now, for the last half an hour, we could see some big pots. Depends how Kaiser feels about what just happened. Pretty sure he's not bothered. He knew he was taking a gamble. So you can't be too upset if you lose. I mean, if you would have flopped top set and got it in and lost, okay, mentally your head might go a little bit. But he knew what he was doing. When he called off the 22,000, Jachmann with a pretty hand here. 4 working cards. Thomas Bichon, top end, bottom end, double suited. Jack, Jack, King, Kaiser. Flops. Good. He's going to check, check, check. Someone catch up. We need like a 10 or a queen to be interesting. No one's even got a flush draw. I mean, Kaiser's just a bit unlucky. He can't get on anywhere. That's poker. Definitely not tilted, that's for sure. He just decided he fancied a gamble. There's going to be a 1 hour break, like a dinner break. Obviously, myself, the German commentary, the people doing the action tracking and the graphics need a break as well. Bit hard to just go 10 hours straight. So it's a 1 hour break. And we're back for action. Liv Barry will be in the chat box with me for the Hold'em. Danza 76551 suit. Kai Lin. Flats with aces 1 suit. Look at this, smallest pot of the night. 10.99. Somebody call the police. Kaiser flopping good again. Not a bad flop for aces, especially when they've got the up and down and backdoor diamonds to go with it. He bets 500. Kai Lin is going to call to 500. Goodbye, Jachmann.
ein paar Stunden weg.
6 of diamonds will be the action card. It's an 8. It's going to bet 1,000. Once he's got a solid player on the hook, he's called the 500. He knows he'll probably get one more street here. Right, bet full pot. Kai Lin folded. Flopped 2 full houses in a row and made less than 5 grand. Sounds like it's nothing, but in this game, straddle is on. It's funny, he limps with aces 1 suit and he's raising with ace queen jack 10 1 suit. George calls. Wow, it's just heads up. This is a rarity today. Not many flops have been heads up. What a flop for George. Nut flush draw. He'll like this. Especially against Nihat, who's not likely to put pressure on him. 6 on the turn. George might bet this. Yeah, quite rightly so. Nihat was the pre-flop aggressor and checked this flop. Should be the end of the hand. George sees that, played it well, takes it down. Yeah, all these guys are heading to Monte Carlo tomorrow morning. The jet leaves. I think they're going to draw straws to see who gets the jet and who has to fly EasyJet. That's a bad beat if you get the short straw. There's not room for everyone on board.
It's 3 hours a day there.
Really? He enjoys.
Only a shows like this.
Thomas with the low end double suited. It's good to get heads up with this hand. In a multi-way coup, not so great. There in the background, you can hear the helicopter. Players arriving in style for the big Hold'em game this evening. If you hear a big bang, it's because he's landed wrongly on the roof. 5-5-8. Nihat with a 5. Thomas with a 5.
This time it's loud. What's the loud usually? More close. Maybe they land more close.
It could be Leon's helicopter. It could be the old Bill. Yeah.
It's loud.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Wow.
Land on the roof this time here.
Thomas got away with that. I don't know how. He was up and down. He was flushing and he had a 5.
I always tell. What are you asking me?
I know, it's 5-5-8. Sorry.
Why do you ask him?
It's nothing personal, I'm sorry.
What do you were looking at me.
Yeah, I have to look somebody.
Here he is, the man himself. Jan-Peter Jackman. Different gravy. He's got so many fans in this chat box. He's here to come and say hello to you guys.
Hi guys. I wasn't expecting
Jan-Peter Jackman, big winner in the game today. Predicted by myself at breakfast. He took the gambles. He ran good.
Yeah, at the beginning. Then I just took it home easy somehow. I didn't risk too much.
Yeah, for sure, we can see this. But, you know, you took some gambles at the right time. You got lucky. That's the game. You were right about the prediction of the isolation coming in. But as it happens, Kaiser had a good hand near enough every time he did isolate.
Yeah, I played. I had a good mixture at the beginning.
Tatsächlich Container.
1-1 against you.
He's just popped out. He's gone into the German box. He just came to see me and say thank you. Didn't say thank you with any readies though.
Yeah. Two to lose.
It's a potato shop.
Too much.
Menu. Gamble, gamble.
Ja, eben, und dann schiebt alles rein. Immer jeder denkt, fällt drauf rein. Ja,
Gamble.
Could be the old Bill. Ace 7 for Niat. 5 on the river. No good. Pot over. Snapfold. Well, Leon got off to an incredible start, but has slowly not been involved too much, and when he has not had the best of it, he's made some good folds today. He's made a fantastic play when he checked the river and got Ronnie Kaiser to bet 10,000 as a pure bluff into him.
Okay, Kaiser, wir müssen noch einmal Foto. Entweder du oder ich.
Ja, was heißt noch einmal?
Das heißt noch einmal so ein Putz wie
Ich habe ja noch
Poker.
nie ein All-In gewonnen, wenn du das meinst.
Du bist Profi.
Langman with the aces, one suit, pumps it up 600. He wants to get out of it as fast as possible. Doesn't mind getting it in with the aces. Look at that, Thomas, instant folds queens. Top set for Langman. Not much else for anyone else.
Yes, it's an easy on them for us today.
He must.
We try everything.
He's gonna bet here 1100, like just that over half pot, in case somebody's got like a king,
To escape.
maybe backdoor hearts or something, and gut shots. But no one's got anything.
We are not running good together. So yesterday we have a plan in blackjack. But,
There is the profit and loss. Leon
you're welcome.
says he's got 18k in front of him. I don't know how he can have 17,999.
Full, so I felt like I have to spend it.
Morgen? Nee,
Jojo, Kaffee, Kaffee.
no machen. Mixed Seeds Game.
Nur Hold'em. Oh, keine normal.
Das ist krank. Das ist keine normal.
Super, ja. Erstes Mal eine gute Hand im 400 Best Strategy.
Overlook, that's correct. This game will be finished in about 10 minutes. Then we're on an hour's break. Then we're back for the 50, 100 with a 100 ante no limit hold'em game, €20,000 buy-in. We are on a 30-minute delay. Five players. Danza flopping good. So he thinks. Thomas Bichon didn't see that bottom right-hand corner. Nut flush versus the second nuts. The good thing about having the second nuts for George is he's got the queen and the jack. So if there's action, it can only be the king because he's got both the queen and the jack. Thomas Bichon, can he find a flat call? Kaiser, top and bottom pair. If he raises with his reputation and his image, can't imagine he's going to get too much action. I like me personally, I flat here. Reload. For Leon. Well, George folded earlier the second nuts. And because he's got the queen and the jack and it's Thomas, pretty easy fold. I think Thomas could have flatted here. Kaiser would probably check the turn. George may bet the turn.
Oh, sit open.
No problem, mate. I'll get that for you, and I don't need any money. Thank you. You can buy my baby a little toy. There you go. Nah, my little boy. Spend $5. Don't spend 30. I'm not doing it for the reddies. I'll do it as a favour, my friend. I'll get her to maybe. I've done it before for someone on. That's why I thought it was for you. She put it on lipstick on a bit of on a napkin and signed it. I'm sure that was for you. Maybe it was for someone else. Well, you say it's discipline, but it's not really discipline. Kaiser led out. George has flatted as a solid player, and a more solid player has decided to raise the button. He's never doing that with the Bear King. He's never doing it with the set. Not in PLO. That's why I think Thomas, if he flats, because George has called, you know, if it pairs the board, okay, he can get away. If it doesn't pair the board, first of all, Kaiser might lead again. Second of all, George might lead. Kaiser could bet, George could raise. Loads of different options. Big winner, Jan Peter Yachman. And George Danza and Jin Kai Lin. Florian, the big loser, 20, 30, 34. Doesn't make sense. That graph, those graphics don't make sense. More people are winning than what is being lost. I think they've got Kaiser as the wrong amount. Kaiser's down over 20,000 because he bought in for 33 and reloaded to 20. He's in for 53 at least. Looks like he's down about 25. Maybe more.
He's got one here.
Yeah, amulet.
Amulet, yes. It's amulet.
Do me a favour, just send me a message on Facebook with your address, and I'll get it done today. Top set for Niat. Langman bets with top two, and the Bear Ace of Spades. Kaiser, two pair and a gut shot. Bing! Spade. No one's got the spade. Langman with a Bear Ace. Is he going to try and represent? Little does he know, Niat's got a set and is probably not folding. 2,000 the bet. It's not like he's got to call 8,000. 2,000. If only he knew he was in front. If he thought he was behind, he'd have 10 outs. 22%. Not the greatest math. Don't really want to call with bad math. But in a big game like this, the problem with some of the action is some of your outs are probably gone because people called on the flop. Heads up to the river. An ace on the river. If Langman can pull the trigger, it gets through. He's announced pot. I'm 99.9% sure that one gets through. Can't pair the board, can't pair the board. It's an English translation. So, Floorman will be along shortly, probably, to announce last three hands. If you've just joined us, welcome. We're coming to the end of the afternoon session. It's been 50-100 pot limit Omaha. The action's been fast and furious. Biggest pot. I'm going to get it confirmed at the break, but it was around 52,000. The screen did say quite a bit more. But there was an all-in for 22,000, a call, an all-in for 6,000, and a bit of shrapnel in the middle. Many pots over 30,000 today. It's been fantastic to watch. Bit of banter at the table. It's always good. I like the way George, even though he's a solid player, he straddles 200. Now, it's good etiquette. He's ahead in the game. Plus, he wants to find if he can get a hand that the pot's good. He doesn't really want to play huge pot poker, but he's happy to pay 350 a round instead of 150 a round because it's the right thing to do when you're in front. Players are behind. They're all straddling. So respect to George Danza for that. A lot of people, they get in front, they don't straddle. You know, especially as they're not playing so many pots. But for the good of the game, and as a common courtesy, if it costs him five extra rounds, it's cost him €1,000. Well, it's a big scare card, that. Pairs the 9, Leon, with the check mark. We can't see it because we can't see his other card. A bet and a fold.
Thank God.
There's Leon announcing, the floor man announcing the last three hands. We know Leon likes to win the last hand on every stream he's on. See what happens. Straddle, re-straddle. That's what we want. 50, 100, 200.
No, it's okay. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Just leave it. It's okay. If he folds, whatever.
Let's play small.
Let's play for our last three hands.
100 blind, how about that? And then we see flop.
I raise the pot whenever the duck I like.
All you can get. 3 for 1.
What? Where's the rest?
Yeah, 3 for 1. Pizza Hut. 3 for 1.
Oh, 3 for 1. Thought you meant you only had 3,000 left. Niat 866X. Come on, get involved. It's a 50, 100 euro hold'em, but with a 100 euro ante. Keeps the nits away, keeps the action flowing. 20,000 the min sit down. Langman pumps it up to 1,400 in a 3-bet. Sorry, not Langman. Kaiser. Jan Peter Yakman with kings. Surprised he wants to get involved in the last couple of hands when these two guys are in the hole and won't get out of it. But I'm guessing if he hits a monster, he could get the lot. Leon is just going to pump. Nope. Now, Yakman checked to check call this flop. It was a good flop for him, and he hates this turn card. Kaiser favourite to win this pot, even though he's got 0% next to his name. Wow, he decided not to bet it. Spades have come. Leon now with the check mark and will bet. That's the end of that. Kaiser probably could have won this on the turn.
Now I finally hit.
Yeah, that's right. ante 100. Can't believe you can't ever see a game where the ante is the same as the big blind. Insane, but it's great for us. 2 hands remain. Can we get past the 52,000 mark? So many people were so close when we were at 37,000.
Yeah, there's a unique 800 blind
ist möglich.
Einmalige Chance.
Eine einmalige Gelegenheit.
Wenn ich das von dir sehe, ich mache 1006. Wenn ich von dir das sehe.
Von
Leon.
Selber, kein Problem. Ich habe gesehen. Ihr habt schon gesehen, von mir?
Wir haben schon gestrammt.
Ihr habt schon gesehen,
Egal,
6000,
wenn
8000.
er macht 16, wenn er macht 800, du
Lange
machst
her.
1600.
Aber wir haben
Korrekt.
schon gut gestrammt.
Die großeste, ich habe gesehen, 32.000 Struggle.
Ah, da war ich nicht dabei.
Du warst dabei.
Ich war dabei.
Aber
Ronny war dabei.
Florian
Das war
Langman.
mein Straddle.
Pumping it up on the button.
Nein, ich habe 1500 vorletztes Mal, wo wir gespielt haben. Strudel, egal.
Georgie Danza, hoping for the same flop as last time. Out of position, I'm amazed he wanted to get involved. Leon does not care. Let's go upstairs. Langman, cool. But if you put 1,200 in, you got to put 2,800 more in. Wow, it's folded. You've called 1,200. You can't think the ace, if it comes, is good. I'd have just folded this one pre if I was George. King 9-3 rainbow. Langman with a 9. Just really, wow, massive bet. Cannot call this. He's got backdoor hearts, but he's not going to call. Man's in the hole for 40k. He's got half of it in front of him. There's no way he wants to put it all in here. That's the last 2 hands for Leon. One more to complete the hat-trick and win the last hand of the night. He's seriously thinking about it. It's a rainbow board. Not sure what he's thinking. If he thinks... Even if Leon's got aces, let's say, he's got an ace in his hand. So it'd be a dog. It's not like he's got live cards. He gives it up. Leon with a cheeky grin.
I thought this is the last spot.
Hold'em begins in an hour.
Last time, guys.
The lineup.
Letztes Spiel.
Confirmed. Daniel Pidden, SR, Martin Cabril, Max Ortegot, Jonas Kronwitter, Tobias Renkemeyer, Leon, and Roman Herald. That's the lineup coming to you very shortly. We're going to take an hour's break. I'll get the hump if I do 200. Langman, last hand of the night, pumps it up. Danza, King, 5-4-1 suit. He's got the button. Kai Lin will be folding. Thomas Bichon, trips. Always horrible to have trips. Going to fold. He wants to see the last hand. 3 ways, 22.50 in the middle. It's been real, it's been nice. It's been 4 hours of carnage. Nice flop for someone. George with the second nut flush draw and the overpair. It's going to check it, surely. Doesn't need to go. If he bets and gets raised, he knows these guys can raise him. He's going to fold a lot, as much as he's got a solid image. Langman's got a 6. 3 live cards and a flush draw.
Tarkan, how much is the collection?
Has called. Thursday, Liverpool, my thoughts. My prayers are with you. We were off to a great... we were starting to run good, and all of a sudden, maybe we didn't play so well against Newcastle, but a 2-0 lead to lose it. I don't care if it's your A, B, your B team. Can't be losing those. Need the confidence. I hope and pray we smash it on Thursday. But it's not going to be easy. 3,000. It's a good bet. It was a good turn card. Picked up the up and down.
Time collection,
A gut shot.
Let's go.
A fold. George Danza wins the last pot. With a little cheeky smile.
Leon, don't forget to pay time collection, please. Tiny 100, yeah? Don't forget.
Here we go. There is the final lineup confirmed. They're the winners and the losers. Ronnie Kaiser, he's down a lot more than that. 32's 25k down. That's 50,000. 30, 40. There's a few more losers in the game, I think. But the big winners, George Danza, Jan Peter Yachman, and Yin Kai Lin. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been Paul Zimbler. It's been fun. The Omaha is over. We're going to take an hour's break. We'll be back at 9 o'clock for some Fast and Furious Hold'em. Okay, we are going to be with you in about 5 or 10 minutes. The game's slightly changed. It's still 50, 100, no limit hold'em, and there will be a €500 ante paid by the button. So instead of everybody putting €100 in, the button will put €500 in.
players sitting down with 20k. However, the difference is that there's a button ante of 500. The seat draw, ladies and gentlemen. In seat number 1, looking to build on a great start on day 1, is Jonas Krindwitter. Seat 2 is SR. Seat 3, Roman. Seat 4, and will be with us shortly, is Tobias Rankemeyer, who is actually on his way here right this second. Seat 5, happy talking Martin Cabral. Seat 6, Daniel Pidden. Seat number 7, his poker's on fire, it's the Kings of Leon, Leon Sakernik. And a very good morning to Igor Kurganov in seat number 8. Morning, Igor. So, ladies and gentlemen, the button is on seat 1. Good luck, everybody.
And you can pick up that.
Okay, guys and girls, we're back for the last session of Celebrity Cash Kings here at the Kings Casino Rozhodov. My name is Paul Zimbler. I'll be with you all through the session, bringing you the action as it happens. Liv's going to be in the chat box with us shortly. And Igor's on the table. Max was due to take that seat,
You wanna fight for that?
but he hasn't arrived yet, so Igor sat down. We saw Igor yesterday. Unfortunately, it wasn't a good day for him. So, as always, we'll have a competition for you guys. Just send in a tweet at Paul Zimbler what the biggest pot will be of this session. I reckon we're going to hit 100k. Let's see the lineup. Maybe not. 20, 40, 40, 80, three-way. I'll go with 100k. That's going to be my prediction. It's not a 500 ante per player. It's just a button. Instead of doing a 50, 100 where everybody pays 100, it saves time. If everybody has to keep putting an ante in to be reminded to put an ante in, it does take a little bit longer. So the button will just pay a €500 ante, and that will be that. So there'll be 650 in each pot. So in seat 1, Jonas. We saw him yesterday. And seat 2, SR. And just joining us now is Liv. Oh, there you go.
Hello.
So what do you think about this ante-game?
It's nuts, right? It's 500 on the button.
Yeah, I tried to get them to do it on the big blind because I think the dynamics of having the big blind pay the ante and the button stealing in position, he's kind of got the edge. He's got the button already.
Right, but it might actually do even more action because the button then feels like it has extra incentive to go after the pot, and everyone knows that they're full of it.
Yeah, and he might 3-bet more.
Right, exactly. It's possible. Either way, it's going to be nuts. I think.
It's going to be action. I do a competition every stream what the biggest pot will be of the day. Now, since they all sit with 20k today, I've gone that if a few people get stuck and they reload, that there could be 2 guys in for 40k and one side pot. I've gone for 100k.
Yeah, I was about to say, off the top of my head, 100k seems like a reasonable major pot size. Kronvitter.
So Igor's at the table. He took Max's seat. He had a big session yesterday. I think that went on to the early hours of the morning.
I woke up and I was like, wait, Igor's still not come to bed yet. No, he can't still be playing. I woke up at 10 a.m. No way. And then at 11 he comes up, he's like, long day. He got some of it back and then lost a bunch more. He lost a big pot with aces or something, I don't know. But it's fine.
He looks fresh.
Yeah, he's only had about 4 hours sleep actually, but he does look fresh.
It's not the best preparation for a big game.
No, it's not.
It's all fun and games.
Yeah, I think the adrenaline carries him through.
So Monte Carlo next stop.
Yep. Yeah, should be. I'm excited. We're going there tomorrow. Main event.
Is it the Jet?
I believe so.
Happy days.
Yeah,
I always book a one-way flight thinking if there's space, I'll take the jet to Monaco and I'll take an easy jet home.
Take your
Yeah?
ante back, yeah? He tries to take
So are
his
you coming
ante
with
back.
us?
No, I doubt that. I mean, there's so many players here.
Yeah.
They're probably going to have to draw straws to see who gets the seats.
Tarkan, very good.
Yeah,
with
maybe.
ante.
But you're a lady, so you'll get first seat.
Well, I mean, it shouldn't work like that.
But it does. So we've seen Daniel Pidham. I don't know if you've played much with these guys. On the first day he was quite solid. Yesterday he was getting involved a bit more.
This guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was pretty solid yesterday, but he sort of warmed up a bit. I mean, I guess that's sort of how it goes.
Just the people at home, you just saw the graphics. It said Max Altergott in seat 8. Obviously it's not Max, he hasn't arrived, it's Igor.
Yeah, they almost look the same.
Ante is not 50, it is 500. I can promise you.
Not what you expect. I mean, it works out at 60 a person, basically. But, it's definitely an action provider.
Yeah, Leon just played the Omaha session, which was a very interesting. I don't know if you get to watch it. Whether it's once it's on these channels, can you watch it upstairs?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't get to see any of it. I was watching the GPL match.
Oh.
Chris Norman was playing for London Royals, so cheering him on.
How did you do?
4th and 4th, annoyingly. Just, standard spots. Didn't run well.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. It does say 50 in the corner, but you'll see it is 500. And the Omaha, there's quite a lot of 30, 40k pots. One crazy pot at the end.
Daniel Altergott. Who's Daniel Altergott?
They've had Daniel on there for like 3 days.
He's slowly morphing into Igor Kurganov. Via
default. Well, nice start for Martin. It's always good if Martin goes behind, it's good for the game.
Oh, it's so fun. He's a talker.
Yeah, Jamie Staples, he was watching too, I guess. Said Mormon played well.
Is that Jamie Staples? Hi, Staples.
So we're going to get Liv to sign a couple of T-shirts. I've got some spare cards from the card room because they're a lot easier to send out for people that live abroad. So just stick them in an envelope. And here is Igor with an AK. Ronan. I don't know too much about Ronan.
No, I don't know him either.
Interesting that he was on the button, so he feels his extra incentive as we were talking about earlier. Now Leon's not tilting. He was doing quite well in the Omaha, but he ended up, I think, just losing a few thousand. So if he wasn't tilt, it would make this game better. So we need traps 5 and 7 to lose a few pots, and there'll be action. So standard C-bet on an 8 high board.
Yeah. We expect him to bet this. Protect his hand a little.
No need really to raise there on the button with top pair.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said Roman bet. No, so Igor C-bet. Yeah, I wouldn't actually expect him to C-bet it that often.
Once bet it 2 or something.
Probably a bit of a better hand to just check call. Because you just sort of... You're then folding out better ace highs, but I mean, I don't like to second guess Igor's game.
Yeah, we don't know what they're thinking.
But at the same time, I wouldn't expect him to C-bet that.
Yeah, once he got called in 2 spots on this board, he's not going to be loving life. I mean, if he wants to try and represent a big overpair, he's got to put a big bet in, and it's not really, the risk-reward doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Now the button, still top pair. Will he try and protect his hand? Will he be just happy to get to cheap showdown?
He's definitely thinking about that, because you can't be loving your 8 with a crappy kicker that much.
Jamie Staples.
Oh, it's not the real Jamie Staples.
No, there was someone. Jamie was on yesterday, and he had a different name. So he has bet, and he's bet big, 3/4 pot.
Well, Martin is just wasting everyone's time if he's still thinking. There we go. He's folded. Igor folds.
So you got a question: how is it to play poker with Igor?
From Jules AAA. How is it to play cash game with Igor? It's very fun. It's weird playing against. I mean, it's tough playing against him for a number of reasons. First of all, because he's just amazing anyway. He's just really, really good. But secondly, he knows my game very well. Because obviously we discuss poker a lot, and he is sort of my main coach, plus sounding board, strategist, etc. So it's very hard to outplay someone who has sort of given you the tools of how to play really well in the first place, right? He generally knows what I'm thinking, and I know that he knows what I'm thinking. So then I think, well, then maybe I just have to play super erratic, because then I'm going to be more unpredictable. But then you're deviating too much from optimal sound strategy. So it's a tricky balance. And then on top of that, just knowing he knows my mannerisms extremely well is even harder. So it's a lot of it probably just sort of psychological factors in my own head that maybe I'm overestimating how much of an advantage he has over me. But at the same time, it's just an interesting mental dialogue, let's put it that way.
Yeah, there was quite an interesting hand yesterday where I was begging in the chat here for you to check the river to see if he was going to try and barrel you when it was Jack the board.
Well, it had like check all the way down, right, basically?
No, he bet flop, he bet turn. Oh no, you may have had the ace jack. When you had the ace jack and there was an ace high board.
Okay, so not the jack, not when I had trip jacks.
Yeah, then maybe that was a different hand.
Not that one. Yeah, because that one I couldn't check really because it checked down. Yeah, there was a couple. I can't remember if there was any especially interesting ones.
We were hoping that you were going to check raise bluff in one hand.
Yeah,
just
I just never really had. It would have been fun. Just never really a good spot came up.
No, I tried to forget.
Someone else asked, there was a TV show many years ago where there was a female poker player teaching a group of non-players. Was that you?
Yes, that was me. It was, I was the girl on the show, one of the girls. That was the first time I ever played poker. That's what got me started. It was quite a few years ago. We were taught by Annie Duke, Phil Helmuth, and the Devilfish.
Rest his soul.
Yeah, good old Devilfish. And it was what inspired me into the game, really. Loved it. And here I am.
Here we are, doing very well. One may add, a couple of nice trophies on the mantelpiece with nice paydays.
Yep. I'm a lucky girl.
Absolutely. So, someone asking why you're here when there's being money thrown around. It's quite a big game. I mean,
if I don't know, I played yesterday, and there is a waiting list. I don't know if they would bump me up the list, but it's not a very nice thing. It's not cool, really. But secondly, it is going to be a really, really big game, and I would rather Igor play it than me, to be honest.
And there's going to be other games. There's plenty of other side games with good action.
Yeah. I'm, to be honest, not going to play. I don't think. I'm too tired. I was up very late last night and going to rest up until Monaco.
Yeah,
Monaco tomorrow.
Big week coming up.
Yeah, exactly.
Super high roller?
No.
High roller?
The 25, yeah, I might play it. Depends on what the field's like. If it looks yummy, then I'll play it. If it's not, then I'll play some of the other sides.
The beauty of it being in Monaco is you do get some added value in those events.
Right, and just added sun value.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking forward to be honest.
Yeah, it's snowing here.
Exactly.
I walked out last night and there was snow coming down. It was settling. It kind of felt like Christmas. Somebody asking why it's coming up with Max Altegott. That was supposed to be Max's seat. I guess he hasn't woken up yet. So Igor was first on the waiting list and got the chair. A bit harsh, I guess, but if they've been trying to get hold of him to confirm if he's coming, then they can't just leave the seat empty. Maybe Igor knows that he's waiting. Maybe Igor's agreed that he'll play until Max arrives. Who knows?
I don't think so. I don't think they'll be able to prize Igor out of the chair, to be honest.
Yeah, like if he's winning, the players don't want him to leave. If he's losing, he's not going to want to leave. Yeah. And like you say, he's sitting to the left.
Yeah, he's not going to want to leave, full stop.
Of Leon. I've eaten garlic and onions for dinner, so I apologise.
Don't worry.
Yeah. It snowed in England today.
Oh, and so Jules AA, to answer your next question about how is it playing against him in tournaments, to be honest, it's only ever happened a couple of times. And what was it? Would we play soft against each other or him against you? No, I mean, in an ideal world, like, I don't want to target him, and I would imagine he wouldn't want to target me that much if we're at a good table, just simply because we respect each other's games, and why would we target one another when there's other, better spots at the table? But that said, it's still a tournament, and it's still the objective is to win as many chips as you can. And if anything, I'd say we actually over-target one another A, for the sort of bragging rights within each other, but secondly because we like people are shitty sometimes, are like, oh well, you know, isn't it weird with couples playing each other? So we almost make a point of overplaying against each other.
But it's also good. Like I always say to people, you see friends in tournaments, and they try. Well, it's not they're soft playing or they're not playing as aggressive. And my argument's always, well, if I'm playing with a friend of mine and I'm going to lose a pot, I'd rather lose my chips to him than to someone else.
Right? Yeah, that's true as well.
Because if you don't lose them there, you're going to lose them to someone else.
Yep.
Now this is a pot. It was opened up on the button. Leon 3-bet. You can see there's already 10k in the middle. And Martin Cabril called with suited 1 gappers and has flopped golden.
Martin betting.
He assumes that Leon has a monster. Well, if Leon did have a big hand, the kind of player he is, he would just bet it out. There's my little bubba.
Oh, how old is he?
Get an update, 6 weeks.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh.
Has he come home yet?
No, he won't be home for about 4 or 5 weeks.
Is he premature or?
Yeah, 13 weeks.
Oh, blimey.
Thank God, everything's good with him.
That's good.
6,000 behind.
Very lucky.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't do that much, but you know how it is.
Yeah.
People were asking yesterday when you walked over to see Igor and he was rubbing your belly if you were pregnant. And then we saw you drinking alcohol,
No, he
so
doesn't eat
that
too
gave
much.
the answer.
He was eating too much, most likely.
And I'm guessing Leon called to see a turn. The river. Martin moved in. That's the end of that. So fun and games just beginning.
150, it's 650, so it's 4 times bigger game, yeah?
So
How long are you streaming for today?
I believe it's scheduled for 4 or 5 hours. I'm guessing if the action's good.
36 hours.
Yeah. Exactly. This is going to go till the morning, and then they're all going to go upstairs, shower, get their bags, and jump on the plane. That is definitely a prediction. But is the high roller tomorrow?
Well, there's the 10k that started today actually, which I didn't realise it's a really cool schedule they've got. They've added a 10k high roller as well.
The main event's 10k still, right?
No, the main event's 5k.
The main event? I thought always the main event used to
Yeah,
be
it had,
10K.
but they've tried out making it a 5k, and I think I heard they're going to have 300 over 300 qualifiers, online qualifiers. It's going to be brilliant. So, yeah, hopefully it'll work out pretty well. But so they've added this extra 10k event, which is pretty cool.
Just want to apologise. We weren't watching the action because we're trying to read all your comments in the chat box to reply to you while Liv is here.
Pretty straightforward.
Well,
SR opens UTG, Roman flats, Toby calls.
Martin's just won a nice pot with 10-8 hearts, so sure
Eagles
he's
in the small
involved.
blind with 5s.
Is he squeezing time?
I doubt he would squeeze this deep when he can just. It's got to be a
16K
profitable
to win the
Wait,
4
what?
and a
is
half
it?
in the middle.
Okay, there must have been a 3-bet. All right, there was a 3-bet. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, straddles. So it's 50, 100 with a 200 straddle, the 500 ante. Ace, jack of diamonds calls. This SR. He, interesting player. Well, there's going to be a lot of action, and it's going to end as a chop, I'm sure. Okay, someone's asking, how can there be a pre-flop call of 200 when there's a 500 ante? The ante just goes into the middle of the pot. It's dead. So the blinds are 50, 100. It was a 200 straddle. So
and only one player antes. Only the button antes on each hand. So it's still a big ante, obviously, if you divided it by the 8 players. But it just happens to be that one person's putting it in. So that's why it's called a 500. It works out not bad. But it works out at 80, sorry. Isn't it? 80 per person.
60, I
60,
think. Yeah.
And it's a pot sweetener. But the blinds are still 100, right?
50, 100, yeah.
50, 100.
And straddles 200, super straddles 400. Now, obviously, seat positions are key. If you get the right players in the right seats, the straddles get big. We had a 500, 1,000 game, or it was a 1,000, 2,000 game. We had it was either 32 or a 64,000 euro straddle from Leon. It was about a year ago.
It's an interesting check jam by Roman.
I mean, maybe if he thinks Tobias has got 10s, 9s.
Yeah, well, why would you do
King
that?
Jack, yeah, exactly.
Right, it makes no sense. All he's doing really is just
Getting worse hands to fold.
Exactly, worse hands to fold. His best case scenario is getting the same hand to fold, which happens to be what's here. But most of the time, he's getting the worst hands to fold. Like even like King Jack hates its life here. Queen Jack, which he could well have, by the way. He could have decided to 3-bet them pre. And meanwhile, kings and aces call, queens hate their life, and
called.
probably end up calling. But
This is the King's Casino in Rosendorf, RS Wolfsburg, just outside Nuremberg, Germany, about an hour and a half's drive from Prague Airport. The game is No Limit Hold'em. There you go. We can see it's running diamonds. Look at that. All of a sudden, he's got the slight... Oh,
would have been sick.
would be sick. It's happened before. It will happen again. Not this time. They've run it twice without seeing their cards. Always amazes me when players say, do you want to run it twice? I would always want to see my opponent's hand before I make that decision.
Right. I mean, whatever floats your boat, I guess.
Yeah, like, once they see each other's hands, they'll see it's pretty pointless. I mean, Roman will want to run it as many times as he can because he's on a free roll. There you go. So the 10,000 event they've added. Sorry, we were just saying about that before we got into the hand. So there'll be quite a few runners for that. It's 100k. There's a high roller for 25k
and a super high roller for 100, and then the high roller, which is happening today, which is 10. And I think late reg ends tomorrow at like 1 p.m. or something like that. So I don't know if we're going to make it there in time.
Yeah, 2 days of no sleep. Jumping into the high roller.
Well, I mean, Igor doesn't have to play it, but I want to play it.
Okay. Is this one that Stars will put you in?
No.
How's that going? See, there's a lot of. I've seen a lot of contracts have ended with Stars all over.
I mean, I
Europe.
think. I don't know. I mean, times are changing or whatever. I mean, I can't comment on other people's situations. I don't really know. But no, I'm loving it. It's great. Still being with them. It's a fun team to be a part of.
Max on the button. No.
Oh, it's become Kurganov.
Oh, they've changed it. Okay.
It's a little less
confirmed.
confusing.
He's got the seat. And Max may not get into this game now.
You snooze, you lose.
So, goodie bags up for grabs. A couple of signed jokers from Liv. All you got to do is give us a guess what you think the biggest pot of the night will be. Send us a tweet at Paul Zimbler. Our guess is around 100,000, but for whatever you like in the box. Everybody bought in for 20,000. It's the minimum buy-in. So there is an all-in and a call. A pair and a gut shot versus the up and down. Near enough a flip. Obviously the 9 counterfeits. So 10, 6 or jack needed for Daniel. It's not to be. 25,000 going down to SR. And the players will be grateful it's gone to seat 2 because it's probably more available. Eagle's not Poker Stars, is he?
No, Eagle's not in Poker Stars. Bod Not Bot asked, have I ever played against Selpst? Yeah, I've played against her a few times. No, I mean, was it scary? I mean, she's tough. She's definitely a pain in the ass to have on your left. She's hyper aggressive and she's tricky and she knows how to put people in tough spots. But I don't know. I held my own. But no, she's awesome. She's one of the coolest people I know in poker. She really is such a great human being. She's very fun and just brilliant.
Cool. Somebody asking what both hands are exposed. It is a cash game. It's not normal that this happens, but because it's on a stream and the hands are going to be exposed anyway, and it's for the show, we can see the cards anyway in the chat box on our TV. So as it happens, it doesn't make too much difference. But for the game, that's what they've decided. All ins are on their backs, and that's why that happens. Not the worst flop for Igor. Who is SR? He's only known to us as SR. Not too sure. He was on the stream last night. Held his own, but he was pretty ABC. But he was paying attention to the dynamics of the game and managed to get it in with kings against Martin's ace king. Knowing Martin was on the button, he called the initial early position raise. Knowing Martin every single hand near enough on the button, he had 3-bet. As it happens, he found ace king of spades and 3-bet. He then moved in. Martin tanked. Moved in.
Martin tanked to call off with ace
No,
king.
SR 3-bet, sorry. And then Martin then came over the top to seal cards. He got him to run it twice and ended up splitting the pot. He was quite lucky. Sudden, no, we finished the Omaha at 8 o'clock and we started at 9:15 the Hold'em.
I think he values his time, so he gambles too much.
I like suited connectors, suited one gappers in cash games.
Yeah, sure.
Pocket sevens, my favourite pair.
How many tournaments you speak about?
I seem to flop sets for fun with it.
40 tournaments to cash it?
Within the range of possibilities.
Well, a little bit for a couple of them. Can't imagine Jonas is going to do too much damage. Daniel wants to lead out here. Not sure if I'm a fan of that.
Led out with his sevens?
Yeah, he raised pre and has had 3 callers. Not the best flop in the world.
It's horrible. It's about the worst thing you can do.
Probably trying to use his image, but yeah, doesn't make too much sense.
Is he bluffing? Is he, like, who knows?
Well, Leon's just improved. He's not going anywhere. Whether he would have folded to a barrel on the turn, I don't know, but definitely not now. Yep, Rozadov in the Czech Republic.
No, like I've been thinking about it over the last year and I've changed more and more.
For sure, because it's for sure because
Just doesn't.
you gamble too much in air levels because you.
I mean, Leon should flat. Leon's played some really great poker in the Omaha session. Like he's been getting some good coaching because. I mean, he's just decided here his opponent must have a hand. If he raised pre and there's led flop into 4 of us and led turn. He's hoping he's got ace king. He's praying he doesn't have ace queen.
Leon jammed? I don't like his jam.
Yeah, because now you're getting him to fold.
Yeah.
But maybe he thought that Dan's never going to barrel the river if he flat calls there.
Probably the reason, the shots.
Nice pot for Leon. So you've been in the UK, you were saying on the stream yesterday.
Yeah, been back home for about a month. I had to go to New Jersey for a couple of days for a PokerStars event, but otherwise, I've just been home, working on my house, doing decorating.
How's that going?
Great, loving it. That's all I think about, to be honest, deciding what colours to do the walls.
Is it out in the country or?
No, it's in London. I wish it was in the country. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of the city, to be honest. It's just, I hate not having clean air to breathe. But no, I'm living in the city, and it's fun for now. Can't complain. Where are you living now?
Yeah, southwest London.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, looking to move out towards Surrey, and like you, just
same, right? Yeah.
Just,
don't need to be there anymore.
unfortunately, I've got to be fairly close to London for a bit of work, but
right.
You know, the truth is, Surrey's maybe half an hour from me, and if I do nighttime work, it's irrelevant. There's no traffic.
Yep.
So we are looking at moving out. Even Weybridge, it's a nice area.
Leon open that under the gun or what?
He probably straddled. That
Oh,
might make
yeah,
sense.
that makes more
And then Igor would have opened, or could have even double straddled, didn't pay attention. Or Leon has got a pair.
So is Martin.
And I don't think Leon's going to fold if Martin just calls. Whoa.
Pseudonym, I'll answer your question in a second when his hand is done. It's a cool question. Oh, look at that. Leon's tilt.
Do you think he gave it away? He folded a deuce. What happened? Did Martin just flat call?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow, Leon doesn't
folded.
fold pairs normally.
Well, he has to fold. I mean, he's obviously behind with the deuce.
Yeah, but he knows he's behind. He just can't help himself. This is
He won't fold him again.
I was about to say, he's not folding another pair all night. Now Igor's showing Leon, and Leon's like, if you just didn't bet, and Martin bet, Leon would have been in the pot.
So anyway, Pseudonym, yeah, your question about do you ever think of the uncertainty in an opponent's range as analogous to the quantum wave function? And when you see their exact hand, it's like when the wave function collapses. I did actually think about that once. You know, like not necessarily, because obviously when in quantum physics, when you observe something, then, as you said, the wave function, you know, as soon as an observer looks at it, then the sort of what was there collapses, essentially, the wave function, and you don't know where things are as well as you did. I don't think maybe when you look at an opponent's hand so much, because the opponent, sorry, when you see your opponent's cards, because your opponent's already looked at it itself, so technically the wave function would have already collapsed. But in theory, like with a randomly shuffled deck of cards, you could make a logical argument, like you deal out all the cards, but no one's looked at them yet, not the dealer, not anybody. Then in theory, all the cards are equally, you know, they doesn't necessarily. We don't know whether the cards are set, whether the deck is set. Now, I mean, logically speaking, well, sort of intrinsically speaking, it feels like they already have been, but it's possible. So, who knows? Maybe you could actually have aces every single hand. You just ruin it by looking at it, or someone else looks at them and then removing cards that you could have. Who knows? Getting a little
technical,
little abstract.
Yeah, why not? Makes a change. So straddles. That looks like 50, 100, 200 straddle. Folded round to the button.
Sorry, folks. No more quantum physics.
I'm baffled. All I know is
interesting stuff. It's
very interesting.
No, it really is. It's this bizarre nature of really like subatomic particles, tiny little particles that the more accurately you know, the direction that it's traveling in, the less accurately you know actually where it is. It's like these two properties. The moment you measure one and get information about one, the other one becomes completely uncertain, which just seems very counterintuitive because you'd assume the more information you know about one thing, the more likely you're going to have information about the other. Actually, it's this weird. I can't think of the word right now because I'm too tired, but it's weird stuff.
Igor has led this turn. Drawing dead. Cool. Now, Leon's got a straight flush draw. I was about to say, after that deuce, I thought you might try. If an 8 of clubs come now, the table's going up. Oh. Well, Cabril won't like that. And Igor could, if he fires here, he's probably got it, but he was probably afraid Martin had a big club. But he just gave up. Martin will be more than happy to win
Putzing
there.
around, Igor.
And Leon would have won it. 2 in a row. I see steam.
It's tilting. Here it comes.
Igor's cost him 2 pots now. He's got to be careful. He won't get on the jet. The 9-7 beat the 10-9. If the stream went down. Someone asking, what do you read on your travels?
What do I read? Right now I'm reading a series called The Three-Body Problem, which is, it's actually a fiction. It's like a science fiction story, but with a lot of physics in it. It's really cool. I would recommend that. What else did I read recently? Loved. Harry Potter and Methods of Rationality. Again, a fiction, but kind of an educational, very weird, very epic alternative version to the Harry Potter world. Highly, highly recommend that. What else? I had to repeat it. Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality. What else? I've got there's a really cool app. If you want to read more sort of non-fiction, so educational books, or, just sort of interesting documentary type books, there's an app called Blinkist, which I got, because a lot of the time these sort of self-help books and so on, they're very repetitive, and they're basically just saying the same thing over and over in like 10 different chapters. And this app, basically, they've hired PhD students to read the books and then summarize them in like 7 pages.
Oh, wow, that's a good idea.
And yeah, it's great. And so you can you're like, oh, I've always wanted to read that book on
but not
I don't
all
know,
250
banking,
pages.
Yeah, or on investment strategy or whatever the hell you want to read. They've got so many different titles, really, and you can read one basically and get all the sort of salient, most important information within 15 minutes.
And the app's called
Blinkist, Blinkist. It's really cool. I think you have to pay like a yearly subscription for it, but it wasn't that much, and it's already sort of paid for itself because you don't need to buy these books anymore. And it's just someone like me who's got sort of a fairly short attention span and just wants to get to the point with the information. It's really good.
Already 2 times against me. Please, one more, and I'm not more. I don't want to take. You'll get it. Thanks.
Yeah. These guys, you think they're fresh, but they're not. They've been here for 3 days. They've been playing through the night, every night. There's been some very interesting games happening. Big wins, big losses.
I'm still in my pajamas.
I was going to say that when you came into the restaurant.
You guys can see what I'm wearing right now.
It's cool. We're going to a festival.
Yeah.
Like tie-dye.
Yeah, I don't know what they are.
And it's unfortunately, Scotty, I don't think had a good day the other day. Otherwise, he'd be in this game.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah.
Yes. Out of interest, Bod Not Bot, what is the name of the flow book you read? Because I actually read one about that recently, and I bet we're talking about the same one. Matt Fat, does Liv believe we land on the moon in 1969? I mean, I would assign a probabilities, as with all things. You can never be 100% sure of it. I mean, there are some things you can be basically 100% sure of. But I wasn't there in 1969. I wasn't alive, so I don't have that much information. But of all the information I do have and have read and of people I've met that were alive then, I would assign like a 92 to 93% probability that we did land on the moon.
And what do you think about the UK staying or leaving the EU? Do you have an opinion?
Yeah, that's another interesting one. I only started looking into it about a month or so ago. Before that, I was actually just fairly unsure because I didn't know anything. But I've spoken to quite a few people that know their shit in that sort of realm of things, and the overwhelming consensus is that it'll be a disaster if we leave. And very there might be some little upsides if we short term temporary upsides, but they'll be massively downweighed by the long-term problems that will come from it. And a lot of people are actually very, very, very scared of it, and smart people.
I believe everything's corrupt, and we think we got to vote, but these things can all be tampered with anyway.
I mean,
there's reality.
I don't know.
Of what we want or not.
Possibly. Again, I don't know about the sort of the voting, how reliable voting is, but that's not the question we're talking about. I mean. But in regards to would it be good, both for us and for the world, long term, and just stability of everything, I think the consensus is in 20 years' time, if we did leave, it would be looked back upon as one of the biggest terrible mistakes of this time. So I know where my opinion is now.
Someone asking if you get staked for these games.
These? Yeah, I sell action.
Pretty standard.
Yeah. Sell action to a few people.
And why do the German crew not play these super high rollers? I think they still do.
Some do, some don't. Igor's been playing basically every single one he can.
He won the one in London. It wasn't a super high roller.
Which one was it?
The Chelsea Football Club.
Oh, yeah. Igor's, playing all of them. Some of them just don't play as much anymore. Toby's going to be playing in Monaco. I think a lot of them have just sort of, they're playing less. The super high rollers aren't as soft as they, were they ever soft, but they're definitely not as soft as they used to be. So everything's just a little bit less profitable.
And why play when Stephen Dwyer's winning everything?
Exactly. What can you do? If Steve O'Dwyer's in the field,
just wait till
best case scenario
he's
is
feeling
second,
sick,
right?
and then jump in. The book was called The Way to Happiness.
The Way to Happiness. No, I don't know that one. I don't think that's what I read. The Rise of Superman, which was about the flow state.
Well, now, Roman, who had an over and the nut flush draw. Bricked. And Igor has just moved in. He probably put his opponent on that kind of hand. Even if he had a queen, it's a tough call now. I guess he didn't think he had a queen when he moved in with the ace-jack last time. Picks a nice pot.
He's very nice. He went all in.
Well, he's in front. Get up and leave. Cash out. Run for the hills.
No, he needs to make money back. He's not allowed to leave.
Tony G, no, he's not in the room. He's not in the building. He's not in the country. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get here for this session. We need Tony G. I was talking to John Duthie yesterday. I said it would be great if he would come out and play.
Tony's always value.
Tony, John.
I want to see him yell at Igor, calling him a Russian. That would make my day. God.
I did notice in the last few sessions Tobias was... I know they say he's one of the world's best tournament players. He was really... obviously cash tournaments are completely different, and there was some interesting hands where it looks like he didn't want to get involved and play big pots, which is okay if you want to play small ball, but then he was kind of opening himself up to these guys instead of trying to protect his hand with smaller bets or betting turns to see where you are, and maybe they'll fold, maybe then they'll check the river to you. He was just checking, and then they were pumping him hard. He was having to make huge folds non-stop.
Were they correct folds? Really?
No.
Yeah.
And some of them, there was one big hand against Scotty, there was another couple of hands, and then players were picking up on it because then they obviously get to find out what he's folding and how he's playing.
Well, actually, none of us get to, when we're playing this live, we actually don't get to even watch the stream on a 30-minute delay. So it's hard to get that information.
Yes,
the information's not as readily available as you think. But
yeah, you look at your watch and you think, well, if there was an interesting hand, and then you can stand up and run and have a look. But there used to be a break halfway through and people would get information, but that's all stopped now. We go straight through.
More than a long time, not because of Munich, just because of me having not seen them longer.
And Jonas, do you play much with Jonas?
No, I've never played with him before. I don't really know him.
One day, no.
Lots of Germans here. Well, a double gut shot for SR. Second pair and top pair. So we could see a little bit of a pot. Check to the button.
I would like more, but
10 years, then it's really good. Few months.
I feel like it falls off at some point. After 10 years, you just don't care.
Folding his second pair. 8 or a 4 needed. Boom! There it is. It is a spade.
He's getting married in 2 months. He was married.
Let's see what SR does. The way he's normally playing, he bets out his hands, but he checked. Check, raise, so quick and so big. Do you think that he kind of just told his opponent he's got a hand here?
Yeah.
His opponent, check, bet, call, turn, check, opponent still bets. Why would you just snap raise without even thinking or calculating? Just pick up a stack and...
Right, exactly. He's just telegraphing.
Recreational.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of live poker.
Absolutely.
These are the bits of information you get that you don't get so much online. And
yeah.
They tell you shouldn't go outside. No, when their metric reaches 150, like while he was there, it was at over 200, and once at 400.
Igor's talking about.
What is the company doing?
and the charity, how's the charity going? I've mentioned that a few times in here. The Reg charity. With
Yeah, it's good.
stickers.
It's raised now over $1 million. I can't remember the latest number, to be honest. I know it's over $1 million for the charities. So yeah, it's good. We're working on. We want to do like a big sort of one drop style tournament. Because I mean, one drop's obviously a great. It's a great event that they've been having. It raises a ton of money for that charity, but you know we would love to raise money for the charities that we support. You know, there's some extremely significant, like the most effective charities out there, basically.
And it doesn't need to be a million buy-in. It can be even 20k buy-in.
Right, exactly. I mean, but the format works well. That's the interesting thing. Sort of taking a slightly higher rake than usual, and then all of the rake just goes to the charities.
I'm pretty sure they'd host something like that here. It's just whether the players would come here.
Right. It's you know, it's a little bit off the beaten track. That's why the one drop's so successful, because it's part of sort of the World Series as well. You know, they're offering a bracelet for it. There's that sort of added level of prestige which adds sort of to the interest of people. But no, I mean it's just a really cool thing they do. So if we can do something similar, maybe here in Europe, maybe in US, I don't know, but whatever raises the max, basically.
So they've got a mini one drop, which is 111,000 dollars. Do you think
1,111. 1,111.
1,000. I thought it was
No.
Okay, yeah.
And 10% of it goes.
Would you mind talking Igor approaches the game?
Pseudonym, your question about, do you mind talking about the way Igor approaches the game? Together he has a very analytical style. Yeah, he is. I mean, the dude is a living calculator. It's freaky how... one of my favourite things to do with him sometimes when we're bored is just yell out, what's 431 divided by 76.8? That kind of thing. And he'll go, oh! And then look up and sort of think for 5 seconds and then give me the answer. And I get very excited. I love it. It's so cool. Yeah, he's a bit Rain Man-y in that respect, and then I guess that translates to poker. But he's got a very unique sort of aptitude for the game in that he's got this highly mathematical brain, but at the same time he's also he understands psychology far better than most people I've ever met, and so that too is a very like deadly combination, and he's just I don't know, poker's his number one skill. He's just so good at it. But yeah,
does he play other games, chess, backgammon?
Yeah, we actually we started playing chess, both of us, about
I just saw you on the
6 months ago, and I'm obsessed with it. I am so addicted. I'm horrible, but I've gotten better than Igor, which I'm very happy about, because it's like one sort of solid strategy game.
Because it is also a calculation game, and
right. Although I'm not really, I have to say, like if I think about my thought process, I can't say I'm being particularly mathematical, or well, not mathematical, but methodical or calculative. I study it, but I don't think I'm going to get into it that heavily. And then we recently started playing backgammon. Neither of us knew the rules.
Such a great game.
It's so fun. It does seem even more variancy than poker, though.
Yeah, there's a lot of skill to the game that people don't really understand, that play recreationally. They think they're great at the game and all the rest of it. And it's, again, about your opponent. If your opponent's... Depends how they play, depends how you're going to play.
Right.
So, but it's great. If you guys are travelling, it's perfect game to really play. Board, you can take travel boards, and it's just easy to carry around.
Really fun game. I'd recommend people to try it. It's a game called Hive, Hive, like beehive, and it's like a tile-based. It's kind of similar to chess, but you don't need a board to play it. It's just these little tiles, and you sort of assemble the way you put the tiles together is how the game plays out, and it's just a heads-up thing. Play one-on-one, and it's really fun, and it's even easier to travel with than chess or anything like that.
Okay, I see. And what about if I need to go to bathroom? There will be some break?
Great, you know, if you guys are travelling, it's perfect game to really play. You know, board, you can take travel boards and it's just easy to carry around.
Really fun game. I'd recommend people to try it. It's a game called Hive, Hive. Like a beehive, and it's like a tile based. It's kind of similar to chess, but you don't need a board to play it. It's just these little tiles, and you sort of assemble the way you put the tiles together is how the game plays out. And it's just a heads up thing. Play 1-on-1, and it's really fun, and it's even easier to travel with than chess or anything like that.
Okay, I see. And what about if I need to go to bathroom? There will be some bathroom break?
Just go like.
Martin's always.
I know. Well, it does make sense because in the cash games at Kings, you're dealt in. If you're not in the hand until you get to the blind. So if you're on the button and you're not at the table, you're getting dealt in and you're putting an ante in at 500. It's a very expensive toilet break. But let's be honest. How long do you need?
Well,
it depends what you need to do.
Exactly.
So it is an interesting question. I suggested because of those dynamics. I do like the fact that one person's paying an ante. It does speed the game up as well because players forget, and then the dealer's always got to ask everybody, and we get more hands in, and it changes the dynamics.
Yeah. Any other book recommendations? Hang on, I'll get my list out. Because I do my mental recall right now is not working.
There's quite a few books out there to improve your mental arithmetic. I remember when I was younger, to have hard divisions, I mean, I don't read, but I was taught systems that were just... Once you know the system, you think, wow, that's so easy. But it's about knowing the system to use for mental arithmetic.
Mm-hmm. Okay, here's some books I have to recommend. The Outer Limits of Reason by Yanovsky. Just The Outer Limits of Reason will do the job. What else? Moral Imperatives of Paratonia. I don't know what that's about, but apparently it's excellent. What else? A sci-fi book called Seven Eves, and also Ready Player One. I think what else read recently.
Actually, it's pretty boring game, football sometimes.
Well, I'll get you started.
SR has picked up a flush draw on the turn. And he's bet it. It's good enough to win it. Well played, SR. I think he knows that's a player at the table that actually he can bully.
Did I mention? No, you haven't. But I'm glad you liked it.
So, guys, don't forget, goodie bags being given away. Send us some guesses.
Can I have a sweetie?
Yeah, would you like chocolate or sweet?
Sweet. Thank you.
Send a tweet at Paul Zimbler, Zimbler. Just tell me how much you think the biggest pot of this session will be. We've got hoodies, T-shirts, hats, cards, card protectors.
$1 million.
$1 million. And Liv will give a question, and I guess we'll find a question that we can send some signed goodies from Liv. What was the sci-fi book?
It's called Seven Eves. Eves. I haven't read it, but it was recommended to me by someone who always gives me good recommendations. So. My favourite blogs on the net, one I always go on about, Wait But Why, Wait, W-A-I-T, but, B-U-T-Y-W-H-Y.com is probably the best blog on the internet for just, it's like very palatable, very funny, extremely informative on like lots of different topics. And then there's Slate Star Codex, S-L-A-T-E, Star Codex, as you would spell it. It's really cool, very weird, all about like rationality, that kind of thing. I know if you don't catch any of these, just tweet at me, or Facebook at me or something, and I'll let you know.
You think Igor's going to call this for 2.5K? Let's have a spin. Suited connectors.
Probably
Jonas. It's 2.5 into 7.
not. How much did Eagle raise to?
2K, I guess. Yeah, it's
Oh,
put
actually,
2K
he
in.
might. Yeah, he probably does have to call it, right?
2.5 into 7.
Wow, it's gonna be a good fold. Good boy. Not putzing off our money.
And
Wow.
the second was red, yeah?
Oh, nice. Everyone knows the Wait But Why guy. I met him. His name's Tim. Tim Urban. Actually, I saw him last month. I'm such a huge fanboy or fangirl. He's just the same in real life as the way he writes as well. Very, very funny.
Surprised he won't put 2.5K in when there's no action, and he'll. I know it's different, and he's moving all in for 20K to win a pot that's 20K. 2.5, and he's put 2 in. Me, I would gamble there.
Yeah, all right. I didn't see all the action to it, so I can't.
Just
I just assume he did the right thing.
Mathematically, for himself, for his mind.
Rain Man.
So I heard him talking on the stream yesterday. He was upset. Maybe people were saying something, and he got a bit self-conscious.
Eagle?
Yeah, you were talking about it, and you said, now you know how it feels.
I don't know.
Somebody said on the chat box they wanted to shave his hair for charity, maybe.
Oh, maybe.
What would that take? What amount do you think that would have to be?
Well, I'm the one that would stop him. I love his hair. He wouldn't mind that much. And his mother would be happy. But, I don't know. So it's how much would I get? I mean, if it's to good charities, I guess I'd be kind of a dick to not let it happen, right?
Well, if you're not going to do it for £1,000, but if somebody offered 10, 15, 100,000, whatever.
Yeah, hair is definitely worth much less than that.
Yeah.
Mr. Curtin asked if you could live anywhere in the US, taking poker out of the equation, where would you live? San Francisco, or near there, almost certainly. Somewhere in California. Probably, I used to think LA, but meh.
No,
it's a bit.
It's worse than London.
Well,
for the smog and
that's true.
The pollution.
Yeah,
side
the
I'm
pollution
talking about.
sucks. But it is beautiful,
Yes.
and
Quite
the
fake.
weather's nice. But San Francisco has similar. It's a bit cooler, but I just love the people there. It's sort of just a lot of cool stuff happening there.
Are you a Robert Heinlein fan?
Robert Heinlein fan? I don't really know him. And what is Robert? Who is Robert Heinlein? What's he done? Emily Janae asked, Liv, what's your opinion on the school system and how people believe that we're wasting time teaching things such as trigonometry, pre-calculus, etc., instead of teaching things you need to survive in society?
I agree with that. But it's very hard to teach people.
I disagree. I
think
think
they
we
should
should.
learn this?
I think that we should teach them everything, like all of those things.
Yeah, there should be like a
unless-
life skill class.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it is extremely important to teach people what mortgages are, like, well, how does the tax system work? Why do you have to do it? Like that kind of stuff.
Business studies.
Business,
teaches you
exactly.
that.
Basically,
they do have business studies classes.
right, but it's like that wasn't even an option for us to do until A level, and you know.
Oh, sorry. What a turn card.
Oh dear.
This is bad news for Tobias. Yeah, I took business studies as GCSE.
Oh really? Oh, maybe you can do it GCSE. I don't know. It wasn't really an option for us anyway, and I personally think we just don't focus enough on the logic-based stuff and the practical application. So I don't think it's the trigonometry and mortgage calculation should be that kind of stuff should be one or the other. I think it should be both.
Can I ask you what you'd be thinking if you were sitting in Daniel Pidden's seat right now?
I'd be going.
Didn't follow too much action, but you've turned nuts, and a tight player is leading into you.
Well, he's in position, so I wouldn't raise. I would just call.
call.
Just call. Like, you've got nothing to be scared of.
It can still look like it's a draw.
Right. And if they have a draw that gets there, then you get paid. If they have a draw that misses, then it gives them a chance. I mean, the only downside is if it was a hand that they might bet and then call off.
A 10's brutal. A 4 is the key card he's looking for. That would be a
right.
Bingo.
I mean, I don't see how he doesn't get paid because
Or Tobias
How much is in the
won't like maybe the Jack 9. I mean, he might go into check call mode. What does he think? The way that Piddon's played the hand, maybe he's going to check and hope he bluffs a flush draw.
I think he has to.
Piddon's not a bluffer though. That's the thing. If it was maybe Leon there, you might.
Well, he
check
is though. We
through.
saw him bet the sevens on Ace King.
Very out of character, yeah.
I didn't see how it went on the flop. What happened?
I believe. I don't know. I don't know. I was too busy checking the chat. He has checked. Now, do you just make a big overbet as it's cash, or do you just try and extract like 4K?
I think he actually probably has to bet kind of small because when Toby leads. Actually, no, because Toby's lead is very polarizing, so actually he probably should bet big. Because Toby's either got a queen or he's got a busted flush draw, and he's not going to call with a busted flush draw anyway. I mean, he might check raise, but it's not that likely.
5,700 it looks like. And Tobias is going in the tank. He made some huge folds yesterday. He's not going to love it. He's probably not thinking about full house. He's probably thinking more like a Jack 9 or a missed flush.
I mean, Jack 9 is less scared of. He's probably just more worried about King Queen. King Queen, Ace Queen.
Did he call?
Yeah, he just
he's
called.
called. Yeah, seen the bad news. He might think he's done minimum in this coup.
I think he has.
So,
probably.
yeah.
Yeah, I think he has.
He's got away from it.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got away from doing the whole stack.
So yeah, Emily Janae, back to your question or your point. At my school, I've been trying to ask for such a class where we learn things, applicable life skills, and then the teachers say that the parents are supposed to teach you, and they don't understand. All of us have parents at home who would teach us that stuff. Yeah, you're absolutely
Some parents don't know it themselves.
Exactly. No, and I mean, I completely agree that. I mean, we have an education system that is meant to sort of even out society, right? Because there are people that are born in much more fortuitous circumstances and others who are born in, shitty circumstances. And the whole point of having state education is to sort of level the playing field and give everybody an equal chance. And then if they're going to say, oh, well, a lot of this essential stuff, well, no, parents would teach it. Oh, sorry, Warren's asking me if I want a beer. Yeah, I'll have another beer, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I mean, I completely agree. They should also teach those kind of things. I mean, it's difficult where to draw the line. There's going to be a lot of stuff like life skills that people aren't taught, but I think there are. I don't know. They must be able to make room in the schedule somehow. Maybe a little less. I don't know which subject they could cut back on. But I think maths is not the subject to cut back on.
I think history is probably the one to cut back on.
Quite
if there's a
possibly.
choice, geography is important today. Everything's important. History, it's kind of good to know history, but
right. I mean, I never like history was my least favourite subject in school.
what's it going to do for your life knowing this?
Well,
history?
I mean, it depends. I mean,
you're
there
gonna be a
are
historian.
important lessons to learn. Like there are certain stuff, but I don't know. I found it meaningless learning about which, being tested on which Tudor died on which date, or which king came in then. Like World War II is a bit more relevant because there's solid lessons there to learn from to avoid future stuff. So there's, I don't know, maybe some room there, but I'm sure historians would strongly disagree with what I'm saying.
You think? Let's ask Warren.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I do completely agree that we can't rely on.
You can't cut back
on kids.
PE.
On kids' parents to help. I mean, maybe we could have more teacher. Get the parents in as well and go. Oh, by the way, your child needs to know this. Are you teaching them it? And if that's the kind of response, then go. Okay, we're going to offer the child optional.
Just a bit of action here. I mean, even it's moved all in. 4-bet all in. It's going to go fold. But I think if they just did maybe one night a week for a couple of hours, even it's not going to kill anything. You're not adding that much time or different classes, an extra class. Someone's saying cut back on PE. You can't cut back on PE. Kids need PE. They need to have exercise. They need to be taught to interact with other kids and play games. And
yeah, it's difficult. Something's got to give, I guess. And I don't know enough about sort of budgets and so on of schools, but I imagine they're running pretty tight ships. So there's probably not that much space.
She's here to talk. What do you want from life?
You don't like me talking.
Okay, we'll have some
Close the
sweeties.
window.
Yeah, the mute button. They're not saying too much at the table. Oh, look, Leo. Oh, this is not what they wanted. Max has arrived. Should I call him Daniel? Should I call him Max? I don't know. Oh, hello. How are you? Wonderful. So, I promise you now, the table is a not happy situation. Leon has stood up. Max has taken his seat. You don't like to exchange an action player for a solid, good player. SR. 3-bet the Kings. And action on Jonas, who's fairly short, but SR has not 3-bet in the whole of the last 3 days without premium. Jacks, he flats here. Ace Queen, Ace King, he flats. That's just how he's played.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we don't get her in here often, so sorry that we are killing your listening of the table where they're actually they're talking German, so I'll put it up for you a little bit. Oh no, they're not talking. It's not the most chattiest of tables. I think he's going to find a...
Oh my god, I've just eaten like 12 of those sweets.
I was just about to say, I bought those for me, and you've eaten them all. The supermarket's closed. What are you doing?
I'm so
I'm
sorry.
kidding. I'm only messing. Oh, this is a horrible board. And he's checked. I'd love him to find a check behind. Heads up, I would check kings here to that stack. But SR is recreational. He's not thinking about that scenario. He must know his opponent doesn't have a hand like ace-king. Otherwise, he'd have moved all in to see all 5 cards. So he must have the kind of hand he's got. 7s to jacks. So a lot of players think there's enough money in the middle. I don't want him to outdraw me. But if he took so long to call pre, he's unlikely to put it in on a board. He must have decided I'm going to set mine.
How much has he got behind?
Like 6.
Looks
It looks
more
like he's
than
got
that.
more. Sorry, yeah.
He has about 10 or 11.
Okay, this makes sense now then, because, oh wow.
Actually, if it was
The
that
graphics were wrong before. It's all in and a call. Jonas in trouble. Call the police. A 9 is needed. Zweitime. They'll run the board twice for viewers that are new to the stream. That means there'll be 2 turns and 2 rivers. They'll divide the pot into 2. If you win one of the boards, you win half the pot. If you win both the boards, you win the whole pot.
Sorry for eating.
No, I'm kidding. Don't worry. Don't worry. They were for my child. No. Upside down 6. Well, round 1 goes to SR. They'll now lift those 2 cards up or down, depending, and they'll run another turn and another river. So SR has got half the pot. He's free rolling on the whole pot. King has 9s, drawing dead. SR wins the whole pot. So this pot's bigger than 42,000, I believe. Pre-flop, open, 3-bet. Anyway, we'll put it in as 42k. So far, the biggest pot. I think there's a lot of kids with a lot of issues and with peer pressures, and a lot of the kids doing things to themselves, and I think they need a lot more counselling at school.
Mhm.
It's a different
Well-
world today as it was before.
And parental support and bunch of things.
All I know is I was glad to get out of school. I was
Really?
not an educational person.
I loved school. I loved my school. I was very sad to leave, actually.
I left at 16. I was very happy to do so. I remember the day of having to go and get my GCSE results with my friends. They were so excited. They got the envelopes. They ripped it open. They were nervous. They said, "What did you get?" I said, "I don't care. What does it matter? I'm not going to college. I'm not interested." Funny old... my child will be going to university, though. That is for sure.
Yeah?
100%. I'd want him to.
Mm.
I believe it's a good experience. I mean, I was an outgoing person, so it's good. But if
No,
I think it's good for kids to leave home, to learn to do stuff by themselves. I lived by myself since I was 14, 15 anyway, near enough,
Yeah.
15, 16, so...
No, definitely
you
teaches
learn.
independence, for sure.
But I think for a lot of kids that live at home, it's an important thing, and you interact with a lot of different people, and you make friends, and...
So if he was asking for the King he made it one of motivation. I guess he had some flex sparring. I mean, he definitely had some sparring. He took
Kids are too curious these days. They're curious in some things, you know.
So Monaco. I was talking about the party we did. I'm trying to think how long ago that
Oh,
was.
the
Was
D2D party.
where Poker Stars, Party Poker, ATA, all of them ended up having no party and coming to ours.
Oh,
A bit of an argument with the I can't remember the red-headed lady that used to work for Poker Stars, Tamara.
Oh, tomorrow, yeah.
She wasn't happy.
Really?
She arrived late. I told her it's too full. You can't come in. They were the good days.
Those were those parties were very good. Got some stories from those.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I have pictures. There must be somewhere. Do you remember you used to put the DTD with the cat suit?
I never wore a cat suit.
Who was that with? Was Kirsty with us?
Yeah, I think Kirsty
I think it was
there.
Kirsty. Yeah.
That was fun.
Fun and games. Meanwhile, let's have a little look at some poker. I've changed my mind on a 100k pot now. Leon's left.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to grab the remote. One moment. Oh, it's here. It's okay.
So, Igor's opened under the gun. Got flattered by Jonas. No, wait, what? What's happening? Oh, no, Igor was the straddle, I guess. It's very confusing.
My wife's sending me breastfeeding pictures.
Oh.
No. My little boy eating lunch doing a Usain Bolt move. He's losing some hair. Let's see if he gets a grey patch like his dad.
Yeah.
Just going to move that there just so I can see the
Sorry.
cards.
My beer's in the way.
Win or lose, we'll have a booze. SR. They think he's the value and he's getting the lot. So if you've never been here at the King's Casino, there are events near enough every weekend. You can book, if you're playing the main event, phone up in advance, tell them. They'll do packages. The rooms are next to nothing anyway. It's free food and drink 24 hours a day in the buffet. There's a beautiful restaurant. It's not that dear, I don't believe. But it's incredible food, really.
Yeah.
I eat better here than I do anywhere else in the world, I think.
Yeah. All I do is eat when I'm here.
Yeah. And the buffet that they put on for the players, it's free, it's different food, it's varied, it's fresh, it's nice. Free food and drink, of course, not alcohol. But they have like 100,000 guarantees for 150 buy-ins, 200,000 guarantees for €200 buy-ins. So check out the website, check them out on Facebook, Poker Room Kings. Some phenomenal events coming up. They've got the Dutch Poker Tour this weekend. It's a 150 buy-in with 100k guaranteed. Let's see what they're saying. Can you hear this okay?
Yeah, I'm just trying to hear what the...
Okay, careful.
So it is good for kids, right? But I'm not sure if it's like to build
What's the
up the
GTO?
system or if it's something
GTO means game theory optimal. So it's sort of mathematically optimal. decision in every spot.
When they're born,
and
when they're born, you see them
sometimes,
like, born with, like,
I mean,
some-
if you're
something
playing
in the
against a
skin
GTO
that's
player, you
like
want to play GTO, but if you're playing against a bad player, basically, or who is a very easily exploitable player, then you want to sort of move away from the GTO style and become more exploitative yourself. So it just depends. But I mean, Igor, if he wants to play GTO, he definitely can, and regularly does. It's just depending on each situation.
Matt talking about his baby. He had a baby 10 weeks ago, and
Yeah.
Bizarrely enough, I asked him what his baby was called, and when he
Eli.
gave, that's what I called my boy.
Really?
And we don't know anyone with a child
Wow.
called Eli. I was like, you're joking. I was sitting talking with him and his partner last time we were here,
Yeah, Gavin.
talking over names. Said we got a few shortlisted. They said they got a shoot. We hadn't shared information, and then boom.
500 saddle.
I like Max. Really nice guy.
Oh, Mike's
down to
lovely.
earth.
Yeah. Him and his missus. Mrs. Gabby is incredible.
Yeah.
They're going to be such good parents.
Tough to be away from home as well, and you've had a baby.
Right. Yeah, I think it's probably the first time they've been apart.
No, not too much going on here. Gut shots. Bottom pairs. First to bet takes it.
Sometimes even raising to 5.
Queen ball.
Oh, look at that.
There you go, Igor.
Bing, 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 bing.
You're not going to get paid anything, but that's
You might get one bet here from Ronan. Little 600 he goes. Do you want to bet big? Charge the draw. 600's good. No, full pot. Should be 900 in the middle, surely. It's a 500 ante. If 4 players are in, at 100 plus the 5 ante, it should be 900. Meanwhile,
What you doing, Igor?
eating at the table on a live stream, I hate that. I
Really?
don't mind watching it. I mean, if I'm at the table, I don't like it. If I'm ever on a live stream, I don't want to eat at the table.
Oh, right, yeah. If you're, personally.
I'm really conscious. And in the old days, we used to have a camera at each side of the table. So it's not like it is here where the camera's on you. So sometimes you were in view, sometimes you weren't.
Right.
So you could kind of quickly grab a bite of your sandwich. Yeah, we all miss Leon. I promise you there's 7 other people that miss him more, and they're at this feature table.
Are you going to tell us the question today, Martin?
Okay, so I've got 5 signed jokers from Liv that we're going to give away to you guys.
I warn you, my signature is... It varies. It's never the same every single time.
Yeah, that's...
It's like a snowflake.
So I could actually do 15 and do 10 myself. No.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't do that. I will not be getting a kissed napkin for Spencer, I'm afraid. It's
Oh,
gonna
is that
be-
he wanted a
yeah,
he
it's gonna
wanted one?
it's gonna be
Sorry,
a signed
that's-
card. It's not her style.
Yeah,
she did it once
sorry.
for me. She wasn't comfortable about it. She's not doing it again.
Did I do it for you once?
Yeah.
I did kiss
It
an
was for a girl though.
Yeah. See, it's very sexist of me, actually, I guess, if I would do it for a girl, but I don't know. It's too cliched, kissing a napkin. I mean, come on. It's like,
I'll tell you what, we're going to write 2 Spencer on this one.
Oh,
There we go. This one,
Spencer?
this guaranteed. We've got 1 winner. This is live. They're playing live. We're on a half an hour delay with you guys. So they're out in the main stage. We're out the back. Then a kiss. And we have a 30-minute delay in the chat box. Igor bets 300. Takes it down.
Did you or did you not read yet?
Can you say literally or use it in a sentence?
Can I say literally? Literally.
Well, literally say literally, or
Literally say literally, not figuratively. Literally. Or literally.
Much more information.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
So Vegas coming up.
Yeah.
How long? 6 weeks?
No, I'm just gonna go there for a month.
Oh.
You know, I don't like it there for much longer than that. That's not true. I like it in Vegas. You know, I get my nails done, and I can get, I can get a little dog around with me, and yeah, it's nice. Maybe get a boob job.
Okay, I'm going too far. Sorry. This is what happens when I have 3 hours of sleep.
And 3 beers.
Yeah.
In a hot room. The AC's on, but it's not really working.
Like he brings you there to understand how big something is, and then you're just going.
Meanwhile,
Tim Urban.
Igor.
They're talking about Tim Urban. Wait, but why? The blog. It's the poker player's favourite blog now.
Oh,
everyone loves it.
Is this the guy that just? I've heard about it.
He did a TED talk recently as well. He's just brilliant. Super funny, and he's just become all the poker players idolise him.
Yeah, good for him.
Yeah, it's really cool. He actually used to play a bit of poker.
Is this the guy that was doing stuff and then players would actually send him money? Like pros would send him money just to play because...
No, I don't think so.
There was another guy that was doing stuff. He was twitching something on Twitch,
really?
obviously. But he was so funny but so bad. But he didn't have money. So like high stakes players were just sending him money just for banter. I like the sound. That's kind of cool. What's Liv's second name? I don't know if that sounds serious, but there you go. It's Baree.
Baree. B-O-E-R-E-E. Literally.
Can you guys, can you send me some link for this to Sky, Facebook, whatever?
Yeah.
Cash obviously different now. Oh, look at this bingo card for Dan.
But why? Wait, but
okay.
It's a different game now. But again, it all depends who you're playing against. If you're talking about sitting at a tough table with these pros, yes, the game's changed. If you go to a local casino and you're a recreational player playing 1-2, it's still the ABC standard recreational players playing the same.
Yeah, for the most part.
Here's a few that went pretty popular, especially the one about artificial intelligence.
So you at Vegas, do you have an apartment there or?
No. I'm not sure where we're going to stay this year. Probably rent a flat somewhere.
9 years. I've not been there since 2009.
Really?
7 years.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not going back till I've got 100 grand I can literally burn.
You're going to need a big bankroll to do that.
Yeah.
If you want to burn 100k.
I don't want to burn it, but I want to go with 100k and know that if I come back with nothing, it's not going to change my life.
Why not just go out and play some of the sides?
It's such a long way to go to play a tournament.
It's not that long. It's only
it's the mentally draining part of tournament. My head can't take tournaments so much anymore.
Right.
Unless they're going to be life changing.
Right.
You know,
that's fair enough.
if it's your day, it's your day. Like, I don't play much at all. I play at DTD, the big ones. Very rarely play these tournaments anymore. You run deep, you get done. I mean, when I come ninth in the horse, the 3K horse, and I went a bit tilted, and I've been there 2 weeks. I was up a nice chunk of money, and something just went in my head, and I don't want that to be the situation again. And the World Series is so long now. I came 73rd one year, and I didn't even cash.
Wow. In the main?
Yeah.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
We're very good.
I think 63 got paid that year.
No, it's like 700.
I think back the first time I played the main event, it was 300 and something runners.
I woke up, I showered, and I came here. So, yeah. I texted.
I couldn't wait. From the age of 16, all I wanted to do was turn 21 and get to Vegas and play the World Series.
Oh, yeah, before you went up then? Maybe it changed.
So many events.
For 15 euros.
Yeah, I didn't play any World Series events.
Oh,
So
I was talking about dollars.
It was pretty cool. Liv Heartless asks, Liv, how many times have you gone bust? Were you pretty sensible with your bankroll when you started? I've never gone bust. I think that was a combination of being sensible, for sure, very almost excessively sensible with my bankroll, and secondly, I definitely ran pretty hot at the beginning of my career, so that two combination safeguarded me from any.
I got a good question.
Bustings.
I got a great question for you. At what point would you see yourself stop playing poker? For full time, as in, maybe you're still going to play a bit of recreational poker, but
I can stop tomorrow.
Is there a certain amount of money,
Yeah.
or is it a
Yeah,
circumstance?
Combination. Yeah, certainly like a certain amount of money. I mean, to be honest, I'm kind of. I'm nowhere near playing as much as I used to now. Just a combination of reasons. I'm not as passionate about it as I used to be. I think I've been doing it for long enough. I think it's natural that something loses its shine after you've been doing it for a while.
Just want to interrupt 1 sec. Again, Dan Pidden, he did this with the 7s, and he's now doing it with the 6s. Interesting. Max, obviously, top 2. Over the moon. He was in the box yesterday talking that he doesn't really like to scare his opponents off with big raises. He must assume Dan has something. Because I used to say, once this World Series got big, we did like 20 questions, I think, for Bluff, and what would you do if you won the World Series of poker? And I said, well, I'll tell you one thing, you wouldn't see me for another year. I'll be back to defend my title, but I will be out on my boat.
Yeah, I wouldn't go grinding all the super high rollers, that kind of thing. No way. Unless it was like a really, really good one. And I felt like there was other equity in me playing it, on top of
like the one drop.
Right, that and sort of exposure, that kind of thing. Then yes. To be honest, I mostly just want to play now when there's sounds a little wrong. Some people might say, "Oh, that's not the right way to approach the game." But I'm more interested in playing when it's like a TV thing, because there's an added value in it for me.
Yeah, there's no real value in these. I mean, in a good way, I guess.
I mean, there is. I mean, like in the EDCs, I mean, these side events are great, and mains as well.
It's not so soft, then. I heard
it's not as soft, but they're still great. I mean, they're still great tournaments. And I mean, they'll be if you still have the love for it, which most people do, then it's absolutely fine. I'm done grinding for sure. I like to just play mostly main events now, and TV games.
What a life.
Well, I mean, I have other. It's not my main source of income.
Absolutely.
Anymore.
So it's for fun.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I'm fortunate that I'm in that spot where I can do that.
Absolutely. No, I hear you.
Also, I'm dating the biggest grinder in the world. He's definitely doing it. He's grinding enough for the family. So
online,
put him to work
every day.
Not every day, but he's been playing a lot. So and he loves it. He's fantastic. So it's perfect.
It's a good situation. A win-win, we'd say. Igor, Martin's raised. Martin probably thinks he's the best player at the table.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think he's that. I don't think he's that delusional. He's definitely. He's tricky to play against, Martin. He'll give you a hard time.
Oh, absolutely. He will put you to the test.
But he's not a full. He's a very smart guy. Extremely smart. Very mathematical. Very analytical.
Your hand is nothing, yeah?
I play 33 more than those.
33?
I like the way he does it. There's method to his madness.
Yeah, no, he's fun. Like he's fun to watch.
Do you answer him there? Do you just move the chips in front of him? Because he's picking up information.
I mean, I personally don't. Igor does. Igor is good at. Martin just tanks all the time in spots like this. He never actually does it. He's folding 100% of the time.
Yeah.
Not 100%, but.
Someone's asking if you've got a main job.
My main job?
Housewife.
That's not a job. Well, I mean, I guess it can be a job for people, but well done. No, I mean I still represent PokerStars, which is great. Love it.
No, I want to call and then on the
a lot of that is sort of media and going to events.
Are still doing these poker shows on TV? They did the Shark Cage. Not
Yeah, they did the Shark Cage. I don't know if they've got another one coming up. But they did the Shark Cage, which was brilliant. And then otherwise, I'm actually just doing a lot of. I'm just educating myself at the moment. So it's not exactly a job.
Coming back?
It's what I'm spending most of my time doing.
Yeah,
So I just started taking a course in machine learning.
In machine learning?
Machine learning, so like...
What kind of machines?
Sewing
machine?
Computers, yeah. Teaching sewing machines to count. No, like programming algorithms, that kind of thing.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, I've never done anything like that before, so... I just started there's this online university called Coursera, where it's actually like real university courses. You're doing it in real time, basically. So I'm taking Stanford University's machine learning course, and it's free as well, which is insane. Or you pay £30 to get a certificate at the end.
Yeah. What?
Yeah, you don't even have to pay a subscription. I don't understand their business model, to be honest. I really don't get it.
Advertising.
I suppose, but there's not ads all over the site either. But it's fantastic. It's such a good resource. If you ever wanted to do...
Government could fund it.
It's not government funded though. I don't think. But yeah. So yeah, if anyone wants to do a university course or something, you don't have to go to university to do it. I mean, yes, you don't get the official credentials, but in this day and age, it doesn't really
don't
matter.
Need it.
You
write on your CV, you've done this course,
absolutely.
And you've got your certificate.
And I have a certificate from Stanford University that I did a course in machine learning.
Is going to play a big pot. Sorry, we're just going to jump in here.
Oh, wow.
Set of jacks versus a flopped flush. The big blind, will he check? Set of jacks. Has to protect his hand a little bit here.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. 28. Looks like he's bet about 18. Now you've got the flopped flush out of position. Do you raise here to make it look like you're on a draw? If you flat here and lead turn, do you look so big?
Yeah, I don't know about leading turn.
So better to check raise and make it look a bit drawy, but you're out of position. Would you check raise a flush draw? Unless you've got an over. Like King 10 with a King of Hearts, you might.
Actually,
yeah, you just check calls.
It out now before button.
Yeah.
He doesn't care. He just starts on the button.
Oh, that's so funny. You're right.
I was about to say, if a heart comes, all the action's dead.
So annoying.
But
you play.
God's sake.
You now pay 500 to play 500.
Jonas will probably put Igor on a big heart. So if he checks, I mean, Jonas could try a stab, but he's probably just going to check behind. There's no value really in betting this turn if it's checked to him, is there? Would you bet a set of jacks here? I mean, I don't.
Probably not.
If a man check calls me.
And also, I can win.
You're winning, yeah?
We can win 3,000. 30,000. No. 25. Yeah, maybe 30.
King of Hearts just gets worse.
So stupid.
But less chance of maybe... What do you stick in a small value bet, like 2.5k? I mean, the thing is, if you check, you know it's going to get checked behind now. So...
Most likely, yeah. I think you have to value that.
You've got to put a bit of value in.
But then...
You got to make it so... I know it looks like you're begging for a call, but it's hard to pass. Like 2k.
Right. Well, at the same time, I mean, if your opponent just has one pair, it's pretty hard to pull off, because people can be bluffing with better hands as well, even. People do strange things. Then again, Eagle's unlikely to.
Looks like just under 4k. I'm pretty sure it's a fold. Oh, half day for Liv. She's off. She's had enough. She said she couldn't take all the abuse from the chat box. Guys,
it's not been it's been a really nice chat. Really, really nice chat. Look, everybody.
We want to say thank you very much for coming in. It's been emotional.
Yeah, thank you for having me, everybody.
Good luck in Monaco.
Thank you.
Good luck in Vegas.
Molti grazie.
And we'll see you soon.
Yeah, I'm going to go get some sleep. Try and become normal again. Go give Igor a cuddle.
No.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much. Oh, what's that pseudonym? Yeah, it's very nice chatting with you, pseudonym as well.
What's the course? And the uni course?
It's called Coursera. What, the course I'm taking, or the site?
The site.
Oh, here, I'll write it down for you.
Perfect.
And then you can just do courses in anything from any not any university, but most universities. It's really cool.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you everybody. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening.
Looks
and
like,
the
looks
show.
like your partner's got a... I was about to say, he's got a decision.
And he's going to 3-bet 6-5 suited.
Never.
Of course, that's small
Not
blind.
to Max, he wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean Max is opening.
The button a lot, but...
Yeah, like 60%, 50-60% probably. And 6-5 suited. Wow, I'm impressed. Eagle normally would 3-bet that so often.
Okay.
That's good. Cool. All right, bye. Bye, everybody.
Should be raising different sizes, so we don't always have to change the chips.
If it's the link for the course you want, it's COURSERA.com. Well, 5-6 of hearts for Igor it was. He's not paying attention, so it won't be too much of a bother. Jonas, probably just happy to check. He's going to win it. Can't see Max betting this river.
Oh, I had ace king. King of spades.
Keep ironing myself out monthly. Discipline, I can tell you that. Lives left for now. I would say live tournaments, it is pretty boring, but online you do get carried away, and if you do get some money in front of you, you're tempted just to get on and start playing in games you shouldn't be playing in. I definitely don't recommend it as a living unless you are very mentally strong and have good discipline. I can't write the link online, I'm afraid. We're not allowed links, but it's course, COURSERA.com. I started playing with friends. I just got bigger and bigger. When I turned 18, I'd be at the Vic in London every day. I'd finish my day job. I was straight to the Vic. Thankfully, it was... casinos used to close at 4 o'clock in the morning. Otherwise, I'd probably be dead. And it just got to a stage where I was earning more money every month. I'm talking, so I was 18, 19 years old, probably on about 100 grand a year. That's like nearly 20 years ago. It was a lot of money. But every month I'd get my paycheck and my tax bill, and I'd look in my wardrobe at how much cash I had. Tax-free, baby. That's what sold me. But the games were quite... well, I say they're soft. It was harder back then. There weren't so many games available, readily available. A lot of the private games you had to be careful in, as you do in any private game. You know, I used to drive to Birmingham to play games because there wasn't that many great games around. I'd drive to all over the country, really, if there was a good game. Found some local games. Marbella, there was some great action because there was a lot of wealthy people that just enjoyed the gamble. Today it's a bit different. If you've got discipline, I think there's a lot of value in like 1-2 games all over London. But you have to be disciplined. Set yourself, what are you looking to make? You know, if you sit in a game and you say, right, I make £200 a day, you don't think it's enough. But if you did that every day, over an average, okay, you can't win every day. Some days you're going to win more, you're going to lose. Have stop losses. You know, if you're talking a bonus 50 grand a year, tax-free, it's £1,000 a week. You know, depending on the game you're in, it's not an unrealistic target. But you have to play discipline. And it's hard sometimes in small games. COURSE. Pocket queens for Igor. He's going to get a call. Yeah. Here he goes. Big favourite. Jack high flops. Oh, first card out, the Jack. We asked for it. We got it. How Pidden leads out with 6s with 2 overs. Leads out with 7s with 2 overs. He's flopped top pair. How will he play it? They call it a donk lead, but he's checked. Igor will probably bet half pot. Less enticing. Looks just like a standard C bet. Hoping his opponent has some form of draw. Has hit the Jack. Just don't play the games downstairs or through the other door. Keep to poker. Well, Eagle's got the Queen of Diamonds here, so it's not too bad for him. Pidden's still probably a little bit happy. He might even lead here to protect his hand. No, he's checked. I think Eagle's going to go for like... He knows his opponent's got something now. So he could go for 2/3. I'd go for like 4.5. I definitely recommend, like, if you take a bad beat, don't just think I'm better than everyone at the table and I'm going to play. If it's not your day and you're not feeling it, don't feel obliged to stay at the table. There it is, 4.5. It's like I got inside his mind and I knew what he was thinking. Or maybe I play like Eagle. I don't know. Have discipline, you know. Sometimes if a game's good and you get involved, your head's not straight. There's no shame in going home. If you've been ahead and you've got even, don't think I need to stay here to make the extra money today. Go home. And if you're running good, stay in the game. Don't be afraid. Oh, don't be afraid as well. I'll come back to it in a sec. But he's called. So Eagle knows his opponent probably at this point has a Jack. Potentially with like King Jack with the King of Diamonds. That's probably the kind of hand he's putting him on. I'm pretty sure Eagle is going to bet for value here on the river. Oh, he's checked. I think against Dan, I think I would bet that river against him. He's check called. We've seen him with big hands just check raise.
Check, check.
Check on the turn? Check turn, check turn.
No, it wasn't check turn.
Thank you, Igor.
Very nice. Yeah, I knew you're gonna find out, you know?
Very nice, very nice.
Nah, Martin, Igor gave him false information. I don't know. The way Dan Putin plays, you'd have known about it if he had you beat. That's my opinion. I love the 8 game. It's my favourite if I play online. Also, if you turn up at a game and the game just doesn't look great, don't even sit down. Game selection is so important. Yet if you find a game where there's regularly good action, let's just take, for example, mate, the mints. You know, it's not big. It's not like there's 50 cash tables running. There's like 1-2 cash tables a night. To get on the good table, there's people that just turn up and sit there and wait for the game to start because they know the players are coming. And they're good players that come out, as in value players. So, depends how committed you are to doing it. I don't recommend you make it everything that you do. Keep it for fun. That way it doesn't hurt that much. Because everyone can go through a bad patch. You can play the best poker you've ever played in your life. You can be the best player in the world. Doesn't always mean that you're going to win. Or win every time, at least. People have bad patches. And when it's bad, it's bad. And when it's good, it's good. Play within your bankroll. That's the key. That way you can afford to put the pressure on your opponents rather than putting you under pressure and play the math in the game. I'm not afraid to stick the money. It's an all-in and a call. This pot, 48,000, 52,100. 52,100. He needs an ace or a king. It's not to be. SR, the man they came to get. is getting them all. Oh, they ran it twice. No. Oh, she's put the card.
Leave it there.
She's put the card underneath.
Put it down, relax. Okay, the down card up. Up. No, down card up. No, relax.
The card at the bottom to go on top. Correct. That's now the burn card.
And now.
Oh, you got to burn, right?
No, burn already did. Turn, make turn.
Yeah. Turn,
burn.
Burn, and turn. That is correct. They've agreed to run it twice.
That was an important one. For that king. Wow. Let's see the other card. Let's see the other card.
No, let's not.
Scandal.
Really want to get me today, huh?
Wow. You have to tell her. She didn't know.
That's right. If he's 8 tabling at 8 game, let me tell you, he's playing good and making money from the game. I would also recommend if you play the 8 game, if you're not so good at pot limit Omaha, not to get too involved because that's where they clean up. They wait for those spots. You know, the limit's one thing. Limit poker's completely different. It's about knowing when to put the pressure on and to get that extra bet, to save a bet. But once it becomes PLO, they come for you.
Nice trick, Jonas. Nice trick to deal which card you want.
I know what you're saying, if you get raised. But the way that this Pidden played in that pot and the way he plays in general, he's never check calling, check raising river. That's not his style. If it was against a tricky player, against Martin Cabril, I understand that check back because you don't want to get check raised. But this Dan Pidden, against him, that's just not his style. And if on the one off chance he did it, the risk reward for me, because I believe I'm getting paid, it's worth it. Anyway, good luck with that. Get out there, make some money at the poker tables. There's plenty of decent tournaments out there. I don't reckon that. I've got a friend of mine, he plays tournaments every day at certain casinos and he's buying in for 40 quid. First prize is 400. I don't advise that to you. It's not worth the time for the amount of times you're going to win, the time you're going to put in. Yeah, once a week, put a session in online. I mean, you can play 50 tournaments a night online. Some great value tournaments, $50, $5, $10, $11. Party Poker, do some phenomenal tournaments. Queens for Autogot flats. He knows action is not far round the corner. King Jack of clubs. He knows Max doesn't flat with many hands under the gun, let me tell you that. He wants to find out quickly. It's a big raise. Suited connectors behind. I mean, they do like 20k guarantee for $5. 100k guarantee for $100. There's $20 tournaments every night. The Jab, the Contender. Check them out. All available to view on the Dusk Till Dawn website, I think. You know, and there's not thousands of players to get through like, you know, if you play on Stars. I know it's great value for $11 you can win 20 grand, but you got to win 20,000 runners. Yeah, I've multi-table. I used to multi-table mix games, and sometimes you're playing stud. Then 1 minute you're playing stud, high, low, raz, and if you've hasn't had much sleep and you've had a long session, all of a sudden you start getting involved in a hand that you realise you're on the wrong thing. So Max has limped. Igor opens to 6, called by the 9-10, and Max limp raises to 3,300. Surely the alarm is going off as if there's a fire in the kitchen. King Jack. He's happy to put 3,300 in here with King Jack after Max limp raises, but he didn't want to put the 2.5k in when the other player was all in and he'd already put 2k in, so he had to put 2.5 to win 7 suited connectors. Don't really understand that myself. There you go. Well, they're both called. Max a big favourite. Wow. I mean, just wow. Pretty unlucky for Max. I mean, let's be honest. Igor had a real bad day yesterday. You can't take him a bit of luck away from the fella. A queen on the turn would just be the sickest card. That's what would happen online. Is Max going to represent the aces or kings? 2.5 must flat behind. If Igor raises here, Max would potentially and could fold aces. Keeps the strength of his hand, yet at the same time has told Max he's got something. Yes, I have, sir. I have gone broke playing casino games. I've lost more money than I'd like to tell you about. Let me tell you, if I had that money now, I'd be... Oh, I thought that was a queen. Jack's such a bad card for Max, because if he wasn't beat by the king and somebody had like a Jack-X combination... Max will check this now. Igor will check behind. A queen on the river would definitely be a great card now, but only for Max. When I was 22, I lost 7 figures. Built it back up, and that's why I've not been to Vegas in 9 years, because I fell off the wagon 9 years ago. And that's why I'd care not to go back for a while. Very sad situation. Funny, he didn't want to bet his big hand on the turn last time to give it away, yet he wants to bet now. Don't know what he thinks Max might, what anyone would call him with. I mean, to bet 2,700 into 20 odd K is... Okay, you're enticing pocket pairs all to call and catch up. Nobody's going to raise you at this point. Not even, I don't even think an ace jack's raising here. Tell you a degenerate story. I've got so many. I'd rather tell you a positive story than a negative one. Don't like to think about those days or the amount of money, because life would be so much sweeter. I'd be playing in this game right now, let me tell you. Maybe not this one, but I would have played the Omaha game this afternoon. But it's only money. It's the easiest thing in the world to come by. You've just got to be prepared to work for it. Yeah, I know it's a milli. It was actually 1.2. And I'm just very grateful that I was able to stop, because a lot of people get into a situation where they lose everything and then they get into debt and borrow and get in deep. But I managed to stop, thankfully. It was over a course of time. That's life. As they say in Point Break, young, dumb and full of cum. I had some good times though, I wouldn't change it for the world. It made me who I am today. Not sure, he lost about 50k on the stream, and apparently he lost more towards the end of the night. He got most of it back, lost a huge pot with aces. We don't know the exact figures.
It is very nice, yeah. That's what aces are going to do. Yeah? Yeah. All the time frustrating.
SR dominated. Igor dominated.
You should let know Leon that he has to play.
Otherwise I would have continued playing, you know, wait.
You can always get out, my friend. You just have to be prepared to start from the bottom. And it's not easy when you've been at the top. But if you're falling anyway, what have you got to lose? Just get out now. Get your head straight. Be smart. I did say if I won the Euro Millions, I'd probably want just to take a little bit aside and have a punt at wiping the place that took most of my money out. And the risk is they'd obviously win a few million from me, but because it wouldn't mean anything to me, but why would I do it? Why would I even care? I'm just very principle-minded. I'd want to wipe them out. Just have a shot, and if it was my lucky day, hit them for everything, show them what it's like. I see too many people lose everything. It's very sad. I think it's the worst addiction of all, and I think it's disgraceful that it's advertised everywhere. Every single advert on TV after 10 p.m. is to encourage you to gamble. Bingo! This, that. But that's life. Makes the world go round. Pocket sevens folded. Cabril 4-bet. Open to 300. 3-bet to 2,600. Pretty big 3-bet. 4-bet to 5,500. Interesting that he's done that. Gum. I'm saying you shouldn't gamble. It is, yeah, you find out who your friends are when you got nothing. When you got money, they all want to be your friend. And obviously, it must be an all-in. He needs to see all 5 cards. Well, I don't know why Martin would just min-click and then want to count. He's got a rough idea how much he had anyway. Martin's a clever enough guy that he knew what he was doing when he 4-bet, whether he was going to call or fold. Snap call. 34k. In the middle. We're off to the races. 1 ace folded. They're running it twice, I believe.
Call this when I play like this. Oh, really? Yeah, one time.
One time. One time! A 9, Jack 4. 8. A date with an 8. Ace from space. Always comes on the river. Oh, it's a king. The game has just opened up, ladies and gentlemen. This pot was not 67,000 euros. Just in case that was your guess.
Okay, again. Probably would fold.
16,700.
It's king. Yeah? Close.
Of course nothing was done. They're earning a fortune from revenue from it.
Sorry,
16.7 is 33,400. Nowhere near the biggest pot. I can't believe people are stupid enough to play these fixed odd terminals. I don't know if they're all losers watching this. This is entertaining. Poker's... I understand poker's gambling, but Monopoly could be gambling. We could gamble on Monopoly. We could say we'll play with real money. We could say anything. So that would then become gambling. This is a game, and you choose when you want to put your money in. You have a choice whether to call, whether to raise, whether to fold. You're not putting your money in and we're dealing the cards and then we'll see who's going to win. So it's rational and logical gambling, and you can play a mathematical odds game. So...
Probably max money should.
Yeah.
You made 250 euros in 1 hour. 250. That's okay.
I think Max has left the game. The UK... nice to see the king, don't mean how hard. Who's the king? Oh, nice to see the king on the river. I think it's good for the game. No, but if you like, you know, there's a lot of players that want to learn and improve their game, so they watch these streams to get some information, to have a bit of fun, kill a bit of time, and then, you know, improving your game. If you watch some of these players, unfortunately you can't make moves like they move because they're playing at a different level. But to understand the theory and what they're doing and why they're doing it, it's interesting. You know, some people like cartoons. They watch cartoons all day. You like poker? You watch poker. Meanwhile, suited connectors. Ace Jack, solid fold. Deuces in the bin. Surprised the deuces fold here. SR, if he catches a deuce, gets well paid. Because we know that Arakamai isn't one to make 4 bets. So you're pretty sure that if you call here, it's going to get called behind and you're getting the odds to flop a set. And if you flop the set, you're going to get on. Now, suited connectors has got to pay 17.50. Now, if it's just heads up, he may not want to get involved. Dan Pidham hasn't 3-bet much, and he's got position. I think Tobias is folding this. Doesn't want to get involved and play huge pots. Yeah, definitely Toby would call if SR called, but yeah. Don't mind that fold at all. It's going to be better spots to put money in. So we started about 9:15. We're 2 hours in. We're halfway through. 24. We didn't get many hands in Hold'em as we did in Omaha. I'm going to leave you with a table chat for a couple of minutes. Need a bit of air. It's very stuffy in here. I'll be back shortly. Just some good news. The king is back. Leon said we need to liven this game up. We just saw Martin Cabril lose a big pot. I'm coming after him. The man's going to go until Leon wants to finish the job. Leon will be back shortly.
What is the time, please? Can you tell me?
Almost learn part of.
Yeah.
Almost the soccer game.
Cannot follow. 0-0.
Did it?
It's over, yeah.
Maybe it's 11.
I just saw that it says 0-0.
600.
a bad card on the turn before, but apparently it was a good one.
8 raise 700.
It was. You had king, queen, suited.
Instead of jacks.
Say again?
Instead of jacks.
You?
Yeah.
In that hand?
Yeah. When you had 5, 8 or hearts, you flop the flush.
Oh, in that hand. I thought another hand. I thought on the king, jack, jack you had 3 jacks.
I was very confused just now. I was also thinking the same hand.
No. I'm talking
It's
about
like-
when you flop the flush, when I flop the set and the turn was
set
another
of
heart.
jacks, folds, and then for 2700.
So what is it? 700 for your
No,
half?
it was the hand with max that everybody had.
No,
Pardon me?
I didn't have a jack.
Nancy?
Yeah. It's like you fold a jack, Igor has 5, 6 of hearts or something, I don't know.
Jonas, please, can you tell me your set?
10,000.
10,000 together, yeah?
Yes.
Playing 40?
Oh, not even close to. So 33, 34.
Really raise 10,200. 1/4.
Bullets for Igor. Probably had bad memories of last night. He lost a huge pot with the aces. Not on the live stream.
Yeah, I bet way too big. Thought I wanted you to call. Split.
What flush you had there, Igor?
Didn't see the hand, sorry. Just came back for the end of it.
But you flopped the flush, yeah?
I should check though anyway, but like I thought you might call me because I'm me.
The flag board.
I can confirm Leon is at the table now playing live. So we'll be back on our screen shortly. It's not too late to enter the competition to win a goodie bag. It's free of charge. All you have to do is tweet me at Paul Zimbler. What do you think the biggest pot of this session will be? So far, 52,000 has been the biggest pot. A couple of interesting hands. Well, it's been straddled, opened, and 3-bet. Easy fold. Ace, queen, may just decide. I put 25% of my stack in. I need to see all 5 cards. If he's got a big hand, he doesn't like to play big pots. I don't mind the 3-bet on the button because he's basically now asking his opponent to move all in or fold. Unless he planned to stop and go with a small pair. It's an all-in, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be a fold. He's 3-bet to get information to fold. It looks now like it's going to be ace, king, ace, queen, jacks, queens, kings, aces. Medium to small pairs might have called, done a stop and go, seen a safe flop. He's called. Really didn't think Toby would call that one. He is crushed. I think they've agreed to run it twice. I wouldn't be running it twice. Wow, first card out. Well, if they are running it twice, that's good news that both two have come out. That means there's only one left in the deck. So one more spade out the way. The whole board gets moved up. Once they run it twice, they run the whole board twice. If they've seen a flop and run it twice, they run the turn and river twice. If they're on the turn and get it in and run it twice, it's only the river twice. Be tough to lose this one. Running spades or the case king needed. Ace ball confirms the chop. Still a bit surprised he called. I thought he 3-bet to get information or to put pressure on. There you go. When you say there's quite a few thousand in the middle already, depends on the scenario. Quite a few thousand in the scheme of the size of this game isn't that much. That purple chip in the middle, it's a 500 chip. It is the ante that's paid from the button. If you've just joined us, it's the last session of Cash Kings at the King's Casino in Rozorov. 50, 100, no limit hold'em, and the button pays a €500 compulsory ante. Builds the pot, builds the action. Gabriel suited one gappers. Kurganov. Queen Jack off with all these limpers. How does he feel about that? Why would Martin limp the button? That's what he's thinking. So now he thinks he only has to get through a Roman. He thinks he can just pick up this 950 dead money. But he's called. Martin has the button. He's got suited one gappers. Here we go. There he is. Nice flop for Igor, who could check this. And of course, Leon has to sit back down with what he stood up with. That's how it works. Don't mind this check. It enables Martin to maybe take a stab. Martin says no. If he checks the turn to me, I might take a stab. It's a great card for Igor. I'd like to see him check again. Beautiful. Exactly what I would do. If I'm checked to twice on the button, I'm normally betting. And he's going to bet, what, like 1,800? Oh, 1,900 he went for. It was close. He's just going to call. Looks like he could have an ace-10, ace-queen hand in Martin's mind. He's probably thinking that could be Igor's kind of hand. But you think he might be good with the ace-high. He's got outs if he's called. He's checked, allowing Martin, if he does have air, to fire. And if he fires, he probably is going to... Doesn't need to fire big. If he thinks he's going to get hero called by ace-high, he doesn't want to bet too small. But he's given up. He's decided Igor was trapping. Okay, why would I not run it twice? If I have a player crushed and I'm playing within my right bankroll, why do I want to split the pot when I'm a massive favourite? If I lose, I lose. I don't mind running it 3 times and winning 2/3. That if I get unlucky in the first one, or you know, I'm still winning. But why am I putting my money in the middle to get called by a hand that I'm crushing to win? I'm risking 8,000 to just win 200. It just doesn't make sense. I mean, if he's got a pair, it's 50-50. Maybe you want to run it twice for variance. You know, if the pot was, let's say, I'm playing in this game and we've both got 40,000 each and we put it in and it's a flip, I don't mind running it twice. It makes sense. But 6K, not being blasé, but you're sitting down with a minimum buy-in of 20,000. It's a big game. 6,000. How do you plan to win money? To get out of it and to be a profitable player running it twice all the time. You know, if there's flops out and they've got, let's say, an up and down straight draw with a flush draw, and I got a pair, 2 pair, an over pair, a set, whatever, okay. But still, I'm a 3 times kind of person. I'd rather win something than split it. Yeah, Liv won about 10k yesterday. Yeah, she did tell you about her outfit when she was in the box. Bit of tie-dye trousers. Jack high board. Against an over and the nut flush draw for SR. He lost about 50k on the live stream. That's all we can confirm. Bing! Immediate service. No diamond for Jonas. He's only got 4k left. He probably can't think his opponent's got a flush draw, because most opponents, if they were bet into for that size, knowing what he had left behind, would put him all in on the flop just to see both cards. And also potentially to run it twice. Okay, it makes sense now. He's got 2 5k chips. He doesn't have 4k left. Now, we've seen SR just move in here before. He's done exactly the same again. Deja vu, Jonas is believing every time it's against Jonas.
Yep.
There you go, the big winners, the big losers. Igor says he's up 38k. SR up 22,000. Tobias up 13. Daniel and Jonas, the big losers. Roman down half a buy-in. Two and a half hours played of this session. Guy telling me about running it twice, because if I'm a massive favourite, what difference does it make to run it twice? Because you should be winning them both anyway. But if that's the case, let's say mathematically it's 80-20. Why don't we run it 4 times? If he wins 1, he gets his true odds. But if people know you're going to run it twice all the time, there's more likely to be sticking it in with certain hands knowing they can run it twice, and it changes the dynamics of a game. You know, if I know there's a player that will always ask me, do you want to run it twice, there's a lot more hands I'm ready to get my money in the middle with. Pre-flop, flop, whatever, because I know I've got that option. If there are players that I'm less likely to run it twice, well, your play will be according to who it's against. So that's just my opinion. Everyone's different. This is a cash game. 20,000 euros is the minimum sit down. 50, 100 euros are the blinds. And the button puts a compulsory 500 euro ante in. Cabril and Pidham, both flop top pair.
Yesterday was the biggest loser. So you knew it. I have a fan. Why did he score?
If you're playing out of your comfort zone, I wouldn't recommend that in general, even though we all do it. If that's the case, even more reason I'm playing to have a shot at winning big. If I'm massively in front, if I take a bad beat, I take a bad beat. I've taken loads before, I'm sure I'll take some again. I've put bad beats on other players. The other thing you've got to think about if you run it twice, let's say I've got 10s, you've got jacks. if we run it twice and I win the first one, there's less chance of me winning the second one. So even if I'm the underdog, I'm putting it in to just get my money back. There's different ways to think about it, but it's hard to win it both times. Okay, yes, you might lose the first one, get lucky on the second one. There's all sorts of arguments you can have in that scenario.
It's very expensive because it's the action phase, but outside of the world,
I'll give you the chip values, sir. The blue chips, which you can't really see that many of, they're the 50s. The white chips are 100. The purple chips, or pink chips, depending on your colour vision, are 500. The yellows are 1,000, and the green chips 5,000 euros. Raised up by Pidham in the hijack. Suli connectors. Called by SR in the big blind. Pidham will bet this. He bets out quite a bit with the small pairs. 1,100, 2/3 gets the job done.
They should really put like a lot of solo.
I've been in a game once where, a long time ago, one of these good games, private games I played, and a guy opened, this guy 3-bet, I 4-bet, he 5-bet, I moved in. It was still a chunk for him to call. He turns over his hand, he goes, show me kings, I know you've got aces. Now at this point, I'm happy to tell him I've got aces, because I don't want him to call because of that variance. I'm happy there to stop him calling, but if he does call, he did in fact ask me, do you want to run it twice? I said no. I tell you I have aces, and I'm not running it twice. You know I've already got aces. I've either got aces or kings. So if I tell you I've got aces and I will only run it once, you decide if you want to call. Do you promise me you have aces? I said if I'm allowed to show them to you, I'll show them to you. The pot's big enough. For him to call that extra bit to catch his king, I'm happy to let that go. But once the money's in, if you catch a king, sir, good luck. Won't change my life. Will upset me. We're talking about catching kings. One came on the turn. PLO started at 4 o'clock today, finished at 9 o'clock. They're still continuing the game, obviously without Leon because he's here. Leon firing into this pot with the best hand.
Good shot.
So the PLO's finished. This is the last session for Cash Kings for this particular series.
Daniel was better.
It depends if coming. Yeah, maybe coming.
I had a gut shot with a pair.
Oh, you had a pair
You,
as well.
you forgot to ask that. You know? A gut shot with a pair.
Small difference.
Small difference.
Then I feel better about my fold.
Suddenly. Upstairs to 1100. Now, with the straddle of 200, you think the 1100 sounds big, but remember there is the extra 500 euros in the middle. Sevens calling. Ace, 4 of hearts. Flops the nut flush draw. He's been running good today. No one from Denmark today, but they are on the outer table. Brick on the turn. I love it when I've got deuces and it comes that deuce on the turn. It's my favourite part of this game. No one suspects it. Leon thought nobody wanted it. I'm taking a stab. Nut flush draw and the ace calls. Sevens call, quite rightly so. Another deuce on the river. Sevens will like this. I can't imagine Leon wants to turn his hand into a bluff. When you're getting called by another ace, you're getting called by any pocket pair. He's not all in to call. He does have more than 2,100. And there's no chance that he should fold here for 3,000, I don't think, against Leon. Leon opened under the gun, check flop, bet small on the turn. Yes, he could have a bigger pair. It's possible, but it's also possible for him to have nothing. And now he's called. SR doesn't need to call with an ace behind. SR may have called if it was just himself and Leon in the pot. And this would be a nice little pot for Jonas. He needs it. Tap the table. Nice hand. GG. Oh, yeah, you're right. The second deuce on the river's irrelevant, really. Just a deuce on the turn. The second deuce on the river does make you feel a bit more comfortable.
1, 2. Now the ante doesn't seem that bad. It's in line.
Yeah, I'm
The snowmen. Two fat ladies at the garden gate. Number 88.
much 1,200.
Not only did Liv eat all the sweets, she ate all the good ones. Deuce 5-9. Cut the clubs. Roman with one over the nut flush draw. Not the worst flop for Martin. What's he going for? 40%? Nope. 40%. How does Roman want to play this? Must be all in with that stack size. Must be a call.
Like 6, yeah? 7. Okay, I call.
Just under a flip.
Word cards, please.
Yeah, 1-2, I believe, is their smallest game. Well, it's picked up a straight draw, a 4-ball, a club, or an ace. Nope.
This one.
Okay. 20 more.
Reload.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. I didn't know. Thank you. I'm happy. I'm happy it doesn't come.
I'm happy that you're happy, actually.
You made me fold ace 4.
Ace 4? And what do you have?
Yeah, I know, it's slightly off. Unfortunately, I can't do anything from about it my end.
No straight. Or there was a straight now.
On the turn.
You're kidding, yeah?
Yeah, the dealer does still cut them.
5 to 3.
Really?
5 to 3.
With get shot on the flop or?
Yeah.
Okay, we got a restraddle. 50, 100, 200, 400.
I'm happy.
The blinds.
Double happy.
Roman in the cutoff.
Well, yeah.
Just reloaded. Should be opening up here. Make it like 1,000.
Made the gut shot fold. Flush that doesn't get very call.
Yeah, I promise you, the casino owner, Leon, has lost more than his fair share and certainly more than he's won. These cards have chips in, so it's also a lot harder to actually manually shuffle. But Toby's called on the button with a suited ace and wheel draw. 2 hearts and a 5. Not a bad flop for Toby on the button. Is Roman going to c-bet this board? Backdoor diamonds and straights with 1 over. He's not feeling it. He's not in that zone, I don't think. Against Toby, who's a solid player, he might just try a standard c-bet, 2,000. He might decide to check. Looks like he's reaching. 1,600. You've just seen him lose a pot. You've seen him reload. You're wondering if he's on tilt. You're wondering whether he's got a hand. He's played fairly solid cards. Bod not bod, talking about maybe online. Upstairs it's gone. He's asking a question. Be interesting to see if Tobias would want to stick it all in. I'm guessing if he's raised the button, he's prepared to put it in. From not wanting to play too many big pots. But he's going to take it down. Here comes the clipboard. He's a lefty. Ronan, left-handed. Your sister's down the Vic. What day is it today? Tuesday, playing the 100.
New confidence. Yeah, but you're running good.
Annie Love. She's gone above the 100k mark. I think it's going to be close. I think there could be some big hands towards the end. Biggest game you've been playing, I don't know if you're asking me. I played 100-200 a few years back for a TV show. I took a 1-outer for about 30k. And unfortunately, it was Justin Bonomo wanted to get involved, otherwise Viffa would have doubled me up.
I would scream like a baby.
Because he hit a jack, he had pocket jacks, I had kings, and Viffa had the other jack. And Viffa had opened. There was a raise, a call, a shove. Meanwhile, went outside, took a walk around like the Hyde Park area, regrouped, gathered myself together, walked back inside, reloaded, and got out of it, thankfully. Used to play 25-50, 10-25 a lot. Not anymore.
Alles schön. Grün und alles und gute Restaurants und Cafés aber fehlt halt so ein bisschen der letzte.
Want to enjoy the game. Don't have the bankroll to sit 2.5k, 5k deep at the moment. But it's different. Some like 5-10 games play bigger than 5-10, and with all the straddles that take place now, and depends what players are in the game, how big the game becomes. I definitely felt out of my comfort zone playing 100-200 though. There was, I think the game started off 25-50, it then moved to 25-50, 100 compulsory, then it turned to 50, 100, then there was a 200 straddle near enough every hand, 400 in a lot of cases. Just didn't feel I could get involved because I was short stacking. And I don't like to be the short stack. I like to mix it up, get involved.
They're out. Barcelona is out. Pane.
Who's still in?
Kolik hrajeme ještě? 2 a něco hodin?
Bayern, Atletico, Madrid, and today was Manchester City against Real.
Who win?
I think 0-0.
0-0, yep.
Yeah, I'm going to Bayern to see what's...
Yeah, it's going to be a nice match tomorrow. Not tomorrow, right? Or, because tomorrow is...
Thursday.
Yeah,
You go to
in 14 days.
Yeah, yeah.
Na kdo to nemáš?
Enfield.
Yeah, 1 week.
Já
1
jsem
week.
to myslel.
Yeah.
Jsem se ani neptal, jenom mě teďka, když o tom mluvíš.
Yeah, it's in 1 week already.
Sorry? In 1 week?
1 week later.
I'll be honest, I got back to... I did get back to play those games. I used to have sponsors that would back me for a lot of stuff. And it's a bit unfair then to say I'm going to be on TV playing a game where I could win 100... Well, I could lose fortunes, I could win fortunes and then not have a piece, so I offered them all a share, they wanted it. And I'm glad, because if I'd have come home, done 20 grand, 30 grand, I'd have felt a bit sick telling them, well, I had a 1 outer, you know, I don't want to... They're going to know I'm not lying, but it's nice that they get to see it on TV. And the fact that I kept calm, regrouped, came back, and got out of it. Never forget when they phoned me up and there was a seat in the Poker Million. I had 48 hours I had to raise 20,000. I sent emails out and I was very lucky to get a great response. I sold shares starting at £100 a piece for 1%.
Just improbable, but
yeah. Like, was it just super
Or
aggressive?
maybe it was £150, whatever it was.
Just by like playing well.
At the beginning, yeah.
I did okay there too,
They took a bit
thankfully.
Kind of
Won the heat, got to the semis, unfortunately missed the final.
I was out, like, I didn't watch the game.
Well, you've got a decent track record and you know people, you know.
He's Liverpool supporter.
A lot of people will invest in people. There's a lot of people that back businesses, that gamble on horses. It's, you know, kind of the same sort of thing about being around those kind of people. Well, a pair, a gut shot and a flush draw for SR. Can't imagine he's going to call this bet of 10,700 from Leon.
It's crazy, like...
The flush draw could be no good, could be dead already, and Leon takes the pot.
Like if you have like a World Cup or something.
Yeah, it is on YouTube, and it's, in fact, when we got to the hand, he wanted to run it twice, and I was like, I said something to him, but I think it was misinterpreted. It was quite funny when I watch it back. Commentators like, what's he talking about? Jesse May, run flop, turn river. And again, there was another pot, we got it in, and I managed to hit runner against him. I did feel that was justice, where he wanted to run it twice, and I said something, and it was a bit not understood. So it just ran the once.
But it's like...
You have to forget somewhere.
And
so
I managed to catch a runner. Then I got involved. They had a party pot. They'd throw $1,000 in bonus money, £1,000, whatever it was. And Viffa was going crazy, and he opened, and I just shipped it in for 10k with Ace King. He snap called me with what did he have? 5 something. Anyway, turns a flush draw. I turned trips. I was about to tell the dealer, hold on, because the man was hitting everything, and I was going to ask him if he wanted to run it twice, because that was a big pop for me, and he was running good. That also affects my decision. If he's running good, if I'm playing against a man that's hitting everything, I don't really want to get too involved with them, as opposed to someone that's running bad. I want to be involved as often as possible. Anyway, the dealer just dealt the river. Thankfully, it held. Leon with a pair and an up and down at the bottom end. A bet from Roman. Top pair. Pretty sure Roman's going to now check this river. What a card for Leon. not a great card for Roman. If his opponent had something like 7-4, 4-3 or 7-8, he's losing to all three of those. Roman should definitely check here. And it's how much Leon wants to bet. What can his opponent have? Looks like he's got a king. He's not going to pay too much. He's in deep. Could make it look like a missed draw, like the 8x of spades. 6,000. I do know run bad can end at any time, but people go in general in life when things happen, they happen for a time period. Yes, it can of course stop any second. Wow, he's called because it's Leon. He'll show the 7-4. In general though, if people are running bad, they're making bad decisions.
Up and down straight. I almost went all
People are running good and they're in the energy flow and the zone. They keep hitting and it goes through waves. I don't disagree. That's just me, that's how I play. Nutty Barry, I'm glad I amused you. Better to laugh than cry.
So there are 5-6 flop, I have 4-7. You know, top 7-7. Even better. It's better than 3. Yeah. The 3 is pretty good.
Tony G's not playing though. Very difficult for him to play on TV these days, obviously with his politics and stuff.
Did you start the strike round?
Yeah.
Starting out?
So one more
Another
round.
go round?
Fine with me. I just thought we said one round. Okay, I start.
Compulsory straddle for 1 round starting next hand. I did say that earlier. You want to play against game selection and play against lesser opponents. Of course, that's pretty ABC. We were under the impression he was coming. He said he would be coming. Up and down straight draw versus a gut shot and a flush draw.
I'm all in.
So, out of my control if Tony's here. Do I regret doing the heads-up thing? I regret certain things about it. I don't regret doing it. We raised good money for charities. I had fun playing with near enough every big name in the business at the time. Got some great memorabilia and great guest book. So I don't regret that part, but I regret the way certain things were handled by certain people. But that's just life. We did it. We survived it. And I won't do it again.
All right.
Did he come from Iran just to play? Well, pretty sure he didn't just come for this. Could be a friend of Leon's. He could be going to Monte Carlo next with these guys, so he just came here first. Leon versus Cabril. Hold on. It says call. 151-2-4. Somebody has raised. I don't know what happened there. Oh, there may be trouble ahead. Only hit. Martin's made it clear. It's only heads up. It's only me you need to bluff or bet against. Look at this. He's been taking lessons. Check. Both trying to trap each other. Cabril bets. Leon flat calls. My prediction. River bet call. Maybe bet fold. The pot's so small, Leon doesn't fold for small change. I mean, if Cabril wants to go for like 5.5k and be greedy, maybe. Look at that, overbets the pot because he knows he's good. 4.5k, Martin Cabril, love that bet.
I'm not spot.
He knew exactly where he was, and he knew Leon. If the pot's 10k and he bets 12, 15k, Leon's not going to call. But it's so cheap in Leon's mind.
Ninth place.
Kitchen?
Martin knows. A lot of players there would bet like 2k. No shame in overbetting. Now, if you did that 4 times and got called once, or if you bet 2k and only got called twice, it's the same thing. So you're on a free roll the rest of the time. If that kind of makes sense. It's a great bet by Martin. Okay, double straddle again. Igor, AJ, UTG opens it up. All yin. Wow. Is he all in? No, Jesus. Had a heart attack. I saw the all in triangle in front of him.
Jonas, how much are you playing?
Called the 1200.
Don't see it from here.
Check.
No. Your players do have shares of each other. It's not cheating because it's kind of just like insurance. If they both think they're good players and one has a good session, one has a bad session, it's kind of a bit of a kickback. They're not colluding. They might swap 10%, 20% of each other. One might buy a share of another player and just not give anything of himself away. Different things happen with different people. I don't know too much about it, if I'm honest, but that's what I can assume would happen.
Yeah.
I gave you an ace though. Couldn't fold it.
Oh, if you have ace, you can't. Very difficult. And maybe that.
Well, Igor and Liv at the same table. You saw yesterday, Igor was going for her. She pwned him. Not once, not twice, 3 times. A lady.
Yeah.
So, I mean, certainly they do it in the tournaments too. The Germans especially, they have shares of it themselves in the super high rollers. You know, let's say it's 100k to buy in, and you bust out, and your pal wins it and wins 3 million or a million, and you've had 10% of him. You've got your 100k back. It's basically you're buying back.
You win to be.
You know, and if you both cash, great. It's just like a bit of a saver. It's just like if you went to a tournament with a friend and swapped 10%. You know, if you both get deeper into the tournament, you might change that to 20%. You're still going to play against each other. King-a-ling-a-ling. With a deuce. SR. No one with much else apart from Jonas with second pair. Jonas and SR keep going to war. Leon is cool with a gut shot. Oh, let's get a look at Jonas's face. He'll feel sick right now. He was running bad against SR. I don't think he was calling the 3k anyway, even if it got to him. He was getting the pot bigger, but they were heads up twice, so it's not like there was someone there trapped in the middle.
Let's try second one, octopus. Yes.
He would open on her big blind. One guy might call, she'd defend. He'd bet the flop, they would fold, she would call. Heads up, she would check, he would bet, she would call.
Byl by tam celý, protože měl 2 páry.
200! 3 hours in.
Like challenge, yeah?
Roman has got a pair of 6s. He's not having a good day. SR opening to 8. He's just moving in. It looks like his day is about to get worse. 1-6 just folded. Kurganov folds. SR will snap this off. Twice. You want to run it twice? Because he knows when he gets snapped off, at best he's in a race, but very unlikely because SR hasn't opened that much with bad cards. Yeah, doing it twice. He's got oneout.com. And let me tell you, it's the fire escape. It's the only out he's got. So now they're running it twice. He cannot win both boards unless he finds a way to make a straight. A spade on the turn would be, look at this, a made straight. Drawing dead on the first one. First pop to SR, who's having a cracking day. Second board. First card in the window is a 10. Oh, he doesn't have the 6 of hearts. Running hearts for a chop. That's it. There is one.
Easy to chop.
A chop would find a way out. It's pretty sick. Oh, it was red, but it was a diamond. And a Roman down 40,000. Looks like he's getting his jacket. It's been a tough day at the office. Gonna say goodnight to everyone and well played. One seat here, as Michael Arnold would say at the Vic.
Running good again. Playing good, running.
The Kipster is playing in Omaha on the outer table. He didn't get on the feature table today, but he's been playing the side game since about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He had a good day at the office. I don't know. I think that's a bad day at the office. If you're doing 40 grand. Can we get Hansa Limp in the building? We'd like him in the game. Is it Romano? There's a couple of high-stake gamblers. Kind of need a few of those around. Well, I don't think the button is going to peel here. 2.5k with ace jack to an under the gun limp raise or open, and then a 4-bet. Didn't see how it went. Ace jack can never be in good shape. Problem is, if you hit the ace, you're either doing your stack or you're not going to make any money. So it's 2.5 to win 5-6 if you hit the ace, where it's 50-50, where you make nothing or do the lot. Pretty sure he's folding ace jack here. Nothing wrong with raising. Find out, build a pot, see where he is. Wow, he's moved in. I am in shock. And Jonas has finally found a good spot to get back in this game. Let me tell you, if I lost that money, when I stand up from the chair, I might fall over, let alone get to the hotel room. I might have vomited by then.
What were you doing? I was watching. Oh, yeah.
Ace first card.
Oh, the info, yeah?
Oh, the info.
Did I play well?
Max is back.
Commentating or just
Where
no,
was...
just watching.
Oh my God! Pidden has hit a jack.
Yes.
Just when we thought there was a way out for Jonas to get in the game. Oh, they've agreed to run it twice. Oh, he's very lucky. I say he's lucky, he's quite unlucky. Well, he's found the king ball. Wouldn't surprise me if a lady turned up. 6 on the turn. Oh. Chop it up.
20. Yeah,
How much are you winning before?
I think they're playing 25.50 PLO.
You should put 20,300.
On the side, and I think if these guys are really playing in their bankroll, to only pull up twice, once Leon's in the game. I mean, it's not the worst game in the world. I mean, it's just not the best. But to only have one pull up in the game, I personally, if I'm ever sitting in a game, I want to make sure I got my original buy-in and 2 pull ups. So if I was playing this game and it was my bankroll that I could afford to buy him for 20, reload for 20, and reload for between 20 and 40 the third time if needed. So as long as it's your bankroll, it's not nice, it's going to hurt, but let's say you were playing a £5, £10 game, or let's say a 50p a pound game and sitting with 200. And you lost 200, and then you lost another 200. Would you feel sick? Yeah, you've had a bad day at the office, you've not won, but tomorrow you're going to come back, you're going to sit with your 200, you might win. You know, just the fact that it's 40,000 sounds a lot, but if these guys are playing these stakes every day, they're used to the swings.
Hit me hard, please.
SK, whatever you are, keep it friendly, please. They will ban you if the moderators are watching, which they should be. If not, they've got an earpiece in. Keep it clean in the chat. They will ban you. Bod, send me your details. I'll get you one of those signed jokers out if you like. Good to have you here. We will see you at the next Cash-King games.
I beat these two hands before river. I beat it.
This game?
Okay, I win the small ones today.
You're in for 40?
I'm in for 70.
70 already?
Wow. Cuts, please. Cuts.
Double straight up. If you want.
Well, you called a man back. Max Autogot.
50, 100, 200.
Thanks. Ante 500. Still same.
Pidham on a complete free roll. How did that money go in the middle? No problem. If you want, I'll scan it, email it to you, then you can print it off and have it yourself, and I'll send it to someone else. Not a problem, my friend. Queen 4 for the small blind. Lucky he ran it twice. They pay an hourly charge to play at the table. That's how the rake works here. They used to be free, but the new laws have come out here that you cannot give anything for free in the casino, so they have to charge something. It's a nominal hourly fee. Not exactly sure on the ins and outs, so I don't want to comment on it. But that's how it's working. Pidden now should do the rest of his chips.
You took it? No. That had nothing to do with it. Your second looks like it.
I'm definitely leading out here, and I'm leading out a decent size. I like it. I don't think the ace is folding.
Actually, he lost like every hand he played. He lost like every
Why
hand
is it
he
bad?
played, yeah.
I think it's bad.
You have the odds basically on your ace.
Yeah, no, I didn't have aces, I couldn't.
Some pay before, some pay after. I don't know. I don't want to comment. I don't know the answer. It's not like the rest of the games in the casino. They're done on a rake basis, 5% capped at 20, I believe. Oh my God! Now, this guy's not having a good day either. But he can only check. There's nothing else he can do.
What do you actually have, Igor?
And Pidham is just likely
You had King Jack or
to bet 6k.
I don't raise like I had King Jack. King Jack? Yeah, he was a hero.
He doesn't even think that he could be against a bigger ace. He's just hit an ace on the river and he's going to
Same
bet.
thing, though. I don't bet the king. I might. Still a good fold, of course. So what did you have?
3,500.
And especially like with queens, I don't have queens.
With queens, it's like
Two bag of flop.
Yeah, that's the river. Queens is an easy fold.
Yeah. Huh?
All right, pal. See you in a bit. I'll get that in the post to you when I get home.
I was like sitting here. Aces. What the fuck? Like, what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Should have checked. I should have checked. No, wait. I bet always.
You did bet that one. If you ask behind.
Not really sure what he's thinking about.
What do I have?
can't really be a bluff. Not in my opinion. I know I can see the cards. I'm just talking in general the way he plays. He gives up.
Just like, especially like with such a small.
If he had a bigger kicker, he'd bet a bit more. He wouldn't bet fold. Be interesting to see if he bet folded. I doubt it. If he's sticking it in pre with ace jack.
Yeah, but we don't get to the river in a way that I win with queen high.
You could shuffle in on the river.
After I bet.
After you check.
Oh, Max, I think, is talking
It's fun.
Well, that's also
queens
But
against
that's
king
probably
jack
why the bet is
earlier.
because, like, you can call aces just on your
Wow, he's called. I just.
That's another thing.
I mean, the way he's played it, the only thing I'm guessing he's thinking is that he's missed his flush draw, and he's trying to represent. And it has double paired the ace, so there's less chance of him having an ace, and he hasn't taken control through the pot. But
also, like, it's one of those
there you go.
Nothing good happens anyway. You win everything if he has a jack or he has a jack, and you win nothing if no one has a jack. It's one of those that really doesn't matter that much what you do.
Okay, so
It's
if I will be there, you will definitely check that.
Oh, Martin, it's you. I
You
like
don't even speak
either
about it,
bet
yeah?
400 or I check. Just want you to do.
Anything right, you just have to bet that.
You saw that, yeah? He was pretty nervous.
Yeah.
Actually,
Alright, 600.
actually, am I not right if you check that he sometimes bets? I mean, without?
Maybe, but not that often.
I would prefer check definitely.
How much did that lose?
Hmm?
But you know.
Yeah, him.
Also, I thought you showed me.
No.
I was like, he smells like it's you betting the hand.
That's what I was saying. But, I'm not saying
I think
you.
he's checking. If he has a jack, I win it all anyway of his.
I mean,
If he has
without
a king,
jack.
he's checking every time.
I mean, without jack, of course. With jack, it doesn't matter. I agree with that. I think he sometimes bet without.
But he has no room really, you know. He has like 11k left and the pot
He
is
can bet.
18,000.
He can bet like you bet.
He's not as weird as you or me. You
Okay.
know?
So
He's less weird.
if I will be there, you will definitely check that.
Oh, Martin, it's you. I
You
like
don't even speak
either
about it,
bet 400 or I check. Just want you to do something.
I would go crazy. With pocket kings there.
Did you see the heads up of the last DPC main event?
No.
With was Urbanovic? Leon, do you know Dimitri Urbanovic? He was heads up against a German kid, and this German, every time he was in a hand, he was
Yeah. Somebody told me this.
like
yeah.
super nervous looking.
But in every hand, yeah.
In every
so
hand.
it was
And
nice.
then like the whole time, and still he had the balls to in a hand. He like 4 bets pre-flop with 4 deuce. The flop comes king jack 8.
Yeah.
He has no flush draw. He bets, Urbanovic raises, and he goes all in with 4 deuce.
I
King
wouldn't
jack
call
8,
that
no
balls.
flush draw, and just going.
But it's not balls, yeah. It's just
It was-
craziness.
It was
It's sort of like,
yeah.
you know, it's a
Urbanovic
combination
had,
of balls
5-8
and emptiness. You know?
with a
It's
flush
like you have the ball here and what's
Yeah,
there.
he had no
and
clue.
looks 99%.
No.
And then he won the DPC.
He's a good player.
Yeah, he's a fun player as well. He's doing always a little bit something. But he doesn't like to give up. He likes to do a little bit.
Yeah.
He's like Martin a little bit. You know, like he thinks and then he does some weird.
But fine.
Very young. He has a bet against Vanessa Self. If he wins 3 bracelets, she has to pay.
He's 21? He's 21 or?
10k versus 2 million on 3 bracelets. 21, yeah.
This year.
And what are the odds, the real odds are what?
It's pretty much there. It's like 200 to 1. Because he plays all of the games.
Yeah.
It's very unlikely.
Everybody-
She said it's like 10,000.
Yeah, it's crazy, yeah? It's craziness. I don't know if it is 200 or 500, but it's not 10,000.
But let's say if it's even 10,000.
It's not 10,000.
Let's say she only
Anybody
has
ever
to
win
pay.
three
She has to pay everything she has.
No,
she saw the action at first. If he wants one or two races. Because there are many people who thinks it's 10,000 to 1, which is not, of course.
Because some of the fields are like 50 players, 100 players, many fields in the mixed games. You play 60 tournaments.
He will play 60 tournaments.
Probably. He will just do the buy into everything and play there, go there. So he has the same time.
First time he
Oh yeah.
He's 21, yeah? When I was
Jason Mercer has the same bet.
The same bet? With who?
Yeah,
with who?
also with Vanessa.
21, yeah?
She bet against 2 people.
What was the bet? Sorry, I wasn't ahead.
10,000 versus 2 million.
To win
To win 3 bracelets during the World Series in Vegas. For Jason and for
one summer.
Urbanovic. Yeah.
One person is in 3 bracelets.
Yeah. For Jason and for Urbanovic.
When Jason made it, I don't know about it. After?
10k to 2 million.
Probably. I think at the same evening she was drunk.
I only heard about the Urbanovic.
2,700.
I mean, even if you lose like an average 2,000-3,000 of that, like you still want to like go for it, right? Like the real gamble to play all of them.
Me?
What is satisfying for you to get 2 million?
So good.
In case it happens.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think the odds really are?
Maybe like 1 in 300.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's
1
just
in
100. It depends how good he is and how
maybe
good
1 in
he is.
200. Because 60 tournaments, and some of them have only like there is probably like 20 which have a field of 50 to 200 people. So there's a few small ones.
Where he has couple of percent chance for the
so he has
bracelet.
like a
couple of percents in each tournament. It's not bad, yeah.
Is the heads up also bracelet in it?
Or you raise 6,000?
Yeah, everything is everything.
No, not everything.
Guessing they're talking about odds of players winning bracelets. Wow, I think Pidham bet this set. I like betting out a set.
And it's only summer bet. Yeah?
Toby
The Europe doesn't count, yeah? Or
has raised him.
If
With nothing, can Pidham find a flat call? What is he afraid of?
She's crazy. Yeah? She really thinks it's 10,000 to 1. Yeah, she's like confident that it's like.
He's found a call. Well, Toby has tried a move. A check raise on the flop. Pidham will not like this turn card.
Who already won 3?
But then,
no, it's like.
But that shows that like okay, that would mean more that odds are worse, right?
Yeah, probably it's
if
a bit
3
worse.
people in 20 years do it, then there must be worse.
But,
It must be worse.
a
few hundred to 1, there would have been more.
Someone sent me once the numbers when Ivy wanted to make the bet
There's
for
more
him winning
tournaments
1
this
bracelet
year
in 1 year, and the real odds were like 2 to 1.
2 to 1
for him winning 1 bracelet. But that included Europe and other stuff, you know, like a few more smaller tournaments.
And
How much was Jungle betting? Jungle bet 3 to 1, right? I think he bet.
And what he gets, Ivy?
2 to 1.
But what he gets the odds?
I think he got 2 to 1.
Ah, 2 to 1.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I think he got worse. He got
No, no.
worse. He got better odds. I think Jungle was trying to sell me action on this, and I think it was like 3 to 1.
I looked at the sheet. I remember I talked to Jungle about it.
But the historical consequences are relevant, but not so relevant because it's so many more tournaments and other tournaments which are with smaller
that's true.
fields.
That's true.
It's like it's like it's fine that it were only 4 guys, but it doesn't matter so much. Yeah.
The truth is probably that like for Vegas it would have been for Ivy like 7 to 1 or 8 to 1, and that would make it for Jason and Urbanovic like 500 to 1. So more.
Yeah, I mean,
8 to 1, 8 64.
I'm not saying it's a good bet for him,
500.
but it's crazy to think it's 10,000 to 1, and she really thinks that.
10,000 to 1?
Yeah,
But I mean,
I'm sure Vanessa thinks that it's 10,000 to 1 or even.
No, I don't think so. I think she thinks it's 500 to 1, and she makes like 10,000. If it's 500 to 1, right? She makes like 50%, 80% ROI on it.
She even said she would give him like 500 to 1.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I believe that. Yeah. Maybe no. I think.
I will not make such bets. I just don't want to be on that side.
Might be an easy odds, but if it happens, you don't want to be paying out.
It's like Victor. You remember Victor? When Victor booked like the $200 Sunday Super
2
Sunday,
to 3 mil.
and he cross-booked like I don't know how many times, but when he won,
people had to pay him 1.5 million for a tournament that's $200 buy-in. And on this $200, the way they booked it, they were basically winning something like 2,000 something. You know, like on a 2,000 win, you're risking 1.2 million payout.
And he won it, yeah? Or
he was chip leader with 90 left and busted like 16th.
so he gets what? What did he get?
I don't know how much he. I mean, he won obviously, right? But I don't know.
It was some kind of gross booking, yeah?
It was like 20. I don't know. How much was like 30k? It was like 20 times cost booking something.
Yeah, but it's crazy, yeah.
Funny if they get heads up. If you're heads up for your third bracelet, how much would you pay the other guy to throw the match?
We're all talking, you're singing in your head.
I know you better turn, but good decision. I know.
It might be collusion, it might be naughty, but when there's that much money involved, you never know.
Oh, and check. No, you check. That's not better.
What do you think? What is the odds for like average player to get a bracelet during the summer in Hold'em event? In Hold'em event.
Oh, I don't know the events.
No, limit Hold'em. I don't know. Like it's like 40.
Leon has pumped it up. Igor calls.
What do you think? Yeah, because it's so huge field. It's like
Nice flop
it's
for
like,
Igor.
Like much more complicated to do.
But a player with unlimited funds likes to put pressure on.
Some guy just got ridiculous, in my opinion. He's not like top player, but
Igor knows he's ahead now.
and he gets like 50 to 1.
50 to 1.
Yeah, in no limit Hold'em, yeah. I mean, I think it's
But
good.
the Hold'em the no limit fields are pretty big, right?
For sure. But like he's a good player. He's not like top. But
I think Dor Brunson lays a lot of those bracelet bets for players.
I really don't.
No idea.
Well, it's a great turn card for Igor.
Everything. So he will be playing every Hold'em. Hold'em. He can play even limit. Hold'em even.
Oh, I see.
The deal is Hold'em even. So no limit and pot limit paper will be cancelled or whatever. No limit, pot limit, and limit Hold'em. And whenever he gets bracelets, he gets 50 to 1. I think it's very good.
Even if it was slightly minus a it would be a nice bet anyways because it
No,
motivates you.
I'm
big time
speaking
and-
about EV. I think it's really profitable. Okay.
Like, I can't estimate it like that. I would have to look at average
I think
field
it's-
sizes and stuff like that.
Oh, face like that. Pretty sure he's not calling.
Yeah, he can play even 10k even, so we just like 130, 150 field.
coming up? Show.
He will be.
You know what you show?
It for quite a lot of money. But I think it's crazy. For somebody who is gonna accept it and play 10k, he's probably
It's interesting, these odds,
good player, and I think 50.
and how many events that they play, and what their chances in each event are. But still, that's if you'd say like a player's playing 100 events, and he's a 1% chance to win it.
More than 100.
That makes him even, but each event is 1%. It's still
It's crazy.
mathematical equations are worked out.
Because the guy, in my opinion, had no idea. I don't know. It's Hold'em, okay? It's not easy to win it.
Not easy to win these no limit Hold'em events anymore. That's true. Size of the fields are huge. You can be the best. You can play good, get to the final, but at the end, when the blinds are big, a lot of luck involved in finishing the job. It's one thing to get to the final stage, it's one thing to get to the final, it's one thing to get to the top 3. But to come from the top 3 to win it,
I mean, yeah, altogether.
That's the hard part.
I mean, if you get it, you probably snap take it, yeah? If you
Certain
get it,
scenarios, money just goes in.
like 100, whatever.
Okay.
You
Flips.
You snap take it, yeah?
1, 2.
Well, I don't play limit order.
Whatever, yeah? Maybe you learn it because limit order 10k is only 100 players, yeah?
Yeah. It's probably also like weaker players.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, got confirmation. We're going to play for another hour and a half today, finishing the live stream live at 1:30, 2 a.m. for us on the stream, because we're on that half-hour delay.
Here I play very correctly, believe me. Without asking.
Raise 800.
Can you play, please? 30.
Ace, queen of clubs on the button. Max with the 9s.
Thank you.
Jonas, king, queen suited.
5 players?
5 players.
10, 9, 3, 2 hearts. Up and down with backdoor spades for Pidden. A gut shot with 2 overs for Jonas. A set for Max. I like a little bet here. 1,500.
25.
Well, he goes for just over the pot. Pidden can't fold, and up and down, surely, with backdoor spades. Got a customer on the hook. Igor folds. Jonas. Backdoor spades, gut shot and 2 overs. But he knows Max isn't the loosest goose in town. Still, he's going to give it a crack. 4 of spades, just for excitement. Oh, I thought that was going to be it. 4 of clubs. No help. Check. Jonas, pretty sure he's going to put Pidden on maybe a pair, or more likely a drawing hand. He may try to stop a bet if he wants to continue in the hand, because if Max bet this flop, he's very, let's say, I would say near enough 100% going to bet this turn on a 4 of clubs turn card. And if you don't want to have to call 6 grand, you might try and just lead out for 2.5. That could stop. Max might not raise that. He may just call, keep his hand disguised. There is definitely incoming chips. He's got 16k in front of him. Not sure who Daniel Pudin is. I've only seen him for the first time here this week. Kurganov, I think he's up like 40 grand he was before. 8,000 the bets. Half his stack. He doesn't want the players' withdrawals to get the correct price. It's been the bookmaker giving them a bad price. If they decide to call, that's out of his control. Max takes a nice little pot. Looks like he's got about 70k in front of him, Igor.
So what, now sit out and again in half an hour with 20k?
So it's probably 50k up.
No, I'm winning too much.
Martin trying to give Max a little rub down. They're going to sit out again. But that wasn't his fault. Yeah, that is Mac's style, though. It's not out of the ordinary. Doesn't take so long, but he never rushes any decision. It doesn't take forever. The deuces for Toby, Tobias, whatever you like to call him. Reichenmeyer. Sounds like he went upstairs. 800. AJ calls. Last time he raised the button. Pocket kings for Leon. In the small blind. So you've got about half an hour to get your answers in for the competition. What's the biggest pot of the evening? King's goodie bag for the winner. Hoodies, t-shirts, hats, cards, card protectors. Pretty nice little prize. Very comfy hoodies. Yeah, his stack's just not big enough to put 25% in. AJ, Armani jeans on the button, calls. Jack eye board, he gets paid. Oh, it's Jack 8-8. It's happened before, it's happened again with a Jack high board against the overpair. Last time came the Jack on the turn. 3,000. Pudin has got a stack in front of him too, but he needs to pay attention to how much Leon's got. Last time he raised. This time he's just called. He wants Leon to keep firing. 3 of clubs. Ace Jack going nowhere. He's got the ace of clubs. King's going nowhere. He's got the overpair and the king of clubs. He's just going to move in. Pretty sure of that. Not really sure how we did all the money in the PLO. We were talking about that at the break. A few pots. 10k here, 5k there. He's bet 5,000 and left himself 2,200 behind. Not sure what's taken so long here. He got a call. No river. 5. Leon's got chunks in front of him. He doesn't have 2,200 left, so apologies for that. Changes the dynamics of the way the hand was played a bit. Leon could check this, he could bet it. We've seen him do some crazy stuff before. If he thinks his opponent doesn't have the flush, doesn't have an 8, he's just going to stick it in to get paid by the Jack. $9,000 all yin. Are you on Facebook, Heartless? Because if you win, I don't know how to contact you. Is Leon. Leon would bet a flush draw on the flop. He would carry on betting. He'd bet 9s, 10s. He'd bet ace high. You've got the ace of clubs in your hand, so you know he doesn't have that. Pidden's going to pay him, look, yeah. Turn it over. A 40k pot for Leon. The Kings of Leon has pocket kings.
No fear. Scarpa.
Well, the players at the table aren't unhappy. They don't mind Leon getting a stack. They know it's available.
Sind wir immer noch im Straddle? Was machen wir?
And they were talking about compulsory straddle earlier. Seems to have stopped. JR not entertaining it. JR, SR. Related to JR.
I was just asking if everybody straddle. Obligatory or
I would love it.
choice?
I love it. More straddle, more fun.
Yeah.
And sometimes kings.
Cabril has just called. Maybe he believes Leon has the button, will pump it up. So there is a straddle, it's compulsory. Look at Cabril. He knew that Leon would raise the button. Compulsory straddles in play. We're going to see, pretty sure, a couple of double straddles. And if Leon straddles to 400, we could even see Igor make an 800 straddle. Incoming. Deja vu.
9,500.
7k. If this was suited, Leon might call. Giving it up. Might even show the ace. Nope. Solid fold. And there we have, you can see Igor up 40k. So he's in for 40 then. That makes more sense. Pidden down 20. Cabril up 20. Tobias still with the original buy-in, down a bit. Max up 5k. SR up 35. Jonas down 30. He's in for 50. Why do they have better quality? What for, like the cards? This quality seems okay on the picture that I've got here. That's on the livestream.com. Not sure why that's different. It's all being channeled through the same cameras. Yeah, I don't disagree about that other comment either. 8-7 with 8 of hearts against Max. Top. Well, Max will know he's in front again. He won't like this card. He will check. And he could check fold. Could bet fold. He might bet like 1,500 for value to fold to a raise. He may try and overbet to get a weak heart. There it is. 500. Pure stopper bet. That saves him calling like a 2.5, 3k bet. And he knows he's going to get called by any heart. So, done minimum.
Sneaky.
Martin having a wind up.
I see.
You can buy more.
Yeah. Hey, I just wanted to say that I can give you advice to be chip leader.
The feeling is different.
Martin, you can help Max become a chip leader by increasing the size of the game.
Thank you. I will help him like calling.
Like that? That's okay.
More money into the pot.
Dan Pidham, he just won a hand with 8-7 off. Picked up the same hand, so he's going to play it. So if you've just joined us, welcome. We're at the King's Casino in Rozadov, Czech Republic. It's the last session. It's the 5th session we've had over 3 days. They are playing 50, 100, 200, no limit hold'em with a 500 ante on the button.
800.
A couple of players with top pair. A bet from Martin. Called. No, Tobias just gives it up.
Craziness. That's a craziness. You know why I like that? I wanted to re-raise.
Yeah,
you got it? You got my point? I had aces.
Yes.
Well played, yeah? Jonas, what do you say?
Did you really have it?
What do you think? Tell me what do you think. I tell you the truth if you tell me what do you think.
Where's the other stack?
It's good.
Max
it's good
reloading.
also.
It's very good offer.
No,
I
you
don't
didn't
think
put
you
it
had
back.
it.
Oh, you
You're right. I am telling you, you could be the best.
Martin is feeling good.
Jonas was thinking for a moment if she wants to participate in this stupid game, or like what has more value, finding out, or...
Maxi? Maxi?
So how does
Do you have last hour? Or last 1 hour and a half?
Sorry.
It was funny, no? It was funny.
I didn't do it again, but it was funny.
Which one was better, the first one or second one? Heads up?
3 players.
52,000, the biggest pot so far.
I'm pretty sure I have the best hand, but I can't stand, not this, but 9 on the river.
Can't you fall faster?
I can't call 9 on the river. 9,000 on the river. I can't call. This I can call, but I will not see showdown.
You can watch it from TV.
Would you bet again? Just tell me. Would you bet again on the river if I call?
I don't remember my plan.
Okay, your plan is put 400. Igor's 8.
On these?
No?
Or you put 4 after 8.
You. You. Sure. You were playing there with chips, so I was thinking you.
Oh, no.
It was not like I pushed.
Offer still stands. My 8 to your 4.
You owe me something, Martin. I think you owe me something, Martin. You know?
Everything can happen.
What could happen in 30 seconds?
Cabral against Leon, round 52.
A 9 on the turn.
9,000 on the
Yes.
turn? You promise?
Yes.
Thank you.
Already proven.
Hey, that's a very good information.
9 on the turn.
But you know what does it mean? If I call now, I'm strong.
So you meant 9 on the turn.
Leon with a pair.
Yeah, because you didn't know, right?
15,500 in the middle. The deuce is a nice card for Leon. He does not care. He wants to crack Martin and get him on tilt. That will get this game livened up. Leon is happy to gamble with Martin. Martin has called this bet, hoping Leon now checks the river and may pull the trigger. Depending on what river it is. 6 of clubs. Horrible card for Leon. Good card for Martin to make a bet. But he might just think he's winning. I can't imagine he is thinking he's winning when that club comes. I knew he was going to make that move. That's the only reason he called. He's got the ace of clubs in his hand. Did you hear Leon say ace king? If Leon finds this call, it will be the biggest pot. 17. So 9k. Take 9k out. It's 50. 67,000 this pot will be if he calls. Correct. He wouldn't bet the river with the overpair.
5,000. Okay, 5 maybe you pay, but not 9,000.
I think Leon might work this out. He wouldn't bet this river with an overpair. Doesn't think he's calling 9,000 on the turn with a flush draw. If he calls this, the game is on. the wheels will come off. I think Leon might do it. Just if he's right, it's so much of a good feeling for him, and if he's wrong, well, it's only 17 grand. What does it matter? If it cost you 2p to call, would you call? That's the same thing. Exactly what hands is he going to call with? Why would he shove the river? It should be nuts or nothing. The old Leon would have folded years ago. He's improved. He's played some fantastic poker today in the Omaha and in the Hold'em. Oh, Leon's got chunks. Leon has him covered. 85, 86,000 this pot will be. Cabril.
No need to count the hundreds.
Yeah, no need to count the hundreds.
It's 5,000 hundreds. So how much?
Oh, if you can make this call, Leon. He doesn't call and get shown a bluff, he'll tilt. If he calls and he's right, he'll feel like he's invincible. And if he calls and he's wrong, he won't be too upset. He'll be more upset to fold and be wrong than he will to call and be wrong. He puts him on ace, king, ace, queen. I think he's calling. These guys play together a lot. Martin feels sick right now. Yes! Leon has made the call! Show the hand! Wow! He feels sick.
Wow.
What a pot. It says 76,000 in the top, but the graphics were wrong. That's 86,000. Hand number 83 to Leon. 86,000 euros.
Nice call.
Ba-boom!
Here's more.
Leon lives for these moments in poker against players like Martin that try to own him. Can you believe what we've just seen?
One of the greatest calls I've seen.
Yeah.
When money means nothing and it's all about the feeling.
What he would pay me.
Correct. What would he shove with? Nuts. And he wouldn't bet an overpay on the river. See these pros that he invite out here that give him too many lessons.
Nice answer. Nice call.
Well, Martin's done nothing wrong. He floated.
I think it's good for watchers.
It's fantastic for watchers. I don't think they'll donate to the losses though. He floated the turn to make this move. If a club came, exactly, because it's Martin.
I'm sure he has such a weak hand, yeah, like this kind of hand. So sick. And then
Oh, he's offered him a 9,000. Why would you offer him 9,000 if you call and beat him and not get 9,000 back if you call and you're wrong?
I think it's not bad.
The rest of the players want Martin to reload because it's a bit wrong to pass 9k across the table. You can give him 9k if he reloads 20 because you've been felted.
What do you mean? I wouldn't call with that. No, maybe he called some stronger hand.
I tell you what, these pros that have been educating Leon have done a very good job, and it's all paid off in that pot.
I think it's a fine play. That was not the point. Honestly, if you call it ring.
Okay, guys.
It's like
next
rubbing
time,
in it.
Nice stack, Leon. Nice stack.
You've got to understand there's dynamics between these guys, and he, like Leon said, he's not going to call against so many players there, but him and Martin have been close for some time. They play a lot together, they talk a lot together. Martin's helped Leon over the years, so of course that all comes into it. And when money means nothing, and he knows if he can get Martin on tilt, because Martin's up a lot of money this trip, we've been hearing from the side games. If he can get him on tilt here, potentially he's capable to do another 50-60k.
Wow.
All the players at the table love the fact that Leon got this. A, because Martin could tilt. B, because Leon's got the chips. The atmosphere's changed.
I would like to say the same.
But the players know that money means nothing to him, and that is the dynamic of why they have this King's Cash Kings poker game. That's why the players come. If you'll remember the big game we had about a year ago, 500, 1,000 or 1,000, 2,000, some of the best players in the world came to take the 2 fish on and lost millions. These guys cleaned up. Wow. Why 8-8? I mean, 8-8 is the same as bottom pair. Martin is either got... It's polarised. Martin's either got a hand or he doesn't have a hand. Cabril, 5-6.
Oh. Okay. Confidence back.
You see what he's done? All in for 12. And he's picked up that money for free.
Confidence back. Not money back.
We didn't need it. We needed him to do that hand, but he was on a free roll with that hand. To be fair,
I have nice card now.
15,000 in the first
ace jack suited.
It's a good start. Yeah. Sorry.
no, I'm not saying you're having a go. I'm just trying to say it's very polarised situation. So if it came across that way, Leon knows that Martin is not betting a mediocre hand like that. He said, "You're never calling me 9k on the turn with a flush draw because the odds are wrong." And there's a lot of hands you're just going to stop a bet or maybe value bet. But what he can do now later is, with marginal hands, could make that play.
800. I mean, I need to take something from Leon's bank. Oh, well.
Well, he made the call to float Leon to make that move. It's just pure and simple. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. We can see he doesn't have the hand. If we hit the whole card through the whole hand, it's a tough scenario. It's a spot where he decided to float that turn and just bet a lot of scare cards on the river. Unfortunately, it didn't work out as he planned. Ace-10, Jonas having a bad day. And he's having a bad day against this Daniel Pidden. He's always got the best of him, as JR does too.
Nice call, nice call. Yeah,
no, it was.
Ace-7 of diamonds for SR.
Ace-9 you have? Like, no.
He wants to look like he has the ace of clubs with another club.
Oh, okay, there you
That
go.
would have been a total bad luck. But why would he why would he call 9,000 for runner?
For a flush and 2 other cards, yeah, it doesn't make any sense, correct. Okay.
9,000.
You know what they say, if you educate the fish, they come back and eat you.
Right? Too many chips in front of
I bluff only on certain cards and I can hit ace king.
So Martin's just explaining his thought process, actually. He's only going to bluff on 13 cards.
But that would be a big card. I would bet.
I understand, but I still win the pot, yeah? With ace of.
Makes the move sound understandable in that sense. Anyway, hand's finished. It was a great hand. I'm sure there'll be more on YouTube with it. Raised up by Pidden.
So like Ace, maybe he doesn't play it like that.
This Jonas is having a bad day. Pidden is not raising light. He's not raised one flush draw all day. He's not raised one big pair all day. Like he wouldn't raise with a 10 here. Pretty sick for Jonas. But he's going to muck it. Especially when there was a player that called behind. Jonas led out. SR called. SR wasn't in the pot, might be different. SR's involved.
No one can say you don't have heart, Mark.
You should have shown club, but you showed heart.
Tony G would say he's got a heart of a lion. 8 of diamonds. Nope. Queen of diamonds. This man, I think, has hit every single flush draw he's gone for today. All in and a call. On the backs. 50,800 the pot.
The maximum pleasure, maximum pain.
I think it was not a difficult against him.
8, 9, queen or 10 required. There it is. Pidham
You fight like me.
has worked so hard all day to get those chips. He's got some... I think he's missed a bit of value through the day, but he's been lucky. He's been hitting his flushes. He's very unlucky in this particular coup. This might be a scenario that I may have run it 3 times. As we spoke on before. Meanwhile, Pidham is there. So we're about just coming under 4 hours into the game. I can't tell you the exact ups and downs, but the graph will come up shortly.
Geht schon wieder los hier, huh?
Yeah.
This game, the King's Casino cash games.
How many links did we have today? It's crazy, right? This
More
game
than
with
PLO.
Yeah.
What?
It's so good today, yeah. Just
Yeah,
all the
very
time.
good, very good, like entertainment game for watchers, right?
Yes, sir.
Very good.
Thank you all.
Who knows what they like?
I buy entertainment. I buy it. With cash.
Well, I remember one time German high rollers, like we were like all getting like shots every time we win a pot. We had to drink 1 or 2 shots.
my God.
The game got completely crazy. Like everybody was just all in every hand, and then we thought it's great action for TV, but this what Eins people wanted to stop it because they want to sell it as a sport and not as a, like gambling thing. So it was actually.
I don't know. Like before, I prefer to run it 3 times at least. If he does get lucky, I'm winning a decent chunk of this pot.
I probably was the...
You were no, you were not. Boris Becker was.
Boris Becker?
Yeah, he had shots too.
Whoa, really? Yeah.
You probably were the strongest player. At that time, you were training really hard, right? You were all the time drinking and playing casino games and so on. So you were so experienced doing this. You were like, "This is my game."
Yeah. I can find some edge. I can find some edge in there.
That's true. I think I was a good drunk player back then.
Yeah, it happened.
Like you remember
it
Smirnoff?
happened-
Smirnoff wanted to do the same thing in Monte Carlo.
Happened in some.
Let's all drink vodka. Oh
yeah. Where was it? Where Fatima makes some.
There you go.
Fatima and
Jonas down 40.
the second, maybe Maria.
Leon up 40. 60 in front of him.
He's the guy who did the one drop.
That's what they got in front of them.
It was so they stopped the stream because they were all so drunk. They stopped the stream.
Yeah, they allow food, of course, but
a really huge problem with it because they let it do some charity tournament action moneymaker there.
it's different because of the 500 ante. If you walk away from the table and you're in the button, you're going to get dealt. You get dealt in here at the King's Casino in all cash games. If you stand up from the table until you get to the blinds, then you receive a miss blind button. So you'd be on the button, you'd be dealt in, you'd pay your 500 ante.
Yes, I know the one. Yes, he played in front.
Yeah.
I don't know where.
Yeah, he's a fun player actually at the table. He's very good for games like this.
What
PCAs, this or last year? But I think this year. This year and some charity tournament. Ronaldo was there as well. Ronaldo. He was the only one who like.
Renato, that's who we need in this game.
Declined or he doesn't want
The
to
old
drink.
Ronaldo was right.
What?
The old one.
The football.
Yeah, which one? Cristiano Ronaldo or the old one?
Yeah, also.
The old one.
The fat one.
Yeah.
Fatty.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Ronaldo, yeah. He was like, and Garcia, he said, I never drink, the golfer, and he was drinking so much at the end. Yeah, they just, but it was made all the Fatima and
18 back.
They just,
You see him off?
it was crazy.
No,
And they
I
stopped the
only
stream
was
and
in
stage
Monaco
was
like
almost
2 years ago where I got to know him.
funny, but for him it's not funny. Eh?
It's very
He can't get not nearly good job like that. Yeah.
Pretty good.
Great.
He didn't come back anymore.
Smirnoff?
He was great, right? He was as a player at the table.
He was a lot of fun, yeah. He played like in every hand of his took less than 1 second.
Yeah, he's just.
It was crazy.
Igor?
He's
He's
like,
always raising.
I didn't even see his hand, but when I bet, I like looked, and he was like,
Misha
he was like this this fastest shooter in Texas, you know? Like, it was just like
45,
fighting
50, 55 years old.
What is his surname? Yeah, he lost quite a lot.
Smirnov.
played with him.
Oh, the last name is Smirnov.
But you probably played with him. Where did you play with him?
I played with him. It's on his G resort.
Oh, I
He
see.
folded quads in the
I lost there.
Aha, I know, yeah. Yeah, but he folded quads because he's so
Then I
bad.
played in Prague
Yeah.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
Not this time.
It's not
here.
against him, but the guy
WPT.
just opened it.
Looks like that?
Yeah.
I mean, I know.
Somebody who was at the table told me, and I'm pretty sure.
So you think he saw the straight flush?
It was like.
So the competition's now closed. It looks like it's going to be a close contest between the three of you. I need to get the exact count of the pot. I can tell you Michael is
It was for like 5
in for the running.
The river, it was like.
Sure,
as is John
But it was John Morgan, right?
Yeah,
and
John Morgan. I mean, come on, John Morgan. You remember what
Michelle.
he did when we did it?
There we go.
Well,
Looks like
he
three of
like
you.
raised-
I'll get confirmation out to you ASAP.
Igor was like, he didn't mistake, okay? Igor like basically, he bet Igor raised again, and John Morgan re-raised with a hand where Igor will never call something where it's like with a very bad full house or something, yeah? Like no way that Igor calls many viewers. Yeah. And he did this, you know, he raised more with like a worse hand, so like Smirnov was like trying to explain me, no, he can only play nuts, he would never like raise any other full house and so on. But John Morgan is for sure
The
good for
second
like,
thing about John Morgan, when he looks at his cards, he do this. He do basically this, yeah? So that's the problem.
And I raised back.
And Smirnov always raised like this too.
Wait, no,
You were sitting across.
No, the action was, I bet.
He raises,
he
he
raised.
raised. And he re-raised.
And then he clicked.
Tony Hoyana.
With like, no full house where my belly range is already strong.
Yeah, of course. That's why he cannot fold unless he saw the cards. It's actually true.
Jasně, Praze jednou.
Maybe.
Já jsem si nehrál nikdy na světě, jenom v Praze už je.
Nice, Toby. Did you beat 2 pair?
Well, Martin has taken that beat quite well, probably because he respected the play, he respected the call. He did reload, that's good of him. But he's up quite a lot this trip.
You folded, bro.
Nobody forced you to.
So very calm and collective. Normally he works so hard to build a pot. Wasn't like it was a bad beat. If you took a bad beat, the steam might have come out. Suited connectors. Pidham. Upstairs, Leon. Tree bet. Excuse me. Fold, suited connectors. Is going to call.
What great games this was, right? This year. That year was crazy in Monaco. We played every day 100, 200, 400. Really
Which
good
year?
games.
Which year?
2 years ago.
SR has called.
Every year.
Tilt.
Was I there?
Do you know Scout 326?
Top.
Scout 326 online?
Sorry,
He was
second pair. Top kicker. Leon's going to should have a little stab here, like 4K. It's like 3, 4K, yeah, it's what he bets.
You know, and
How you know that it is?
well, we got the tip.
We got a tip and it was absolutely believable and made sense.
The nationality?
Russian. Very nice guy.
Yeah, interesting guy.
Older guy. Very like, easy, you know, he was sitting there, just doing his thing.
He's billionaire or what is his business? That's
I don't know. I haven't asked him.
Okay, Strano. Yeah, deal. But he looks like billionaire. Not really?
Whoa.
You don't know.
He doesn't look very rich.
Russian guy who was also playing in big games. He is like known online. He lost like 2 million playing online.
How much?
2?
Try over 10.
Yeah.
Playing not higher than 25, 50.
Yeah, that's
mostly like 5, 10,
that's
10,
the
20.
That's the point.
That's the point.
He just throw the money away there.
Yeah.
Sometimes he just go all in.
He played stars, full tilt, and party poker. And he lost on each at least 2.5 million each of them.
Why not?
Playing
I mean,
10, 20.
If you have all the money and it's fun to you and you stay a bit sharp
and
or
time for
whatever,
play.
But that was like what he was famous for, you know? Why he did
We
this.
got another hour left of play today.
if you already want to stay sharp, like when a thing.
So probably about another 20 odd hands.
I mean, he was a great guy. He definitely knows what he was doing. Like,
Three players to the flop.
He understood.
Well, Leon does have a diamond, the only one with it.
3 red.
Any diamond, any 8, and running straight cards.
Them wouldn't be so like
Boom! Pairs the ace.
Yeah,
Not a bad card.
Right now, it's like
Leon probably take a little. No, he's checking. Thought he was going to start steamrolling the table. Maybe he expects one of these guys to bet river and he'll call. Likely to go check, check, check now.
why would you do that? Like, why would you offend anybody? Everybody can play their game, and of course.
Yeah, no one's in. Pot's not big enough. Leon scoops another.
I'm not saying nice, but
you know, like polite. Always be polite.
I'm not saying polite. I'm not saying polite, but let's say you make a questionable play, and then the whole, like, I mean, you would feel differently about it. But let's say you play your first live tournament and you come and you feel a bit insecure, and then four people at the table.
I think on EPTs it's like very very small.
I've seen a lot, like not in higher binds, but like in like main event.
In main event, it's practically good field. Like people don't have to blast. I don't think so.
Well, I've seen it recently quite a lot.
But it could be much worse. I think.
It could be much worse.
Yeah.
I want to.
Now is 2,500.
What is it? Double straddle, triple straddle, yeah?
It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah. I get your point.
I completely agree, but I think it's not so bad.
2,500?
Same, yeah.
Especially online. Like,
I haven't witnessed it ever. I haven't been witnessing it ever in my time. I don't remember seeing a time where
Back in time to see Jonas find aces. Leon opens, he 3-bet. Suited connectors for Leon. Look, gut shotting.
you sit down, the whole table is there, and then like you go.
It looked so promising when you see the 4 of hearts. Well, you've only got 8k. You're going to bet like 2. You're going to check. Don't mind that. Oh, bingo. Unfortunately, it's too good a card on the turn that you've just got to check behind again now. You know your opponent's got nothing. The only chance is to check and hope he takes a stab on the river. Why bet at this point? Just, for me, that doesn't make any sense. Leon has shown no interest in this pot. You've hit the... Probably the... Well, you think it's the best card in the deck, but you've got a set. What do you think your opponent's got? Nothing.
Very similar, and people can like see it the same way. It's not very difficult to.
I think you see it a bit less.
Yeah, it's more or less of this, and the people we are talking about are not.
You know, which when you like reserve the whole game is full in like 1 second, you know, it's also a little bit different.
Definitely should do it. Send him your bank account details.
Where's the 500?
If you reserve more than once you see it, you're not the 500.
Max, 500.
Yeah, don't forget the ante.
You know, right? If you sit once on a table, you
play,
reserve,
please?
and you don't take the seat, you cannot join back. For the next 30 minutes. Yeah. So that's why seating scripts are
Ace King, Ace Queen, and the Ducks.
They found like some sort of solution for some things, but like
Straddle 800. I told you this would happen. Leon will make it 4. Igor will make it 8. It's been raised by the Ace Queen. He's run so bad today, Jonas. Cabril is just going to move in. And a call. Cabril way out in front. We need Jonas to have one lucky shot. He's been really brutally unlucky. Lost situations where he's had them dominated. It's 30-minute delay. This pot could be a couple of chop options. Oh, the king is there. Cabril is safe. Basically drawing to running queens. It's been emotional, let's put it that way. And Cabril is out of the woods. This is not a good day for Jonas. 50k in the hole. Looks like cigarette time. Pretty brutal day for him. And Martin, no sooner did he get stuck, he got out of it. And he is a good player. Let's not take it away from me. Probably does deserve to be winning.
that's the problem that doesn't exist, right? That's the whole issue.
But it's good to see him losing and get on tilt.
They should just make more stuff hand for hand.
That was a very good prediction that Ace King will win. I'm impressed.
On the direct bubble, just do hand for hand. Like for longer.
You were now 800, I got? This hand you were 800 straddle?
Like,
Thank you very much. In how? Little bit.
Because otherwise, if you stall it was a good obliged to stall as well, because otherwise you are at a huge disadvantage, and then you can't help it anymore. So I was playing with like this 888 satellite. How much is it? There was table left. It was like everybody was.
To me,
you can't imagine. Like there was 6 tables, and I was
winning a lot at
everybody
the beginning.
on all tables.
And then I lost King on the river, 40,000 points from yes, 10s. I had 10s, and he hit on the river.
We
King.
played like 10 hands an hour. Like
It was 40,000 points, and I was winning at the beginning.
Really crazy. And for these kind of things, you should just do hand for hand.
And then I bluffed some
people on
guys.
Like it's definitely overall much faster and completely
No, but it
fair.
was very good now.
Yeah,
You like
there's
it?
no reason to not.
No, really.
No, I do.
What do you
The problem is like with the big blind tournaments, right?
I still don't regret that play.
Say playing 20,000 people.
It's hard now with
just like with
the hand
Yeah.
you wouldn't
Top pair for Leon. Set the 5s for SR. Look at Leon.
Much happier than
Casually having a chit chat.
because Igor would fall.
Check. Been bet into, and he's called Igor. The backdoor diamonds and a gut shot might pill for 1,500.
But you're talking just about advantage, right? Now for you it's about time, but you were like talking about advantage and more before.
It's both.
Yeah, but now it's but it should be like the most important thing is like how can you make the game fair to everyone?
Yeah, but I mean, you could.
No, he did reload, Martin. Oh, the hand after he had the 9k and he won that pot, he did reload. The clipboard came out. Wow. Igor has made a move, assuming that SR might be a bit tilted. Leon isn't that strong. Leon can fold King Jack here. He can put 17k on the river with bottom pair, and he can fold top pair on this flop. Told you. Boom. Play with him. Seen his game. Makes sense. A diamond. Once Igor has been called, he may just make a small lead. But SR's move. Well, he's just moved in. He's getting snap called. And straight away you see, you know a player like SR will run it twice. It makes making this move so much easier.
Sure, and then like you guys decide.
It's not a nice read. Leon's playing good poker. He's been taught by some of the world's best. And he knows in that spot, when that man bets, he calls, Igor pumps it up on a King 8-5 rainbow, and the other guy calls, is no good. 7 on the river! Igor is running good, but they've run it twice. He's on a free roll. He doesn't care. A diamond to be good. Oh, queen on that river. Well, Igor will be very happy to get some of those chips back. If he hit a diamond, it would make up for last night, and SR would puke to run a runner.
Once and you lose.
Yeah, I know.
Gutshot, yeah. Igor, you play only with gutshot?
SR, I don't think he's a pro. Doesn't look like it. Gutshotings! So he had 9, 8, 7, 10 outs.
I was getting there though. I was hitting my 7.
Martin up. You see, there you go. He's got 50k in front of him. And before,
Very nice closer.
He turned and flushed.
so he's up 10k. So he reloaded to 20. What a gentleman. Tobias in for 30. 45 for Max.
Poker, it's really not good. 16.
Looks like
Tell us about it.
tilt. Ace Queen of clubs. He 3-bet last time. What happened is Igor made a move, got caught with his fingers in the cookie jar and got lucky to get his money back. Leon, 3-bets with the hooks. Nice deep game now. Now we got a game. SR calls. So really looks easy with Ace Queen, but it's not. doesn't feel like Leon's going to 3-bet with ace-jack there, so...
Yeah.
Queen-jack 10 would be a nice flop. SR's thinking, I need that gut shot 7-ball now. It is max, yes. I don't know why it says Daniel. They are playing 50-100 with a compulsory 200 straddle, and most players are having a 400 straddle, and a compulsory €500 ante from the button. SR calls with 2 overs and a gut shot. An 8 gets SR in trouble. Leon's just going to bet 20k, like just 20k or 10,000. Basically, same as moving in. He's put half his stack in. He's telling you, if you're putting your one half in, you're going to put the other half in. Maybe he puts them on a hand like 4-5, 4-6, ace-4. A lot of cards. King on the river. Shouldn't worry about that king, and probably should just bet the rest, because SR, when he's had a hand to date, this whole day has just moved in. All in and a call. Leon wins another 40-odd thousand. 33, so 66,000 in that pot. It's not 97,000 as the screen says, because Leon is all in, but the other player didn't have as much. Leon up 77,000 euros now.
Maximum. You get maximum.
I get maximum. King.
I'm very thankful that this started busting from there and from here.
I think the word tilt might be part of the equation, if I'm honest. Don't forget the guys in the chat box.
But this I had to play like this.
They are literally gifting him money. Gifting it to him. And he'll be very grateful to receive it. The expression money goes to money comes to mind.
King 3-2 rainbow. I would love to be max sometimes, but he just raise, get 3 covers, king 3. I don't know how is this. When I raise the ace king 7, 8, 9. Oh shit.
How is what?
Nothing. I'm just complaining because I'm winning small.
You're like a Giacomo. Giacomo, why are you upset? I'm winning small. I'm only winning 200,000. Why are you upset? I was supposed to win $1 million.
Yeah?
Giacomo, a friend of mine. He played. How much is 200?
Yes.
He played baccarat and
everything.
I come to him in Vegas and ask him, why are you so upset? Oh, I'm winning too small. He was complaining and everything.
Igor raced Leon.
Really want you to call. That's why I make it small.
Next time we go.
Igor, deal?
Undestructible hand.
Deal, yeah?
Sure.
Strego, 400.
Everybody's so happy about our deal, right?
Six calls.
Funny.
7 calls.
It's funny because it's true.
2 raise 2,200.
The raise 2,200. The Russian.
Like
The sticks.
15 he started.
The walking sticks. Sevens.
18 start.
Yes, it is the casino owner.
Discipline. Still discipline.
Flops the set. Does he flop a set or have we? Yeah. I don't know where these kings come from. There must be some muck cards. Looks like the 7 of diamonds. All to got. 6 deuce. Need to see a flop cam. Looks like an 8. And a 9. Can't see the board. He's asking SR how much he's got back. He needs max value. Snap fold.
I fold king 8, Max.
You did?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Oh.
You win? I don't
No, you get all.
All the money he wins from you?
For sure.
You had king or was it?
No, I had house.
You had full house?
Yes.
Wow, crazy. Crazy. All the max money.
8 comes as well?
2, 4, 8, 16.
Yeah.
You start at 16?
No.
You had a king 7. 7.
Wow,
Oh
that's
my
really
God.
crazy.
Oh,
It was 7 on the flop or?
1,500. Only for 1,100 I fold. Just because of you, you know.
Well, I'm very happy.
Wow, that would be biggest spot actually, biggest spot. 990k.
Just
Oh
imagine.
my God.
Oh, I made it for house
You know,
and
I
Leon
fold
folded
like
to small raise.
I would pay.
And I would have made it bigger for house.
5 calls.
But he told me
Yes,
on the
sir.
flop, yeah,
This
but
is
that was
real
like
money. 20,000 euros sit down. 2 players with suited connectors. Pidden with the boots. Looks like the raise has come from UTG. Re-raise. Pidden. 8,000 euros. Quite right. You're in the straddle. There's an open. Well, SR's going nowhere, let me tell you.
Limb, raise, 12 foot.
7.5?
Thank you. How did that happen? Okay.
Cabril will call, I'm sure, with pseudo connectors to crack. If he's in that mood. He knows if he does hit, he can get the absolute lot. 6 and 33 is 40k. He can pick up 40, 60 odd k for calling that. There's a heart. 4-5. It's a massive flop for SR. Check. He's just going to move in here with aces. This is how he plays his hands. All in. SR's only got 6k. So it's the same job. Fold and a call. SR not in such bad shape against aces. Complete dog pre-flop. SR is a businessman. Not sure how many times they're running it. A deuce, a 4, a 5. Oh, pain for Pidden. Pain. The highest degree. They only ran it once, and SR has got out the hole. 27 and 12, 20, 39, 40,000 that pot. Pidden.
Or I lose it.
It says 27k, but pretty sure it was a bit more.
We know.
8, 16, 24, 24 and 12 is 36, plus a bit of shrapnel from the others. About 40,000 that pot.
Had the Aces Cracker, and comes this.
Aces
You know what is Aces Cracker? What is the best hand against Aces?
Sick game sometimes.
I think 76.
No, they are not right.
What is the best? What is it?
Find it in the tabs, okay? Google.
I don't have my phone.
That's good. So, otherwise
Does Jonas get cards at the spot, or does he have to wait?
I think
he gets cards.
he get cards.
Or he can put 16.
Give the man the cards.
Who said you don't want to be in the game when you're on tilt? You
16.
can get lucky. You can get out of it.
That's one thing we're all sure of. If he makes it 16, it's enough.
How much is that, Max?
40.
Only you are winning. It's okay. And you winning?
I feel like I'm winning 40 right now. I'm for sure winning 40. So happy. Yeah, I'm winning 40. Like,
Yes,
yes,
for
for sure.
King Gate, yes. Yeah, it's not like, you know, I thought you had just much stronger card.
Yeah, I understand.
Like 50-50, I would have probably paid it.
17 legs.
They couldn't believe it. 2 kings and
Tough question to answer that one, because I think there's a few players with great skills, different skills for different types of games. Of course, there's the aggro player of Martin that likes to get involved and put pressure on, knows where he is in a lot of spots, but not afraid to use chips to make more chips. Then you've got the skills of Max Altergott, solid, patient player that gets max value most of the time out of all his hands. The same with Igor. Don't know them all that well, but certainly those three, I'd say.
Because you raise 3 times the 2 now start losing. Is that a chip of a different color?
I don't know if they've all got skills, if I'm honest. SR. Was that a straddle to 16? Don't believe it was. It was a raise to 16. Pit him with the 9s. Pretty brutal hand for him.
Can you please change?
Well, he must know the 9s are good now. It should lead out. Yeah. Leon doesn't want this shrapnel. There's 10k. There's 12k. There's 14k. 15. Make it 20 and get some greens. There you go. Three greens. Towers. Chunks, as we like to call it. Straddle in play. Under the gun.
How much are you in?
Have you seen my card?
Jonas has sat back down. Fair play to him. He can see the game's good. He's playing within his right monetary means. Then he's only had... I say he's only in for 50k, but the reality is you can get it back in a couple of hands. So fair play to him. He went out, took a walk, got some fresh air, came back. I advise that. If you're running, not running so good, just go outside, take some fresh air. Free bet, the button. We just spoke about kind of the aggression side of things. And that is the kind of game that Cabril plays. Wants to take control, wants to be the aggressor, wants to thin the field, doesn't want to play a four-way coup with King Queen. Get heads up. You'll know more or less where you are by making a 3-bet. Get better hands to fold, get worse hands to call potentially. But at least if your head's up, it's easier to win the pot. Rankenmeyer could make a squeeze here. There's 7k in the middle. He's just looking. He's got 21k, so he's getting 30% on his money. Good move. I like it. Well done to Tobias. He's played a bit passive all week, and I really like this. It was opened, called, 3-bet from the button, which Martin does quite a lot, and Leon flatted. He knows Leon's folding. He's only got to get through Martin. Martin knows Toby's quite solid, but the way he's played the hand, it looks like it could be 10s and below, so Martin might take the flip, because he'll ask him, do you want to run it twice? It's in. There you go. Oh, look at Martin. That's a bit wrong. He didn't announce all in. So now, he said, do you want to run it twice? Martin says, you're not all in. So if he hits the flop, good for Toby. Go on, stick it in and don't run it twice against him.
Bad for me. Yeah, of course. How can I run like this? Okay, put the queen there, please.
Ace ball!
Queen.
Come on, the ace.
It's close, queen to 6.
I think that was a bit wrong, Martin. I mean, I think he had 2,800 left. Basically said he was all in.
I
Didn't actually go all in.
With Toby, so ace. King is coming.
So now you're losing it 2-1?
2 to 1. It's 80-20.
Such a good flop for fucking fours.
I know, I waited.
I know you
I
are.
hit a good flop and then I go in.
I know you are.
Give him the rub down. Hold! Oh, no! Boom!
I take my
10 outs. Oh, it's not one of them.
I have 4-6.
Martin Cabril, 48,000. He's done nothing wrong, Toby. And what a flop he got. Just pretty unlucky.
The 50 don't play. It's not a...
We don't play with
No, we do play with them, but only when they make up a whole 100.
Okay.
When they make up a whole...
Is it true?
Now, Martin...
When he fights, which went...
Martin didn't...
Like in this game?
Normally, I thought he called 2 run it twice.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
And then he said to his opponent, but you're not all in.
I locked up a C with a 50.
That's his style. He doesn't mind a gamble. He knew exactly what his opponent had. His hand is basically face up. I've got 10s to maybe deuces. And Martin thought, well, it's a good play for him, fair enough, but I'm going to take a flip. He's taken a lot of worse flips. He's not mad. That's his style. That is his actual style. You saw him in other games making big pots.
Okay, let's play. It's not, no, let's play.
It's alright,
Everything's fine.
And if he takes these
King
flips...
was coming,
Because by the time he has to put the extra bit into what's in the middle, it was... he was picking up 7 to 21. He'd made it 5. It was like 16 to win 30 or something. I don't know. He's flipping, getting a good price. And that's how he plays his game. I don't know if blessed is the word. But on that flop, pretty blessed.
3 aces, he can play with 3-4. He can go 3 or 4. I don't remember even. What do you hit with that? 3-4, 4 or 3?
You don't know?
No, I don't.
3.
3?
I had a suited 3, 4-3 suited. You should not forget.
Don't forget that.
Don't forget that hand.
We will make you remember. Don't worry.
Believe
We'll
so.
help you in case you forget.
I believe so. It's funny. I'm still winning. It's difficult to bluff the owner. The owner. Ace king. Good hand, ace king.
Není, ale tak jako... Komukoliv jinému to bych nemohl dát, jo. Kdokoliv jiný, tobě by to nezaplatil.
No to určitě, no. Je to přesně tak, no. Ale i tak... Tak jsem musel zaplatit i mě.
Nemusel, ne?
Ne, to je jasný, ne, jako v pohodě. Všechno je v pořádku.
Přemýšlel, že jsi prohrál.
Že mi něco vrátíš. A zrovna ve špatný okamžik, víc chtěl být hodnej. Já vím, jak to je.
Tak jako
Ale já se na tebe nemůžu za to zlobit samozřejmě. Já chápu všechno.
Jsi mu opravdu.
Aspoň, že jsem teď zabral něco.
A to bylo dobře mluvit zase.
No teď, ne, tak jako pro tu show to bylo super, že? Jako super. To nebude negativní tohle, to je super. To se dá kouknout samozřejmě. Ale to je těžké.
All right. We'll be back for the next King's edition. We'll see you then. To CSU. And in that hand, he was pretty sure that Leon is not going to call next case scenario. The highest limits that I've seen have been 1,000, 2,000. But regularly there is, I believe, 50, 100, sometimes 1, 2, 2, 4, 3, 600. Some of the more regular games, I think, are 25, 50, and 10, 25.
No jasně, no. A někdo ti vsadí, víš, a stejně to musíš dát. A tohle je určitě nejlepší session jakoby pro ten stream, no. Toto ante dá hodně to zlepšil. Hodně. Nikdo nesedí, nikdo nesedí.
Yeah, I'd love to have Phil Hellmuth lose that. No, 10, 25 euro. The 1K, 2K was a streamed event. You probably find it on the Twitch channel. I think it was roughly about a year ago. And Leon and I think could have even been Renato. Can't remember the other big winner. But Igor and Philip Gruesome, two massive losers in that session. It was a pretty brutal session. I don't know how you look through their Twitch stuff. You can see all the stuff that we've streamed before, and it will be titled 5 It's either 500, 1,000 or 1,000, 2,000. I can't remember. But if it was 500, 1,000, there was plenty of 2,000 straddles. I think we got up to a third. It was definitely a 32k straddle. It was pretty insane.
Nice answer. Well played. Igor? Deal?
Oh, you mean in England? Yeah, there's quite a lot of 25, 50 games at the Palm Beach, 50, 100. Les Crockford's, there's plenty big games in London.
Hey, first ball.
We've got about 20 minutes left. I think they should have added the 7 deuce game to this. Would have made a lot of fun. Also got raises the button. Cabril defends his straddle. He's got him dominated. Gut shot 6 won't be the best because it will make a 9 get there. $1,600. Cabril just gives it up.
Worst spot for my hand. Like worst spot.
Actually, little by little. At the king of spades that hand. Really didn't like having a king of spades.
Hand 105. It's an €800 straddle from Leon. Be nice to wake up with a hand. Nope. Won't stop Cabril getting involved. He wants revenge. Or will he just give it up? Out of position. Nope. The man will not go down without a fight. $3,400. Leon will defend. Ding ding, round 6. Martin wishing him luck. What does Cabril want to do? He'll like a paired board on a flop. Can bet Leon's just going to give up a lot of the time. And if he gets called, then he can slow down. He's bet minimum to win maximum. He shows him because he wants to tilt him and get him in next time. Because soon enough, Martin will have it and try and get a full double up from Leon. It's from Iran. And Tony G is busy with a lot of other stuff.
I get 1% back.
400 straddle.
2% back.
10?
10? I think not. It was 90k pot.
Yeah, but your money was 40, so you got 4 back.
Thank you.
Max calls. Cabril sitting with 66k. He knows he can get a double up from Leon. He knows he could lose it all to Leon, but he's here to play the game and take the gambles, as we see. That's why he's getting involved with him. Soon enough, he hopes to flop where he's got the better of it, and they've both got something. Squeezy upstairs. Suited royalty. They've all limped. It's 4k. It's 4,450 in there. Max with deuces. Knows Igor's style. Knows that he's trying to pick up dead money. Cabril didn't raise. Pidham's folding. Leon might come along for the ride. He doesn't mind. Yeah, just gets out of the way. These two. Metagame will come in to this. A deuce for 2 spades. Not that I'm greedy and want to find action. Both players with 50k or more. This is not a bad flop for Max. If Igor leads out big, it's his only real chance He'll then have to commit the rest of Max's on the turn to make his hand look legit. 12.5k in the middle. He'll know that Max has called on the button, probably with a pair in his hand, if he's called this big raise pre-flop from Igor. 3.5k will be called. Turn. An ace. Now this is a good card for Igor. I'd like to see an 8k bet. Just running through everything in his mind, I'm sure that what he thinks Max could have. He would float there with ace king, but he'd probably raise the dealer button with ace king. Unless he thinks that a squeeze is going to come in from Martin or Leon. So there are a few different dynamics to consider. It's a check. If Max puts Igor on, let's say, queens to tens, he could represent, he would float with a big suited ace on this board for 3.5k. More likely to check behind and evaluate the river. Oh, brutal. I don't think he's going to bet for value here. He's only ever going to get called by an ace. So, pretty sure this is going to go check, check. Unless Igor does a stopper bet. He has checked. Well, Max can't beat anything now. Like, queens are going to call here. Yeah, king, queen. You see the sight from Max.
Bet the flop and then checking.
Look at Martin trying to give Max the needle.
Yeah.
Trying to get into his head.
King's Casino.
Yeah, Igor won the pot. So 50, 100, 200, 400. I'm sure that's what it was just a second ago.
48.
No, he'd straddled to 8. But this time Max, you see, he would raise with the ace king. Igor 5, nothing. Max. What? SR has called? No. He has called. 4,800 with 7-4 of clubs. And he's flopped. And up and down at the bottom end with 2 live cards. You can see it's near enough a flip. Check, check. 5 on the turn. He's taking a stab. SR thinks that Max has exactly what he's got. Fair play to SR.
10 minutes, 10 minutes. I think. 10 minutes, 10 minutes.
Ante increase? Probably not fair because we're not going to play around.
We continue after or?
So, game goes for another 10 minutes on the stream.
It's much better here on the TV table. Am I right? It's like not uncomfortable to play. Maybe lines are like going down. You feel the same way?
No, that's same.
Yeah, same.
What is better here?
It's comfortable to play here. Sometimes it's like too many lights and so on. Now it's okay. Je to mám restredo?
Raise 1,000.
Restredo?
Tam to je gold. It's a gold.
Hold 200, yeah?
Yes.
Thank you.
Straight up gold. Raise 1,000.
Yeah.
So, this game is going to continue after we turn the lights and the cameras off. Ace King.
How many players?
For Tobias. A top pair for Leon. Top for Tobias. Puddin with bottom pair. Second pair for Martin. Could see a few chips going to Tobias. Must bet this, I think. 3.5k. Well, Leon's not folding. Action first on Cabril, just with second pair. I can't imagine he wants to get involved with so many players in this pot to act behind on a draw-heavy board. With second pair, he does fold. Bottom pair, Pidden folds. Leon is calling. And the ducks get out of the way, I'm sure. Heads up to the turn. A jack for action. Tree of clubs. Must bet again with ace king. 7.5k. Then it would be like 7.5 into 20. That if he did have a flush draw and maybe a gut shot, still getting the bad price, but would be likely to call. It also leaves you about 7.5k to bet the river. Yeah, half your stack. I like this bet. Now Leon can really not beat much at this point, but he doesn't care. He's got top pair. They call him Leon. He's got top pair and he doesn't care. Problem is now, if you've called turn, we're going to just give him his last 6k on the river. If he does, it's an early birthday present. Leon moves in. I might have bet 2,000, and if he raises, just fold. Bit of a stopper bet. Well, Leon gives him the pot. It's not 122,000, obviously, because that's how much Leon had. And Tobias will be loving that. He's only doing 10 odd K now. Okay, you heard it. Tarkan there, the floor manager of the poker room, announces last 3 hands of the night. The last 3 hands of this series of Cash Kings.
What? You always lose the stack, right? You go all in on the turn.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Easy play for Toby. Very easy. $200, yeah?
I give you an ace queen. Ace queen, I give you more.
It would be slightly better.
200?
Yes.
Oh.
2,000 slightly better.
Yeah, I give you ace queen. I don't know.
That would suck.
No, that's why I only call. That's why I didn't go for it.
All right, guys. Later, I'll find the exact amount of the pot. I will be tweeting the people that, or Facebooking the players that have won. Some of you already have been contacted. You've sent me your addresses. Thank you. I will return to London and get those prizes out to you by the weekend. Hope you've had a good time and enjoyed the stream over the last 3 days. I've certainly enjoyed being here. Not sure when the next one is. Wish these guys all the best of luck in Monaco from tomorrow and at the World Series. I love this logo. King 4. Ouch for Leon against a player that has such a huge stack. This could be disastrous for Leon. Igor could get out of it from last night. I like the way he's betting this. Leon could even check raise. There's a lot of scare cards to come on the turn. If Pidden thinks Igor has a flush draw, I don't like a call with 4-3. He's going to fold. What will Leon do? Pot control. Think he's too far in front and doesn't want to lose a customer. When Igor sees what he's got, he'll be upset he didn't raise. But he knows he's got Leon on the hook. So even if he's got a flush draw and Leon wants to gamble, I love this check by Leon. I'd like to see a 7 to 9k bet here. Leon sometimes will pay big money to catch draws. It looks on a paired board, Leon has some of it. Once you know he's got some of it, you can adjust your bet. Igor also doesn't want to be behind here. We can see he's got King 9 against King Deuce, but what if he's against King 10 or King Jack? He doesn't want to do 79 or 63,000. If Leon moved in, that would be such a sick spot. Like if a 10 came or something, or a Jack came and he moved in, it's so sick for Igor to just call it off. Igor is pretty sure he's in front now and must make a value bet. I would say pot. Like if he's got a flush draw, you're getting nothing whatever you bet. If he had the ace flush draw, he might pay you. Now it's hit the ace, and if he's got the king, he's paying you. If he had King Queen, King Jack, he may have played this a little bit differently, Leon. Me, myself, I would go full pot. Cabril would probably bet 30,000. And he's getting paid. Beautiful, 20,000. If Leon finds a fold here, that is sick. If Igor had a flush draw, he'd bet this. Small on the flop, small on the turn. He'd have to bluff the river. If he had caught the ace, he'd definitely think he's betting. He might check behind with the ace of diamonds. Igor showing him how much he's got left. Well, Leon is definitely not going to raise. I don't believe. But I think he has to call, really. They play a lot together. He knows Igor is doing this. 42 behind.
You know what, Antonio? You can't. After the game.
He's never folding. What a pot. 60,000 euros. Igor Kurganov is now winning 60,000. He's got back what he lost on the stream yesterday. He's played very well today. He's played that hand very well for me. I like the bet on the river. If his opponent's got a king, he can't fold. If he did have the ace of diamonds, he's probably going to call. Last three hands of the night as well. Igor now up 65,000. Leon is doing okay. He's still up 35k. But that one hurt. Yeah, he's never going to raise the river, but I mean, if he makes a massive raise on the turn, it's just a horrible spot for Igor, especially when he's been run so bad all week. Be interesting. It would have been a real interesting scenario to see what he does, and I'd like to talk to him about that later on tomorrow at breakfast, what he'd have done. It's easy to say he'd have called when he's not in the situation, but Leon is a far improved player. We've seen it. We've seen the difference in the last year. And it's these guys that are helping Leon. He's all lovely to them, sits, gives them a spin, pays them a few 100,000 for the last few years, gets these guys on board, they teach him, they educate him. He's a very clever guy.
Would be sick if Leon.
I think he peaked at He had about 100k in front of him at one point, so he's got about 55 in front of him now. He lost about 30 odd in that pot.
I think you have to fold.
Martin's just saying the same thing I said.
I think so. 4,500.
Fold against King 4, not against King Deuce. Why would I fold against King Deuce?
Igor's not looking to answer that question. Quite rightly so. Don't give them free information. Well, Leon could be a bit tilted. He's on the button. There's 2 hands left. A 3-bet with the ace-jack suited. Queen, Jack, Deuce. Gut shot for Leon. Leon don't care to gamble. Well, a jack on the turn it looks like. That or a king. Or a queen. That's how good my eyesight is. You're right. I now see what you're saying about the quality there. You can't what you can see the cards on the table. King on the river. Not a great card. Leon can only win if he bets, but he doesn't really want to bet. There you go. So he's not going crazy. The old Leon would have bet 10k on that river. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are on the last hand.
King 9.
5 hours we've been going. This game will continue into the night and there'll be pots getting bigger.
I think actually it was biggest.
I'm going to put my name on the waiting list to be a dealer.
Maybe ours with Leon was the biggest.
111 hands in 5 hours.
What was bigger?
Like, no offense, but
when Leon called was 100k.
Me? With me?
Yeah.
Yeah, correct.
It was 86,000. Pocket Kings for Igor on the button. Pidden with 9s. This could be trouble for Pidden.
What don't you know about it? I played it. Media. I was unlucky.
Open folder, yeah, I do the Grand Prix tour in the UK for Dusk Till Dawn. That's once a month or every couple of months. We go around to different football stadiums. gppt.poker. You can get all the information there. GPPT stands for Grand Prix Poker Tour. .poker. And that's with Dusk Till Dawn. Do a few other jobs for other companies, yeah. Send me an email if you like. I'm on Facebook. Tweet me at Paul Zimbler. Meanwhile, it's a good flop for Pidden. It's a better flop for Kurganov. SR's floating with ace queen. I got a feeling Pidden is putting some 23,000 euros in this pot. You're going to get a lot of hands to fold here, and you're going to pick up the 14,000. How do I like Oh, a king on the turn. How do I like Manchester's chances of what? Not sure what the question meant. How do I like Manchester's chances? What will Igor do? I reckon he's going to bet like 5.5. Well, he's going for like 8. I guess he's worried about flush draws. 9k, half pot. Pidden, it's half his stack. That's why he bet like that. You can't imagine Pidden's got a hand like that. He probably thinks he's on a draw. Oh, in the Champions League, I don't know too much about football if I'm honest, but shouldn't root for an English team not to win, but I'm a Liverpool fan, so we don't want United. City United. They played tonight, right? and it was 0-0. Good luck in Real Madrid. That's all I know. And a fold, last hand of the night. Kings for the Kings Casino. And there we have the final counts.
Nice last hand. What's last hand? Yeah. But what am I sitting?
Yeah. He's asking why he's still sitting there. Guys, thank you very much for tuning in, for watching. I've had an absolute blast. I've been Paul Zimbler. I will see you next time. Good night.